Okay, I'm back.
Excellent. We should be live on the channel.
Let me see. Yep, I'm seeing us live.
Yeah, excellent. We've already got 10 people waiting too. Looks like
So,
they're...
Tin is on the right with the black deck box. In the white deck box is Earth Lightning, although we are probably have to wait for him to re-sleeve, apparently.
Oh, is there something wrong with his sleeves?
I guess his sleeves are beat up or something.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, I wonder what they look for with that. What they're trying to determine with the sleeves.
Alright. Is that the bracket right there? Thank you. Let's go ahead and get that edited. So, player 2.
Is Kendall still with us today?
Yeah, Kendall's around. I got it this time.
He's a ghost in the ether.
Yeah. Still am borrowing your Discord account, by the way. So, thanks, Stacey, for having to create just a random proxy account and then get subject to like Discord's issues of like, oh, this account's less than 30 minutes old. You can't join a voice chat.
Yeah, right.
It's like I'm good. All right. So let me go run and check real quick with on because I did remember there was the thing where Doolittle had to or James had to re-sleeve. So
Okay. Welcome to those of you in chat for joining us. Looks like we've got Tin Tran on the right versus James Doolittle on the left. I believe Tin is a Dragoon player, if I'm not mistaken.
all right, yeah, we're gonna have to have a re-sleeve real quick, but should be going pretty soon. How's it going, Romy?
Didn't they not already re-sleeve? I thought they did.
So they did the deck check, and that's when he said, "Hey, your sleeves are not acceptable right now. They're just really, really tattered and beat up, and we need to have those replaced before you go."
So when they ask for that, does the store provide any sleeves, or is it like, well, you better buy some new ones?
If you don't have sleeves, I mean, that's why you're supposed to bring extra sleeves.
Hmm.
Like, if you don't have extra sleeves, you don't have extra sleeves. Like, but that is, it's on the players to make sure their sleeves are in the right condition. If you're using bad beat up sleeves, that's not on the store or the tourney runners to make sure that you have sleeves that are acceptable for the tourney.
Oh, I know it's not their. I just didn't know if they would be kind and be like, here you go,
Nah.
have these dragon shields.
But
I mean, he shouldn't get a game loss if they catch it beforehand.
yeah, that's the whole point of deck checks too. Just making sure
Yeah.
everybody, and I'm sure it's not an intentional thing. It's not, a way of doing something, unscrupulous. It's just when you play games, and sometimes people are a little rougher on sleeves than others. And
That's why I never snap my cards, and I'm always very gentle putting them down, try to make my
yeah, no,
sleeves last as long as possible.
and I'll watch one of my favorite things I'll do sometimes. I'll watch like Pokemon streams, like the actual tourney streams from them, and they will snap sleeves.
Oh
Sometimes.
yeah, I've
And
seen
it's
it.
like, how do you do? Like, I can use the same pair of sleeves for like a month and a half to 2 months. Like, I'm super gentle with my sleeves because I mean I don't want to damage the cards inside, even with the sleeves on them. But it should be a really fun matchup though once we get going here. It'll be Earth Lightning Chaos Arc versus Dragoons.
Chaos. Dragoon. I think I said this in one of the chats yesterday that Dragoons will never go away. They always just lurking around, just waiting for someone to forget about them, and then surprise in the
I
top
think the
cut.
funniest thing is Freya was a common. She's like an Opus 3 common.
Well, they probably at the time didn't think much of this special. Like, hey, whatever. I don't know. What do they
Yeah,
get? Three
she's
Dragoons.
undercosted. Haste First Strike is nice, but like, she's a 3 CP 5K. We'll just throw this special on. How many Dragoon forwards are we really going to have? And they forgot to put
Exactly.
forwards on the card.
Why are there a bunch of FF6 cards on the table?
He's using sleeves from his FF6 deck.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. You said this was Earth Lightning.
Yeah. So the Dragoon player is actually a pretty good friend of mine, local Dallas player, super nice guy. I'm not surprised at all to see him helping with the resleeve.
I mean, you might as well. Yeah. Don't want your opponent just sitting there taking 50 cards worth of, especially when it's your match as well.
Yeah.
If anything, you get a free look at his deck. I mean, I know you've got the deck list anyway.
You've got deck.
But
Everything from here on out should be open deck list. Even like to start a round, you'll get 5 minutes to look over your opponent's deck list, ask any questions like, "Hey, which card is this one?" Because we're in a format where lots of mono water are around, so you got to figure out which of the 8 Leviathans your opponent's deck has in it.
yeah.
Yep.
And we got 33 viewers in here, folks. We will be starting as soon as we get these sleeves all up and ready to go. So feel free to tell your friends, tell your kids, your loved ones. There's some Texas Materia Cup going on today. Which I like the idea of a dad like coming into the living room. Boys, did you know that the Texas Materia Cup's going on? They're like, all right. He flips it on.
I'll just wait. The full arts is going to be nothing. I think Tin's deck is fully max rarity.
Dude, my decks would look so plain. Like, I don't actually like the foils because they kind of bend. So I tend to put just really like the plain cards in my deck. So I would look so lame on stream.
I come from Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like sometimes like foils are like way more prone to warping than they are in this game.
Oh, they're even worse than Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, this game has by far the best foils of any card game I've ever seen.
Huh.
Like I confidently will buy foils for this game and feel good about it. It's very hard to warp them in this one.
Really? See, that's fine. Maybe because where I live, all the humidity. I don't know. Mine tend to bend. Not, of course, terribly, but you can tell the difference between your foil and your non-foil.
I mean, every time I've shown somebody that plays other TCGs, like the card stock for Final Fantasy, they go, "Oh my god, they make card games with cards this nice." Like I feel bad when I open a common that's like a junk common that's like gonna sit in a bulk box forever because it's like this could have been a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Right? Could have been different cardboard.
Meanwhile, my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, I'm like terrified of ever having it sit out because like if it's not in the right type of thing, it will warp if it's a foil.
Yeah.
And then you gotta like unwarp it. There's like ways of doing it. The most common way that I like doing it is you put it in a at least in Texas, I think it's drier here, so like the cardboard dries out, which means it warps away from the foil there. You just put it in a little Tupperware container with like a wet napkin inside of another Tupperware thing inside of it to kind of do it. But yeah. Ah, speedrun sleep challenge. I should have started the timer for this. We could have timed it.
Oh yeah.
Re-sleeving a deck any percent.
Right? That would have been neat. Yeah, this counts as round 1, by the way. So if he can beat the clock, then he's allowed to participate in game 1. Otherwise, he gets a game loss.
Just a minor issue. The sleeves were a little bit too beat up, so it was possible to determine cards. Not a malicious thing or anything, just really, really cool sleeves that were used for a little too long.
I believe that's what they discovered during the deck check. Was like, hey, we don't like your sleeves. You got to switch them now.
Yeah. Should be pretty quick.
Putting a full thumb grip in the middle of that foil Mist Dragon full art, man, I'd be like holding the sides of that baby.
Honestly, Pokemon Nurse Joy, just double sleeve. Usually you can protect your inner sleeves very well and use really cool sleeves for a long period of time if you're able to double sleeve. That's my recommendation on that. It'll make your deck a little thicker. It takes a long time to re-sleeve if you ever make changes to your deck, but it will let you use those.
And while they're doing this, why don't you tell the folks at home what kind of side events we got going on in the rest of the store today? Mr.
Yeah, we
Gould?
should have Constructed, L3, and Draft also kind of hanging out on the side. Some pretty solid pricing for those as well. We got, I think winners get like foil promos, pack of sleeves, pack per win, all that good stuff. So the sleeves would come in handy right now, but
Yeah, they would.
So I don't double sleeve personally. I just use basic dragon shields and just sleeve mine. Other people that I'm sure if you go on like Facebook or any Discord and ask for like what are the best outer sleeves, you'll get a gazillion different answers.
Yeah.
All of them will do it, but
I mainly use Dragon Shield for my inner ones. It's a shame because I always enjoy the art that like all the FF sleeves I have on them, the ones you get in the pre-release kits. The art always looks, but they're just not made super well. They split on me all the time. They'll peel.
yeah, I've now got the sleeves from the store championships from when I topped in Kansas City, and then when I topped in San Diego, I got the Aria sleeves, like the Opus 10 Aria full art.
Yeah.
And those are great. I would be so terrified to actually play them.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I've got some just completely packaged up sitting in the closet. Like, yeah, they're just there because I don't want to ever actually use them.
I will say I use the pre-release sleeves for Yu-Gi-Oh because you can double sleeve there. So I'll double sleeve my extra deck and I'll use the Final Fantasy sleeves as the outer sleeves for those.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Because you don't shuffle your extra deck in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's kind of like your sideboard, but it doesn't ever get shuffled into the deck. Go ahead and you should be able to link it. Yeah.
Are those his old sleeves, the black ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those, the Shantoto and Prish.
Oh yeah, the Opus 11.
Looks like they're making the announcement in the room right now that we should be starting pretty soon.
Excellent. All right, I'll do my official announcement then. Folks, welcome to day 2 of the Texas Materia Cup in beautiful Plano, Texas. We are at Lone Star Pack Breaks. Big shout out and thank you to them for allowing us to host this tournament, have it in the store. We also have Ghoul02 streaming. Big thanks to him. And he's going to be my special guest today. He's going to help me as my color commentator. Ghoul, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. So it should be a
Yeah.
lot of fun. I haven't actually had a chance to commentate a lot of Final Fantasy. So
Yeah, you ended what, 4-3 yesterday
I
as
went
you were doing?
4-3 with Wind, Water, Storm, Warriors of Light, or Warrior of Light.
And I believe you said you made that to like, okay, I'll do this because I'll face all these water decks in the room, and then you didn't face any of the water decks.
I missed Mono Water the entire event. The deck was meant to have 100% win rate versus Mono Water.
When I played the re-raise in Omaha last year, Egan Soiree was the talk of the town at that point. So I'm like, all right, well, this will be fine. Of course, didn't run into a single Soiree, even though it was predominantly the main deck there. It's like, how does that happen?
Yeah, no, I built the deck and said, don't, please, just no 13 for the event. And my round 1 opponent was 13. And then
They're like, oh, you like 13, huh? Take this.
And then my round 2 was Kelly Thatcher, so it's like another like super good player, despite the fact we both had a loss. And then I had to claw my way up from the bottom, won 4 in a row, including, there's always that one tourney match you just wish you had on camera.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had my match against Mohammed recorded because it was one of the coolest games I think I've ever played. If you ever wanted to see why Althea needs to be banned, by the way, that was the showcase match for why Althea needs to go.
You got you got the proverbial 3 Althea triggers in one turn cast stack, right?
Yep, and the best part was I could have gone even further beyond. I had an Azura in hand to do it again if I wanted to.
We joked Althea became Valifor in that instance. Just return all your forwards to your hand.
That deck abuses Althea better than any deck I've ever seen. It is nuts. I like cast Warrior of Light 4 times in a turn in that deck before. I Fusoyed for 5 twice in the same turn. That was really funny.
Holy moly. Holy. All right. Decks are getting shuffled and cut. We do have Tran will be rocking Dragoons for us today, and James Doolittle will be rocking Earth, Lightning, Chaos Arc.
Yep.
Man, poor Medine. Like Medine just didn't really get much of a showing this opus, but clearly Art Chaos has made its presence known.
They're very similar in a way. It's just more so that like Medine is so much brickier, and even stuff people have tried like, oh well, Citra get Medine back is crazy, and it really is. But it's more so that the ability to you can hard cast Arc, and it makes all the difference that you can do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Medine even cost like 7 regularly, and then like cost 1 if you had a light forward,
yeah,
I think it would see a lot more experimentation, especially in something like 13. Although even there, like you still would have issues with it. Like the Chaos Arc stuff does have a problem where like you have these cards that kind of gum up your hand until you have the right scenario.
Yeah.
So it'll slow down your setup. It's just very, very. It's a really interesting, solution to try to figure out. Because I messed around with trying to play like, Earth, Water, Rydia with Chaos and Arc, and I didn't like it because a lot of times when you have to go to an early, low hand size if you're trying to ramp quickly, you have these cards you just can't do anything with. It means you have to lose your other stuff. But
I think what you're saying is we need an 11 cost light forward that gets cheaper for all the elements your opponent has.
Oh God. So what does that one do? Does it just play a forward from your deck when it comes into play?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yep.
I'm trying to think like what the thematic equivalent to that would be.
Ooh, even better, it plays a forward from your opponent's deck when it comes in.
Oh God.
You just go search their deck for their best forward and just go, all right, I'll take that one.
I can't believe you're just leaking the Light Legend from the next set.
Yeah, oops, my bad.
I didn't have a Heidelin just casting something from our own deck.
I mean, that would be appropriate. Like, I do hope we get to see
good.
Heidelin and Zodiark from Endwalker. That would be appropriate.
All right, looks like we are starting up.
Here we go. Is there an Alice in our Dragoon play? Yeah, there's a Dragoon backup. I don't see Alice yet, though. So do you? I feel like you have to dig for the Alice, right? You don't want to just put down a single Dragoon backup. Oh, I'm assuming first place gets determined by the higher seed.
Yeah, so that'll be 10. 10 is the. So,
Looks like he's opting to keep it though.
I'm not sure where the official round timer starts, so I'm going to have this. It'll be close enough.
Sounds good. Ooh, we did draw into Sarah. Okay. Well, who needs Alice in your opening hand when Sarah lets you go get it? Oh, do we not have water for Sarah?
We might not have water, yeah.
Bummer.
So that looks like that's an Estinian for Dragoon.
Yeah, but oh man, that card was such a boss back in the day. It makes me happy to see it still hanging around here. We do have Vincent in our hand for James. We're gonna go ahead and put down Seymour, put a summon on top of our deck. If we wanted to save the Vincent 5k, we could. It would deal with something like Freya. Otherwise, we can just be. If we just want to get our colors out now, we can slap it down. I don't know if he was asking for a response there or.
I don't know. Are we not stacking?
I guess not. Yeah, he didn't pull a card out. I haven't. Is Seymour? I'm assuming Seymour must be optional.
I mean, you can always fail a search.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but I think you do technically. If you do that, you might have to shuffle, especially because he resolved a mulligan.
Right.
So he didn't want to stack a summon, but I think you're still required to shuffle in that situation since the deck wasn't technically randomized.
Interesting. I don't think I've
ever
ever seen someone. I've never seen someone. Well, I've seen people fail the search. I've never seen someone fail Seymour, especially this early, like turn 1. That's the first time I've seen that happen.
Must just not be a summon he wants to get access to early. Want to draw other cards.
Well, there's your card. We're gonna flip
Here
more.
We go.
He's got,
this is
look
the
at all
buff to set to this.
Right, yeah, this is the card everyone's going nuts over. So we reveal 5, and is it any lightning card we can get?
Any lightning card.
So there's a back attack Kane there. There's of course Freya, and then some generic Dragoons. Could even get the spare card if you really just wanted something to throw away, but presumably, because I know he's got a normal Freya in hand, so either he wants the special, or I would assume you'd get the Kane for the.
Oh, we're getting the Freya, so we get the water CP for the Sarah.
Oh, yeah, that too. Very good, very good. Slammed it on that Sarah, and then you're ready for Alice on your next turn. Tin is considering. No. Interesting. I guess, yeah, he's more than happy to just not even worry about Alice. As a brave Dragoon player, but hey, he's in the top cut, so he must know what he's doing. One of your favorite cards, Vanille gets pitched, and we do put down the Vincent. I wonder if he should have done that last turn. I don't know if he could have had anything he curved out to on 4 this turn, but.
I was to say, especially like Vanille would be really good against a
theoretical
Alice as well. Just make it where that you don't draw 2 every turn. Be pretty vulnerable to dying though against Dragoons. They have so much easy ways to kill a forward like this.
I don't know if you have access to these gentlemen's deck lists. Does James have any kind of backup breaking that could threaten an Alice?
I can look up the deck lists as we're going. 1 second.
And we pitch Sildra. There's Sarah. Presumably we'll go get Alice unless we've got a Princess Sarah hiding in there. And we just passed over one of them. There's Mr. Alice. A little later in the game than normal, but hey, he's making his appearance, and our opponent wasn't pressuring us, so.
Yeah, very gentlemanly game so far.
Someone said we did see a Hackathon Opus 1 earlier during receiving.
Okay, James Doolittle. That's the Opus 15. Run 2 copies of Opus 15 Hecka.
Mr. Alice gives our first Dragoon reveal. Is it a hit? Yes, it is. We'll take a Dragoon backup. Dragoon's up to 5 backups. They're ready to start putting out forwards next turn.
Yes, 1 backup breaking heck.
Okay. So only 1. Not a huge threat. Of course, presumably could be recurred with Mana Black, but Tin is hoping we never get to that point, of course. Your girl Vanille's in hand, so he could just put that out, which he opts to do. Looks like we might be struggling for backups a bit. Yeah, and he just has to pitch Chaos for hand size.
Wow.
James not seeing the backups he would like to this game.
All right, here we go. Let's see that.
Hey, it's Ricard. I'm assuming he's got 3 full art Ricard in there.
Oh, yeah.
The ultimate shininess.
I'm just realizing the Sarahs are not foil. Tin did not splurge on those.
Right? Just go over there and just smash him off the table. You're like, nope, deck's not legal. Can't do the half and half. It's got to either be all foil or no foil. We're gonna bring out Freya. Yeah, very nice. You're right. He could have taxed the Alice with the Vanille. He opted not to.
You might as well. Like, to me, it's like if you're gonna pay 2 no matter what, you might as well make them pay 2 to get their first draw.
Yeah, especially because you don't in Dragoons. I guess he's worried about maybe something killing him. But yeah, like right here, there's no auto ability now. So, and Freya does have first strike, so she can trade favorably with the Vanille. And this Dragoon was 3 less since he came in after another Dragoon and has haste. Goodbye Hecaton. That would have been a good one. And Ramu, 2 summons straight into damage.
So you did not get any value out the Vanille because we didn't
Yeah.
have the Alice.
I'm assuming maybe he was worried about a removal Dragoon, like the special one or the one that has power reduction, but as we saw there, he didn't use anything, so he really should have taxed the Alice. Do we even have a Toto? Man, it seems like James is really struggling to get cards he wants. There we go. Okay, we do have a 3rd backup. And this will let us go get a 4th backup. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Presumably we'll go search out the... I don't remember. Lady of Antiquity? Is that her name?
Yeah, should be Lady of Antiquity. Yep.
Mannequin backup. So if we do get to our X death, it will be 2 cheaper currently. Assuming we pull this card
we
up.
get that down.
Well, yeah, sorry, I'm assuming we're putting it down, but yeah, you're correct. Until it comes down, it'll technically only be 1 cheaper.
It's a little awkward here, though, because we have that, but we don't have a way to play it on curve this turn exactly.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling for Earth CP. No, there we go. He did pitch a Miss Dragon. We can leave the Vincent up. If we go to damage 3, Vincent can shoot something for 7k, which right now the target would be Freya. And then Alice trigger. Okay, he is going to tax it this time. He must have felt your presence through the camera. It's like, yeah, all right, maybe I need to do that.
I say this is pay 2 to draw, probably.
Essentially.
Although I will say it would feel really bad if Alice whiffs.
Yeah. The old Kane backup, not entirely dead in case we ever decide to break one of our Dragoon backups. I believe Ricard can be broken too, right? I don't remember what his effect is, but
gives a forward first strike.
Gotcha. I wonder if anyone's ever used that, like, and it mattered.
I mean, it's not a bad... I mean, first strike is such a good keyword, especially in a deck that can do cleave with the Cherry Blossom. And even just being able to break a backup for free so you can play another one. I mean, you can just dig through your deck so efficiently now with Dragoons.
Well, and I'm sure people have broken it again to free up the space. I just wondered if someone was like, I need the first strike for this Dragoon in order for my play to work.
Maybe. I imagine it's more one of those things where it's like the threat of it keeps your opponent from blocking when they could otherwise.
Speaking of breaking a backup, we will get rid of the Opus 12 one. I'm going to pull out this one from the break zone. A Dragoon has not been played this turn, so it is still currently the full 5. Now a Dragoon has been played. Now it only costs 2. And we're threatening to put James to 5 damage on this turn. Hasty, hasty, hasty. I don't know if there's a lot of punishing like removal EX bursts in this deck. I guess we're going to see. First point is a Delusory Warlock, followed by a Miss Dragon, another summon, and a Cisne. Hope you weren't planning on using any of those. Man, Tin is feeling he feels in full control here. A Shantoto, of course, would be good, but it's Dragoons. You know, he could easily then just haste out 2 more on his next turn and knock you out. So if we can get any of these forwards off the board and still maintain our own board presence, that would be quite nice.
There's plenty of outs here, though. This would be a pretty solid time for something like a Shantoto as well, because you can also crack the Vanille in response to get back a backup, hopefully.
Yeah, although he doesn't have any in there currently.
We also can fire the Vincent to shoot the Freya if we want to reduce the chance, remove the option of a Cherry Blossom entirely.
Yeah.
Looks like we're considering it.
I doubt. I bet X Death would get to his 10. Oh my! He just passed. He discarded Fenrir, or at least I think he did, or maybe he's reconsidering it. He made a hand gesture, and Tin looked like he was about to untap or activate. No, we're discarding 2 cards. Not 100% sure what's going on right now.
I think we're Cherry Blossoming. Yeah, we're Cherry Blossoming.
Oh, okay. Did he pick Vincent up, or does he have another Vincent? He's got
He
another
cracked the
Vincent.
Vincent
Okay.
and then got the Vincent on the stack with the Vanille.
Okay, that's what it was.
I think we're still threatening lethal here, though, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, even if with just the Dragoons he has on board. Oh, man. Does James have anything else, or did he just draw that poorly?
And the Freya can be gotten right back, too, if we really
Yeah.
need it.
We can recur anything we want. Remind me, the Dragoon backup on the far left, does that only get standard units?
Standard unit, Lightning can be played directly to the field if it's 3 or less.
Gotcha. So obviously we can't do Freya, which you were right. He does scoop the Freya right back up with that Dragoon. I mean, we can't use Hecaton Kyra on our opponent's turn, so maybe a Ramu is what we're going to need to save us, which even that just takes out the Freya. I mean, he clearly has got to have something. Hopefully he's not going for the old Lance of Atrophy Hail Mary play.
It is Ramu.
Which can 7k the Freya, but can't dull any of the other 2. That doesn't save us. Is that all he had? Uh-oh. Yeah, James kind of looks like he's just like, I just have nothing. No, do we have one more? It looks like they're just discussing something. Pitches a man in black for... Oh, Sonnen. Okay. There we go. We did have something. So Sonnen will absorb 5,000 power from that Dragoon, give it to himself, and then he can block safely. Now, granted, you could dull him with Alice right here before blocks occur.
Wow, you're right.
Yep, and Tin... There you go. No blocks, sir. Yeah, he's only a 3,000 power forward. He's like, hold on, let me read that card.
That card has more text?
Which means, barring a BX burst, I mean, it is one, but it's not the one that's going to help us here. Unless we've got another Sonnen to somehow remove our own cheated again off the field. Man in black, but that's not going to save us. Yep. Ixion, which doesn't do anything, yeah.
And
the best
handshakes.
The best celebratory handshake / fist bump you've ever seen. Yeah, I guess he forgot about the old Alice doll. Or, I mean, granted, based on what he had in hand, there was nothing else he could have done, so. Those 5-cost Dragoons being huge there, not being able to be dulled by Ramu. All right, James definitely hoping for a better showing in the second matchup. It just felt like he didn't really ever get to do much that match.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was kind of awkward. Discarded the Chaos to hand size early. Chaos really probably doesn't feel very good in this matchup either. You're going to get like a... I mean, like, it's never bad to get something, but you're going to get like a Dragoon with like haste.
Yeah.
And, like, no
most of the relevant Dragoon text is on entry, so you essentially just have a body. Even if you stole the quote-unquote big Dragoon, like, it'll then just be a 5k on your side, so...
And then like Chaos, it's costing 7 because there's not a light card on the deck. There's no like, we're not playing like the Wind for the Cane or anything like that.
Right. Is in your professional opinion, Mr. Ghoul, is the best Cane for Dragoons that backup one that's in there?
I think so. I think
crazy.
you have to go too far out of your way to play a good Cane.
Yeah.
Like the only other one you would consider, I think, because like you can give the wind one haste, and it's really good if you can do that. Like if you have like Barbara Kane.
Yeah.
But then you have to like try to like sneak enough wind cards in, and like sure the wind crystal generator is named Dragoon, but then like your first Kane is kind of dead, and you have like that like awkwardness then of like, well, is it really worth that package? So there's like also the one that like you can remove a backup to make it cheaper is like okay, but like the being able to like just go second and then back attack the Kane just seems so good.
Yeah. Mr. Doolittle will be off to a better start this time. Gets a turn 1 Rydia, gives up a spare copy of Rydia as well. We'll get presumably Seymour as our backup summoner. And then summon wise, maybe Hecaton, maybe Miss Dragon, kind of depending on what he's feeling. He just goes ahead and disposes the X Death now to put down Seymour. So the Hecaton is the search from the Rydia. Seymour can still get a summon and put it on top. Yeah, I guess he's making sure to do it the official way. The big double thumbs up to the camera. We're doing it properly just to make sure. And not that I know a whole lot about like gambling terms, but what is the over under on him actually getting a summon this time? No, he doesn't seem to value that.
Yeah. We did get the Heka this time off of the Rydia. That's a really scary card.
Yeah. Now we are threatening, hey, I can get rid of your Alice. No surprise dull shenanigans this time, sir.
Wonder if game 1 that's what he should have done with the Seymour. Just stack that so he knows he has access to it. Might just be unfamiliarity with Dragoons as a matchup. Because it is such a blowout if you just on the stack of the Alice entering crack it immediately.
Yeah. They'll get one reveal at least, but obviously not the value they were hoping for from it. We did not have the Kane back attack backup for 10 in hand. Or if we did, he's holding it as a real surprise.
We failed the Seymour search.
Yeah, second game in a row, he's decided he just doesn't value that. Failed in advance. By the way, when I submit this Seymour for processing, I just don't want it to resolve, letting you know that.
Well, Tin's thinking a lot here. That Heck is probably giving him some pause if he's got something like an Alice in
Yeah.
hand. You might still just have to play the Alice, I think, right?
Oh, time to go aggressive? Did he pitch Alice?
I can't see what that is, unfortunately.
It says it has the number 5 on it, and it looks like backup tech. So, oh man, and we run into a bonus burst as a Kusith is going to get us back some instant value. This game already looking so different from game 1. I mean, I don't know. Is playing the Alice the worst thing? You'll get one reveal, and then if he spends his next turn just breaking it, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's clearly good for James, but you get something off of it. It's not like you paid 5 for absolutely nothing.
I think the fear at that point becomes that, like, you know, you have to eventually go for it. Now, you're trading 3 CP for 3 CP.
Right.
You're not really advancing your board state when you're doing that. And James, because of the 2 backups, has the ability to continue to do that. So he's just going to come out so far ahead as that goes along. I think. And then the fear also becomes that the first time the Heka happens isn't the last time it's going to happen, thanks to the Man in Black and even the 1 copy of Kryl.
Also true. There's Mr. Reeve. Presumably, we're going to go search out Vincent, unless there's a surprise Opus 1 Skate Sith in here.
It's fun to see this card take kind of a new life this set because of the Vincent backup.
Yeah, Reeve turning out to be a more reliable backup than maybe when he was first printed, as he just gets more and more targets. Tin also opted to throw out one of the 2 CP Dragoon backups too, which I kind of understand not going for the Alice because you're worried about the Hecaton, but kind of surprised you wouldn't just load up on the little ones then.
I don't know. It's interesting for sure.
We could also just say, forget the backups. I'm going balls to the walls. All Dragoons, attack! Although against a deck with sweepers, that's always a dangerous idea. Yeah, he gives up another Dragoon backup for our big Dragoon, which will be... He'll be a 9K right now, correct? Goes in.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, hits another bonus burst. Mr. Gabranth will search us out a 5 or higher. Say hello to Chaos. Granted, not a cheap Chaos right now, but hey, free card in hand. Can't complain about that.
I'm never better off getting like a man in black there.
I was thinking that, like, do you really want to cast Chaos in this matchup? Maybe he does. Maybe with a low board, he's planning to. There's a foil full art Mist Dragon.
Or maybe we've got a Cisne or something we want to have a really nice pitch target and just kill something with. You can kill that big Dragoon with it.
This game is so different for Tin. Like, he had the backups, but again, I kind of understand throwing out the Alice if you are scared of the Hecaton, but why throw out the 2 backup ones? I don't know, man. You're not getting your recursion value from Alice, so like you're gonna run out of resources pretty quick. Here comes Shantoto. No, it's Chaos.
Chaos.
And yeah, Arc on top. And he had Ricard. Why not put it down? You know, especially after you see him go get the Chaos. Like, you got to be prepared for that.
As I say, it goes to the break zone there. I think we're getting it mixed up with Medina a little bit.
I mean, yeah, you still would have, of course, had to discard the one you had off Ricard, but you'd have 2 backups at least. Like, huh. I'm not 100% sure what his game plan is. Like, I guess maybe he was just going to go for the full aggro plan, but it's already really punishing him for it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, as they say.
It certainly is what it is. Well, now he's in a world of trouble. He's got a single backup, no forwards on the field. If our opponent draws into an arc or can recur that arc, essentially any forward we put down is just going to die immediately.
Yeah, looks like we're going to hold those 2 in hand.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Ron, is like, it's not really a brick, though, because he had and he just chose not to do them. There you go. Would you believe a Dragoon got hit into damage? Who knew? And by leaving the Chaos up too, we can just essentially break anything on demand by sacrificing the Barbara. There's Ricard. Ghoul, tell me, does Ixion have is this Ixion worth it in this matchup? Like on Tin's side?
I don't know if he's playing it or not. I can check.
Well, he just put it in the break zone.
Oh,
so I was saying, like, does James have anything? It's obviously, I know there's Vanille, but
Vanille and Kryl. Let me double check. I think it's pretty low value though. Cisne, okay, if you care about killing her.
So it's got a few targets at least. Ooh, and there goes the old Mist Dragon. Remove your break zone, draw a card. Dragoon's not overly dependent on their break zone, but they definitely have some recursion. So, not happy to see that one go. And and we broke the Ricard anyway with Hecaton. Man, oh man. And we're still just down to a single backup on our field. This is not going well for Tin.
Yeah, this is not ideal, as they say. I mean, you can kind of gamble a little bit now if you draw an Alice and play it and just say if he has the heck, the game was probably over anyway.
Yeah, well, he just used it, so yeah, he's got to recur it now, right? Didn't you say he only runs 1 copy?
Yeah, 1 copy, but we got the Man in Blacks and the Kryl. Like, it's not too hard to recast it if we really want to. But I think it's probably almost too late for Alice at this point anyway. We're on damage 2. We're only taking 1 point of damage a turn.
That's what I'm saying. We've got time. And do you know what version of Aranea he's running? I'm assuming he's probably on the 6 cost.
Usually it's been the 6 cost from what I remember.
Because if he was on the 4 cost, then damage 3 just makes us that. It just makes us all the stronger.
Virtual 10 has some incredible handwriting. We are on 3 of the 6-drop RNA.
Okay.
We're not playing the 2-drop or the 4-drop.
Just going for, and that one turns on fully at damage 5. Is that right? Is when it can break a 5 cost?
Yep.
Which at this point, its only target is his own Barbara. Which won't even work because, of course, Chaos will just sacrifice it. Yeah, well, and so the thing is, too, going back to those low-cost Dragoon backups he pitched, we got to remember, too, not only for backup efficiency, those are important in this deck because they make cards like Cherry Blossom and the Dragoon that reduces power based on number of Dragoons. Like, it makes all of those stronger as well. Tin has nothing to do. He just passes back to James.
Yeah, I think we just got a little bit too aggro here. I'm trying to say, well, I can run them down because of the early Heka search. And we just never got there. Oh.
Just like you predicted. Just pulls the arc. I mean, just like, that's just got to be so demoralizing, right? It's just sitting there being like, just so you know.
Is this where we pull out the surprise Fell Thanos?
Right, yeah, please.
The only time that card will actually be good.
The one no one ever expected.
We got to deal with the Man in Black this turn, too, because if we don't, it's just going to get worse.
So he will get to break something. Presumably he's got 4 Dragoons in hand.
Oh, no, we're not.
Why not?
We're gonna
Oh, no, you're right, because he's going to make him discard it.
Force the discards before the reveal happens.
People saying go to game 3. I mean, it's likely over. At the same time, you haven't even used a full 30 minutes yet in the top cut, so I kind of get playing it out.
Yeah.
If you were pushed more on time, I could understand going to game 3, but yeah, and they're talking about how it resolves. Like, if he does this before he reveals any, then by the time he reveals, he's not going to have enough in hand. Oh boy, that didn't go well.
Oh, yeah, I found out how this works thanks to the Legend Terra. Someone did this to me, and I wanted to do her, like, okay, I'm going to do the reveal with Terra. It's like, before you do the reveal, I'm like, I thought the reveal was like part of cost. Like, no, that's part of the win.
Nope, yeah. I think it's 2 auto ability. I know the Terra is. It's reveal, and then you choose all your targets.
This Dragoon should work the exact same way, too. Yeah, so we're checking with the judge, it seems like.
Yeah. Someone put the surprise Pikachu emote in chat. That's just brutal, man.
Yeah.
Like you said, other than the Fell Thanos, though, like there's no interaction a Dragoon has that works favorably with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll spoil it. We're not playing the Fell Thanos either.
Snugsy said it's over unless a meteor falls on Jim. But they do have time to play. He goes to grab the arc and you just see on the screen. Oh my goodness.
I'd say, and someone is pointing out, a lot of times you'll play these out not necessarily to, have a chance at winning, but because you can learn things from your opponent if you're not super familiar with, if you're, even in game 1, James might not have realized, okay, now I know Alice has that dull and break effect. That's a big difference, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to scoop it up here.
Tin just learned, okay, Chaos Art can mess with this thing on the stack. So we are going to game 3. Tin will get to go first this time if he so chooses, which I presume he would. And yeah, like I just want to see for him, I want to see a committed plan one way or the other. Either go full aggro or take your time with your backups, because he almost did this like weird middle ground where he went like kind of aggro, but then. And I think you want your backups, even if he doesn't have the Hecaton, like take the chance on the Alice, get those 2-cost ones down for sure. He cannot mess with those 2-cost backups, and
a lot of times those 2-cost ones are really nice late game too, because they kind of just represent late game forwards too. Very similar, almost like how a blue worm works in water, where it's like, I always say when you're casting blue worm, you're like paying 2 CP to suspend a point of damage. Those backups can almost kind of work similarly. You're like either suspending a Cherry Blossom for later, or you're suspending a Dragoon's going to do something on entry later on.
Yeah, and especially the Opus 12 one, I'm pretty sure it's not limited to your turn, so you can do it in response to a Mist Dragon to save something from your break zone.
Absolutely.
We both of these games have been maybe the first one wasn't quite a stomp, but both of these have definitely been one-sided. So we'll see if we can get a more even one. We do have a Sildra in Tin's opening hand, and I saw Ramu in James's. James opts for the mulligan. Sildra is, of course, great if we can cast it. We got 56 people in here watching. Thank you for watching. And welcome to this day 2 of the Texas Materia Cup, hosted by Lone Star Pack Breaks on the Ghoul 02 channel. There we go. Nice, hearty 2-cost backup on turn 1. That's what you like to see. Ooh, and a 3-cost on James's turn, which of course will let him get another backup, which we're also happy to see.
Fenrir's pretty bad in this matchup, so understandable to toss that one.
Does that card have any targets? I guess if he puts down the multi-element Freya. Which I don't think he'll ever do.
Never would happen, I suppose, yeah.
It's so funny to see Cisne in these decks too, that it's like, hey, I know I'm a Turk, but I have an effect that just happens to synchronize with Chaos and Arc, so. Pitch Mr. Sonnen, and we'll put down the Lady of Antiquity. So James is color fixed, nice start for him. Alice would be so nice to see here.
Yeah, put him on Gotta Have It for the Hecka.
Exactly. And again, you are still getting something out of it, so it's not like it's just total dead value. Come on, Dragoons.
3 for 3 for sure. Like it's even.
Show me the Alice. Show me our favorite prince. Yeah, there we go.
Let's go.
Now we're playing Dragoons.
I still can't believe Alice does something on entry and start of main.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it would be. I don't know if it'd be awful, but oh my gosh, he drew the Hecaton, or he already had it. He's just prepping, yeah. Okay. So he did have the Hecaton, but you know what? Hey, we got something out of it. And that's his whole turn too. So.
All right, so back to turn 2.
Yeah. All right. So that last turn didn't happen. We're on turn 2 again.
Oh, please tell me we have another Alice too.
Another one. Come on, Dragoons. I'm rooting for you. Nothing against James, of course. But I do want to see Dragoons do well. Not quite Alice. We'll get Ricard. Ooh. Nothing there is great. I mean, Barbara's never bad. Maybe you just get a spare Ricard to throw away. You don't see it. I guess you are technically filtering Dragoons out of the deck. So he goes for the Ixion, which he immediately throws out for Dragoon.
Out the Ixion. Okay.
Yeah. Alice may not be online, but we are at least getting more set up on our backups this turn or this game.
And our Freyas are going to hit like a truck now too.
Yeah, they are. And he's already used the Hecaton, which means, again, he has to now use Mana Black or something to get it back. Otherwise...
And Mana Black's a very vulnerable forward to this deck too.
And it looks like James might be... I can't tell if he drew a backup or not in his hand. Wow, looks like he's also struggling for backups. Goes for the early X death.
We're not on... No, you say there's no like Varialde or anything to like turbocharge this later too.
Yeah.
It's just going to be like a big 10k body.
I don't even know if it's 10k because it only removed the characters. I don't know if it even removed 10 cards there. It's so early. Because Tin had 2 summons in his break zone, so it removed maybe 4 or 5 cards. I think he removed a Cisne on his turn. I think this is legit an 8k X death. Which, if that's the case, it's ripe for the picking. Oh my goodness. He says your X death meet Neo X death. Okay, Ghoul, in your professional opinion, why is there a Neo X death in this Dragoons deck?
Oh my god, Tin is a madman.
Someone just mentioned in the chat too, there's an awful lot of non-Dragoons in this deck. Toto or bust? I mean, I gotta admit, that is not a card I expected to see come down in Dragoons.
Roby's right. It's searchable.
Yeah, that's true. It can be searched off of Sildra.
Oh.
I mean, just the synergy too of, well, I've got X death. It's like, well, I have superior X death. Yeah, don't block here if you're the Neo X death. You can't risk that.
Here's the pointing Spider-Man meme.
You know, he does have a chaos in hand, so he could steal this Neo X
You
death and
can't
then
steal Neo X Death.
Oh, you're right. It can't target, or it can't be light or dark. That's a good point. Well, we hit a Dragoon into damage, which is what you'd expect to see in this deck. You certainly don't want to target it with Ramu. You can't see James's face, but I can see it looking at his cards. Just this, huh? Well, now what do I do? Pitches to, we doing Man in Black? No? Yes? We've got 4 CP suspended, 5. Yeah, we are going for the Man in Black. Get back the oh yeah, the Fenrir. Hey, remember that Fenrir you said had no targets? Well, surprise, it does now. That Fenrir stays on the field, by the way. Yeah, I'll say it doesn't come back to hand. And of course, we'll have to kill something in response for targeting the Neo X death.
Oh, Man in Black's mandatory. The Man in Black target's mandatory. He has
It's
to
not
go...
up to?
No, it's not. Hold on.
Better go tell him.
Be...
A check on it. Let me pull up the card. Would be nice if their filter actually worked and I wasn't sitting here. Oh my gosh. Why is the official card browser so bad? Like 50 cards came up when I typed in Man in Black. Just give me the card I want. When you cast a summon, choose up to 1 forward. Yeah, so I didn't think it was mandatory. Well, when he gets back, he'll find out. I was gonna say, like, I've seen that card enough. I was like, I feel like it's not mandatory. Uh-oh. Hopefully he doesn't botch this up for them. Yeah, looking at the card right now. When you cast a summon, choose up to 1 forward. It gains this forward cannot attack or block until the end of the turn. Also true. Yeah, he's not forced to target the Neo X death. He can just target himself. He got a little jumpy there. Either way, so Dragoons, their Neo X death is gone, which is not a sentence I ever thought I'd say.
Okay.
You got a little jumpy there. It is optional.
Is it optional? Okay. I mean,
yeah,
he was
it
looking
says
at
up to.
and...
And also, you could target yourself if you had to, as someone pointed out in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I just pulled it up.
I just wanted to make sure. I saw that, and I'm like, I thought Man in Black was mandatory, but you're right. You also can't choose your own forward, I believe.
Yeah, but you are correct. If it did say like opposing forward, then yeah, then it would have made a difference. But so both X deaths are gone. They have been swallowed up by the void. Even the Dragoons one, which is just very funny.
Now we gotta find the answer to this Man in Black, though.
Yeah, you do not want this thing to stay around and just start recurring summons. So Tin took a brief break there to play a non-Dragoon game. Let's see if we can get back to our roots. Yeah, if he wins and we talk to him, I have definitely got some questions for him in this deck.
First question. So what the heck?
Yeah, so why those cards? He's not slapping anything down, so either he's trying to figure out what to do with the Man in Black. He doesn't really have anything great to recur from the break zone. He has the special Dragoon, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have enough Dragoons to make use of it. You might not be able to do anything about this man in black. I mean, at least curve out your backup some more if you can't remove it.
We're trying to think here.
We are going to get rid of that just for the... Okay, do we have enough? What was... Okay. That was strange.
Yeah, we probably should have waited for our opponent's turn to do that, but maybe we're
Yeah,
afraid
there's just zero reason to do it right there. If anything, you could potentially respond. I mean, I guess Miss Dragon is the only thing if you're potentially worried about him using Miss Dragon next turn.
Yeah,
But
but
there
we
isn't
do
one
have
in the
a
break
response.
zone.
So I think we just got a little jumpy there. It happens. People aren't used to playing on stream.
He's not used to his Neo X death going away so quickly. He's like, well, without Neo X death, now what do I do with Dragoons? Man, he didn't have any backups or anything. This match has gotten very strange. But yeah, James is definitely in the driver's seat with man in black on the field. He can take out this Ricard as well. Hits a point of damage. Dragoons definitely not known for their EX burst, so very unlikely to get help there. And we get to curve out into another mannequin, presumably going to get another Lady of Antiquity.
Mm-hmm.
We could break the Ricard if we really want to, and put him back to a board state similar to the last game. Clearly, we're going to try to do this special Dragoon. Yep. Special. Does it resolve? No arc this time. We do have a Freya and another backup Dragoon, so the man in black will disappear. We do still have, of course, Hecaton Kyre suspended, threatening our Ricard. Which you probably wanted to tap the Ricard for that, just in case he were to counter with the Hecaton, but he didn't, so.
Yeah, that's
And here's our first point of damage. It's Rid. I think it's Rydia.
Yeah, that looks like a Rydia. I mean, it's pretty unlikely that he would do that anyway, I imagine.
Yeah, I don't think he would, but in our best practices real rule book. Ooh, he drew another Rydia, so we had 2 Rydias stacked on top there. And here comes Lady Rydia.
Yeah, no reason to play that Lady of Antiquity other than just getting a 2-speed backup because you can't reduce the Neo X death to 0.
Oh, here comes Mr. Arc. Expensive right now, but we know that Chaos is lurking somewhere nearby. Matter of fact, he should still have Chaos in hand, right? I don't think he discarded it.
Yeah, but it's very unfun.
It's
Chaos.
Not cheap, yeah. It is not cheap.
I was wondering if we're going to be better off hard casting that arc. Yeah, thanks for the sub, Ivory Kitty.
Which summoner did we grab? Was it a Seymour? Or did we grab Rydia?
I think it has to be... It could be Seymour or Rydia. Probably
yeah,
Seymour.
because he grabbed Arc. Yeah, if anyone saw what summoner he grabbed in chat, I feel like... Okay, it is Seymour. Yeah, I see it in his hand. Never mind. Well, Tin kind of... Not that he bought himself a turn, but, James took a turn to just set up the Rydia, so... You probably can't put Alice out now with a Hecaton just waiting in the wings. I mean, again, but you could also just keep making him burn it. Here comes Lady Freya.
Interesting that we're overpaying for her rather than using the backups. I wonder if we're just trying to threaten the Cherry Blossom. We're just saying, I'm going to not play this arrow so I don't get punished.
There's a bonus burst. So this time, I don't know if he has any... He could put like a Kusith right on top. Yep. Says, all right, well... Would you like to trade a point of damage for me getting the best forward or backup back into my hand? I personally wouldn't take that trade, but he's like, well, let me see what you have in here. Yeah, don't give him that X death of that man in black back.
That X death's going to be really painful next turn, though. It's going to come down for 1 if we want him to go for the... And we should have a lot more characters in those break zones now.
Yeah, he will be summoning the void. See, now this looks more like a normal board state. Did you know we had X-Death versus Neo X-Death earlier? The strangest thing I've ever seen.
I will say the X-Death isn't amazing either, though, because we are threatening a 10k Cherry Blossom, right? Or is Freya 3k per Dragoon?
It's 2k per, so yeah, you're right. It's 10 currently.
Yeah, so that X-Death probably doesn't hang around, even if it does.
Yeah, very true.
I mean,
And if
we could,
10 aren't removed already, when it comes down, it'll just be an 8 before the effect goes off.
Yeah, so even like an arc to kill the Freya doesn't do it.
He's not saving for the Blossom. Just puts out a big Dragoon, which of course is massive. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, he's counting up 5 times 2. That's just an easy 10,000 power buff. Casual 15,000 forward, no problem. We do draw Shantoto, which means, oops. Doesn't matter how powerful you are. When the Tarutaro comes in and just says, oh, your field is gone. Now, in the past, normally Dragoons doesn't care about Shantoto when it has Alice that can just, it's like, who cares? I'm just going to slam out even more Dragoons.
We threw
Checking
away
how
the
many.
Kusith for that, which is interesting.
He could have X-Death there as well.
Actually, we have a second X-Death in hand. Yeah. I feel like you just tap the backup and slam the X-Death, but I guess that's why I'm not in Top Cut.
Truth, sir. Truth. I like that 10 even has the new Opus 19 Dragoon over there in the damage. Like, I don't think I've actually seen anyone use that card. There's Lady Freya.
Yep, there's that.
Going in for a single point. And it is a Mist Dragon. Yeah, a little fist pump there, like, oh, thank God it wasn't an EX burst.
Not having the most fun with those today, is he?
Mm-mm. Still, unfortunately, just not really doing a whole lot on board. Still stuck on 3 backups. Freya by herself is okay, but again, the Cherry Blossom's only going to be 8k at the moment. Here comes Mr. Kusith going to get back Mr. X-Death, which we can play for 1, which we will. And now he's going to be online. If we had Cherry Blossom, we need to do it right now. And now 10 is definitely, it is looking south for Dragoons. Aranea cannot deal with it yet. The Special Dragoon could, but I just don't think we have enough resources yet for that. Power Reduction 1 could deal with it.
So how many cards? He's got to be online by now, right?
I would think so. I know 10 has quite a few removed. Now, to be fair, it doesn't look like James has many removed. Like, it's kind of hard to see over there, but it doesn't look like a huge pile. He's at least a 10k for sure.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, who knows? He could be just short of being a 20 or having 20 removed. Nope, looks like he does.
Yeah. Might also be because of that Heka as well being removed too.
Yeah. Goodbye, Cherry Blossom. That's one less one. Snugsy thinks it's over. No way Dragoons come back from this. He's about to say, oh, really? Would you like to hardcast Arc to mess with my hand?
It's so expensive. 4 cards from hand. Can we even do that?
I would say, doesn't he have Chaos in hand still?
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye, X-Death.
So we've had swift answers to the problems at least, which has been nice, but that suspended Heka is putting in a lot of work.
Oh, and there's a bonus burst. You celebrated too much for the last one, Tin. Now it came back to get you.
Tin pointing at the camera. You see what I'm dealing with here?
Yeah, right. Like, folks, do you see this? Presumably, we'll go get, I would think, a Man in Black.
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't even know what other targets he would have in there that are 5 cost or higher. I think he does have another Dragoon backup in hand. I wouldn't hate seeing him get that down. Have a 4th one. I think he's already down at least 2 Freyas. He is also down in EOX death, which is weird to say. Opus 20, we're going to get a Dragoon that's like the Endwalker job Dragoon. It's going to remove your opponent's break zone. Yeah, you know what's funny? We joked about the fail Thanos earlier, but now after seeing the NeoX death, I'm not entirely convinced it's not in there.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be tough. Tin definitely. I mean, if it was like damage, even damage 5, I feel like Tin would have a chance just because Dragoons have enough haste. You can like see a world where like maybe you have enough hasty Dragoons behind like a couple special Dragoons. But it's going to be real hard to get 3 more points of damage, I feel.
Yeah. Especially if Man in Black just starts giving us back our... Going for the Chaos. Says, I'll take your special Dragoon. I'll be a Huckleberry. Pass, which that's... You know what that means. The first thing you play is bye-bye. Now, it does... I don't know if he even runs the power reduction Dragoon, because I feel like I haven't seen it once, but it would still be good here, because with the backups alone, it would kill the Chaos. Even if he arcs it on the stack.
Yeah.
But again, I haven't even seen that one, and given some of the other off stuff he's running here, maybe it's not even in here. Mr. Doolittle is pointing very fiercely at the cards. Pain 6, Aranea. We're going to break our own Dragoon. Yeah, of course, we'll just scoop it out with the Arc. We have a backup in hand. Why didn't we play that first? And he's got discard too. Yeah, and we had a backup we could have put down. Hey, Eureka.
Yeah, that's...
And yes, that was very emphatic pointing. Yeah, like he had to know the arc was coming. Like, there, yeah, you play your hand out as much as you can.
We're deciding what to discard here, I assume.
Yeah, because he'll get to keep one. I mean, is that true? Do people constantly forget about it, especially when its enabler is right there on the field? He must have something he really values in his hand. Pitches another Dragoon. I didn't see what he pitched under it, but I did see the 2-cost backup one. He absolutely could have gotten that one down first and tried to minimize the kickback from the arc.
Unless that last card in hand is really important.
Right?
Because technically not playing the backup does allow him to preserve 1 card in hand.
And there's Arc just waiting in the wings. I mean, like you said, I don't know, Phil Thanos here. It doesn't even get rid of the Chaos.
Black, get the Arc right back.
Aranea isn't even online to kill Man in Black yet.
I mean, yeah, this
is rough.
I don't know what outs we would have to this board state now.
Essentially, just have to keep breaking stuff if he can get back the special and keep. Well, I mean, but that doesn't even work now, right? Because of the arc, because he'll just do it on the stack of it.
Well, also we've only got 3 cards in hand too. You have to reveal 4 for the special. So, like, killing this Man in Black is... You'd almost have to play the power reduction Dragoon here.
That's your savior, but like I haven't even seen it, so maybe he doesn't have it in the deck. Plays the backup this turn. We're not at lethal yet, but our opponent's definitely going to put us there on the next turn. Hopefully you hit an RNA on damage 5. Or no, never mind. The burst is only on the 3 cost, right? So it wouldn't even matter. Would not matter.
There's not a second arc in that break zone, is there?
I don't think so. Mm-mm. Would you believe this all went downhill when our Dragoon player played Neo X Death?
I mean, he deserved, to be honest. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate.
I mean, if it had stuck around for a turn, he actually would probably be winning right now.
No, especially when you realize how far out of the way. I was poo-pooing on that Fenrir in the matchup.
Right? Yeah, we were just like, oh, there's nothing for this Fenrir to hit, right?
Little do I know.
There's Kusith, recurred off the Man in Black. Good old Estinian, didn't get to see him, sadly. Would have loved to have seen that card come out of the ashes and try to shine.
Yeah,
And a normal Dragoon.
The true classic Timmy Lightning legend.
With a full grip, we can put out the Vanille too to potentially tax anything. We've got Ramu. I think we've got Sonin. Like, I can't. Yeah. I might have to lean with Snugsy here at this point that the only way James is losing this one is if a meteor falls on him.
Yep.
If you could get down one backup and a Freya and Cherry Blossom,
And then your opponent then Kusith's back the
yeah,
main
never mind. Okay, yeah. Forget that play. Forget that play.
Unnecessary.
It's like, oh no. I want you to be well aware of this beating I'm going to give you.
This is already the Bane voice. Your punishment must be more severe.
Exactly. You were merely born in Dragoons. I have adopted their playstyle. Someone cue the Simpsons stop, he's already dead meme. From when Homer beat up the Hamburglar. Or I guess it was the Krusty Burglar.
Oh, I actually forgot to put the W next to James from earlier as well. I forgot I'm doing that.
Yep, this is technically round 3. And, I mean, I'm always down to see a miracle play, but I don't see what that looks like. Other than his own Shantoto. Is he attempting to get back? Okay, so he's breaking the Dragoon, tried to get back the Aranea, but we just missed Dragon because at this point, James just says, whatever you're going to do, just stop doing it, okay? Trying to win here. And sadly, I think Dragoon's run is about to come to an end here in top 32.
Yeah, I think that's...
I mean, hey, heck of an effort. You made it this far, but...
We're going to a lightning-type Shantoto.
Exactly. Stun me, Tin. Stun me with the miracle play so I can go super hype right now. He plays some card that just says remove all characters on your opponent's field. Plays the old the X Death special, the Grand Cross.
Yeah. It's an impressive board state.
Mm-hmm. And again, like, he didn't start amazing. James did have, he had his 2 backups, but like, if that Neo X Death had lived a turn, he only had, I think, like 4 cards on the board at the time. So he could have done some damage, but it did not. The only card that could turn this is some Yu-Gi-Oh! Heart of the Cards Destiny draw. So he becomes the Pharaoh. Destiny draws a new card that doesn't exist yet. And it says 1 CP. This card cannot be responded to. If you're in dire straits, win the game. That's how he gets out of it.
So super polymerization. We're just going to fuse away the...
Or he just slowly puts down 5 Dragoons and he says, I've assembled all 5 unstoppable Dragoons. All 5 pieces of the puzzle. And he summons Dragoon Exodia. Just obliterates his opponent. Yeah, he has a lot of, someone pointed this out in the chat earlier, Eureka. He has a lot of off Dragoon stuff in there. We've seen Sildra, Sarah. The Sarah's kind of common for the Alice, but Sildra, Ixion, and yep, there's the extended handshake. Realize there's no way out of it.
I would never blame anybody for just wanting to play it out. I mean, why not? It's top cut. You came here in the morning.
Yeah, you still have what 10 minutes left in the
I
round,
mean,
so
we're not even in time. We're not like holding up the tourney or anything. So, think it through. Kind
if
of laugh
anything,
and
if I was
bullshit a little
James, that's
bit.
where you kick back with your arms behind your head, be like, all right, I'm gonna close my eyes for a minute while you decide how you want to die.
Might as well crack some jokes with your opponent. Laugh about
Yeah.
how stupid the game can be sometimes. Can you believe we had dueling X deaths at one point?
Yeah, that was bizarre. 3 strange games in a row. Like the first 2 were one-sided in different ways, and then that last one just not what I was expecting.
And even like it's open deck sheet, so like you're not even holding James back from scouting other games too. Like you know what your opponent's going to be playing. I mean, I guess you could like potentially watch and see something like if you didn't know the Alice effects, but like.
So, trying to recall that entire game in your head, Mr. Gould, was there anything the Dragoon player could have done differently, or do you think he was just kind of out of luck on that one?
I think you probably just have to gamble that he doesn't see Man in Black again and just try to get the second Alice down.
Yeah.
But like even that doesn't feel amazing because to do that you probably have to Sarah for it, which then opens up the chaos to being too cheaper. Like you can kind of like bluff being a mono lightning deck. I think that was just a rough. He was in it for a while, but the having the Heka when he did on that first turn, and then having 2 backups to 1 at that point was a pretty rough spot to be in for sure. And I mean that is Dragoons. Dragoons does need Alice to not be on or to be on field for it to be a better deck.
Yeah, the one game he won was the one where he was able to stick Alice around. Someone's saying, well, you just shouldn't play Alice anyway since he doesn't run that many Dragoons. I'm guessing he doesn't run the power reduction Dragoon. Like I said, either that or he just legitimately didn't show up. And that one could have gotten him out of a couple of tight spots.
Do you know which opus that one was from?
I want to say 14 or 15. Let me pull it up. Dragoon.
I have access to all the lists.
Opus 14 common, yes.
No, it's not in there.
It isn't real. Which ones did he? So I know he's got the Opus 18 and the Opus 13 we saw.
3 Opus 6, 3 Freya, 2 Opus 18, 3 Freya, 2 Opus 8, 3 Freya, 3 Opus 12, 2 Barbara, 1 Opus 8, the 1 Estinian, 2 Opus 13, 3 Aranea.
Huh. Interesting. If he ever does like a self deck tech later, or whatever, if we'll be like, I could probably cut Neo X Death for a Dragoon. Or who knows? Maybe that card got him this
like
far.
35, 37-ish Dragoons. Let me see what the non-Dragoons are. The forward count, the only non-forward or non-Dragoon forward is the Neo X Death. 2 Ixion, 2 Sildra is 5. 3 Saris, 3 Alice. So that's 11. So yeah, 39 Dragoons. But
all right. Well, that was our streamed match for top 32. Any word on how the other matches in the rooms are doing? We still waiting on others to finish, I'm guessing.
Yep, I'm assuming so. Let's go ahead and reset my timer.
I believe they had 100 players. I know they sold like 130 something tickets, but I think only 100 people showed up.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yeah, they sold, it was like 130 or 136, but 100 people ended up showing up for the day.
All right.
All right, while you get that set up, I'll go take a quick break, refill my water. Folks, don't go anywhere. Shouldn't be too long. That took most of the time, so unless something goes to time, shouldn't be too long until top 16. And Ghoul, if you want to fetch any rankings for us too, see who got knocked out, who's still in it, feel free to, sir. And we'll be right back. You around, Ghoul?
Okay, so they are working on pairing, so should have stuff relatively soon. Just want to keep
Is
y'all
the
updated.
previous round finished?
Yeah, it's been done for a while. So I don't know. We're waiting on a couple things, I guess, but should not be too much longer.
Do we have any reports from the last round?
I know a couple of people that won, but since I don't know the whole bracket, it's kind of hard for me to really want to go over it.
Fair enough.
So, a couple of the FW/local friends did make it through to the round, which is cool. Always happy to see that. It's always kind of the fun things about these tournaments sometimes is when you do get those like local heroes that
Oh,
don't
yeah.
travel to events that do well.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second while I eat this Nutter Butter. Give me a moment. I don't want me chomping on the stream.
Sounds good. Hope everybody in chat's doing well too. Okay, cool. I do actually have the full bracket handed to me now. Literally walks over to me with it. So Kyle Peters beat Jesse Sims. Kyle Donovan beat Anson Quach. Justin Jacoby beat Irving Diaz. Tyler Rea beat Kihei. Kyle McGinty beat Ricardo Martinez. Benjamin Parrott beat Jeff Hawthorne. Emmanuel Onate beat Sean Galloway. Sydney Ng beat Joel Garcia. Ryan Chen beat Jake Lee. Jonathan Kern. Oh, Sergio Garcia beat Jonathan Kern. Kevin Fung beat Pat Giles. Michael Powell beat Matt Smith. Sam Tuell beat Robert Harlow. We saw James beat Tin on stream. Joseph Goldstein beat Christopher Neal. And Patrick Panattoni beat John Lowry.
Wow, Joseph taking down Chris. I'm rooting for his deck, so I'm hoping he does well.
Yeah, Joseph is a local friend, so very happy to see him doing well.
Is anyone still playing, or are they all wrapped up?
They should be all wrapped up. I've got
Okay.
this is the full bracket, so it's just a matter of who ends up on stream next. I'll let you get back to your Nutter Butter.
I just finished it. Just doing my Duolingo for the day.
Sounds good. How's everybody enjoying Final Fantasy 16, by the way?
No spoilers, of course, please.
No spoilers. If you spoil, I will ban you, and I will not feel bad about it.
Insta ban if he's trying to spoil. No fake spoilers either. I hate when people do that. Well, I was surprised when Dumbledore showed up and blah blah blah.
See, everybody else is eating Nutter Butters as well.
Yeah, right. Ironically, we all happen to have one at the same time.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's weird for me because like I am the biggest like stan of turn-based combat, where like that's even one of my biggest like sad things. Even though I like a lot of what like Seven Remake does, when Seven Remake was announced, the thing I was excited about with Seven Remake was that like this was an excuse for them to make a turn-based Final Fantasy again, and that's not what Seven Remake really is. But I do also like the idea of a high skill action game, so it's like it's probably similar to how people felt when like Yakuza Like a Dragon was revealed. I had a friend that like that was the saddest day of that E3 was when they found out that Yakuza was making a turn-based RPG instead of like a normal Yakuza game. And I'm like, this is the thing that would get me to play the game and like have an interest in the franchise. So like I get it on both sides. But yeah, and that's just kind of the weird thing about Final like the good and bad thing about Final Fantasy. You know, if someone likes a Dragon Quest game, you can recommend basically every Dragon Quest game If you like Final Fantasy VI and say, "Oh, I like Final Fantasy VI. Would I like this other Final Fantasy?" It's like, well, comma.
Yeah. Who knows? Because it's incredibly different.
Like I said, there's good and bad to that, and a lot of that also is, some of the devs want to do different things too. It supposedly it's creatively very difficult to make the same game over and over and over again. So, but I do kind of wish they had made it a spinoff. But I get why when they spent as much money as they have making it, they want to give the big mainline number to it.
Ba-ba.
And I will never complain about Stranger of Paradise. I love that game.
Yeah, I'm kind of old school traditional, so I get you, Chris. Is that I've always loved turn-based RPGs and all that, and yeah, and I don't know, like turn-based in general just got this weird negative rap over the last decade. Just as randomly, you hear game reviewers, "Oh, it's old and outdated, it's archaic, blah 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 blah." But you see there, it doesn't have to be slow either. Games like Persona 5 prove that you can have a really quick, snappy one with cool animations and.
Yeah, I mean, in Persona and SMT especially, just kind of have started like carrying the torch of these like really interesting, unique, high skill turn-based games, and I would love to see Final Fantasy try to take that on, because like as much as I love games like Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VI's game balance is questionable.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't like when I think of those games. I know, and maybe because I grew up with them, and I was what was I like 6 years old when I first played that game. I wasn't. I don't think of them and remember. Yeah, but remember how easy it is to break it or blah blah blah. I just remember the stories and the characters and the environments
Oh,
and.
absolutely. No, and they nailed that stuff. And even for the time, it's one of those things like people didn't know. It's like any other kind of game development. Things get better over time. Imagine if the other example I always give is like if Magic the Gathering was designed today, there's no world where it plays like it does, just because we
Yeah,
know so much more after now. 30 to 100 card games have come out since, and
yeah,
all of them
it's
have
true.
interesting, cool ideas. You know, for what they had and what they knew at the time, they did fine. It's a very different landscape now.
I'll tell you what, one thing I will give them credit for with 16, and it's a shame that this has to be like considered good in this day and age, but they released it essentially on time. I was used to 15 getting delayed so much. So the fact that they said, no, it's going to come out in June. And I remember thinking, nah, it ain't coming out in June. They'll delay it. And sure enough, yeah, they released it on time. So good for them.
Okay, so we have Joey versus Pat.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can tell.
Do we know what
All
decks
right.
these are?
So this is Joseph Goldstein, who we all know is on the Ice Earth.
Let's go. Sorry, I just really like this deck. And what is Pat on?
Me 1 sec to update the layout, and I will tell you exactly what he's on.
Excellent.
I
Most
got to shuffle up
excellent.
and do the deck share anyway.
If you were watching yesterday, you got to see Joseph. He's on Ice Earth. He's got some really fun techs in there, like Kilgigas. Try to combat all these action abilities, Samira, and one of my favorite legends, the White Tiger Lassie Nimbus.
Okay, let me pull my phone up since I've got all the deck lists in Discord there. I gotta flip through 30-some deck lists to find the right one.
One day, this game will be big enough and popular enough that we'll just go to the tape. I'll be like, take us to the tape, and it'll be a full digital Iron Man display of here's this person's deck list, and like little bells and whistles will go off, and it'll pull a card out from it, and this card has been seen in this many tournaments, and we'll have all these
Oh,
stats
this
for
is an
them.
interesting one. This is Ice Wind Chaos Arc.
Interesting. So everyone get your blankets because it's going to be chilly for this next round. We got ice on both sides of the field.
So Icewind, we're using stuff like the Physalis hero to give us a discard outlet to get unbreak the Chaoses and Arcs out of our hand if we need to. We're playing stuff like Locke and the Sid Haze, of course, but relatively low on forwards. Or what? The one he's on a lot of summons, obviously.
It's hard not to favor Ice Wind just because of its late game dominant power, but Of course, if Ice Earth can lock it out before it gets there.
And the Chaos and Arc are going to be bricks probably, just because it's going to be very hard to save up the CP to cast the Chaos or the
Yeah.
Arc with the way Ice Earth works.
Joseph may want to be mindful of his Shantotos this round, then. Don't want to give your opponent a free Chaos.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Joey is on... Yeah, some pretty fun stuff here as well. You guys saw the... Hilgigas put in a lot of work yesterday, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And
he was telling me, too, he's got Mira in there, so he can recur it as long as he's on a single point of damage, which is sweet. Are there... Well, you've got his list. Are there a lot of action abilities in this Ice Wind list? Obviously, I would assume any monsters he has, like a Tomos or Evray.
Yeah, the Atomos and the Evray both are going to be vulnerable to it. Let me pull up. I was looking at Joey's list. Physalis has one. We're on the Hero Physalis. We can have a discard outlet for our
Oh, yeah.
Chaos
Okay.
Mark.
I was thinking of the Legend. I was like, wait, she does? I don't remember that card having an action effect.
Yeah.
Ooh, Joey, you got Mr. McCrunch rooting for you. I love that name, Mr. McCrunch. That's just fun to say.
Althea.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good one.
It's not the one you want to be trying to crack the Hilgigas, but it would be one. Does Hilgigas stop specials? I don't think it does, right?
No, it's just action abilities.
So Moogle 11 isn't going to be able to break it.
Very, very little in the game works on specials.
Opus 2 Emperor does for some reason.
Yep. Emperor, Opus 3, 7 Cadet, her Snakebite special can cancel specials, and Ject Block.
Yep.
If there's something else besides that, I can't think of it, but those are the three I know off the top of my head.
No Rosa in the Ice Wind list, actually. That's a little interesting.
How do those stop specials? Vanille? Is there a Vanille that stops special abilities? Someone put in chat Vanille, Leviathan, Amaterasu. Were you referring to auto abilities?
That cancels autos, not
Yeah,
specials.
say that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, special specifically. Yeah, before was Amaterasu the next one that came out? Because before I know, like in Opus 10, the only two effects in the game that canceled auto abilities were the Ishtola Opus 5 Legend and the 7 Snakebite. And I think Amaterasu was the next one. Technically, there was that backup called Ammo or Ameno, and she could like redirect them. I mean, that wasn't quite the same thing though.
Yeah, so you got, and then like since then we've got like Shelk,
Ject,
Vanille, kinda.
Yeah.
And Sarah Mobius, kinda.
Yeah. They have the old tax. They've got like a ward effect on it. Those two deck list sheets look very different. Looks like a visa application. Yeah, it kind of does.
All right.
He hands it over to him. He stamps it and goes, "All right, here's your new credit card, sir."
This will be an interesting one because Icewind really doesn't like being discarded. It really wants to kind of preserve those cards in hand for those combos, those big pop-off turns.
Although Evray is, of course, an incredible counter to having your backup stolen frozen.
Yes.
So if we can get Evray out, like we can mitigate a lot of the effects of an early Weiss.
And then the other thing as well is win cards do very well in top deck situations a lot of the time because they're so cheap. So you can oftentimes be okay playing off of your top deck if you have to, but you don't like doing it. And I imagine Patrick's late game is going to be probably stronger than Joey's unless Joey gets the lockout state going.
Right. Speaking of which, all right, chat, give me your predictions. Who are you favoring here? We've got Patrick on Ice Wind on the left.
I can probably run it. Let me see.
Yeah, you got a little poll you can run?
Let's get a prediction going.
I very rarely bet against Ice Wind, but I do think Ice Earth is capable of it. Just will it get there? I don't know.
And then
And they're off, ready for the top 16 of the Texas Materia Cup. Big shout out to Lone Star Pack Breaks for hosting our tournament. Rule 02 for hosting the stream, helping me co-commentate. And of course, I'm your host, Travis Rudros Pfeiffer, bringing all the action to you as Patrick starts off with Nordstallen. Can you ask for a better opening? If you're Ice Wind, I don't think you can. Going first is also huge, of course, so that's...
Oh yeah, it makes a massive difference.
Presumably we get the Uke. Now, the one thing, like you said, we do have Art Chaos in here, which could either prove to be like a huge game swinger that it gives us that extra dimension that we're not used to dealing with Icewind, or, like you said, it could brick us too. Could maybe harm us.
Against Ice Earth is not where you want to be.
Yeah. So we search out the Uke. Presumably we'll put that on the next turn along with the Evray, and we'll pass it over to Mr. Goldstein. Oh no, we actually just do it right now.
Go right
he pitched Evray.
Oh.
And Zidane. Oh, he's going ham. Takes a Prish. That's a good steal. Also takes a Hackathon Kyre. Another good steal. And hits a Rydia into damage. Holy moly. Never mind. Forget the slow. Pat said, how about the all gas, no brakes? Let's go.
I see we have drawn none of our 6 Chaos and Arcs.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, okay. I mean, he stole some great cards. I really don't like throwing the Evray out. I know you can recur it later with an Asura, but
Evray and Stiltskin, there's a lot of good stuff we threw away there.
And like, I wonder, does he think that he needs to be the beatdown deck? I mean, they're both, kind of slower setup decks, so. But maybe he values. I mean, again, great steals with the Hekaton and the Prish. That Prish could come down next turn and just lock out whatever backups we have. I don't think he can warp the Prish because I still think you specifically have to pay the ice and the earth. For its ability.
Not only that, but also you have to warp.
Oh, it has to be from your hand. Yeah, and it's not in your hand.
Casting it from RFG.
Yep. Well, we get Unileska, and we're going to go search out Vice. Well, he's got nothing in hand, so you probably don't want to slap the Vice down right now. You probably want to wait one more turn. And I mean, man, like Pat, if this works out, obviously, then all props to him, and he played it the right way. But if this doesn't work out, he had Evray, he had Stiltskin, like he had the time to set up. We did draw Moogle for turn, which is nice. Gonna steal one more card. Mind if I take your Hekaton backup breaker? That's pretty good. Oh, and he hits the Helgigas. He's just hitting all the money stuff. Presumably, we're going to put down that Moogle, unless we want the Prish. No, we're just going to break the Nero. Oof. After the double stolen Hekaton. Okay, so yeah, maybe Pat doesn't need to set up. Yeah, why do that when I can just beat your face in with Zidane?
Joey's looking like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, he's like, he tried to tell, sir, I don't know if you were aware of this. Those are actually my cards. I would like to use them if you don't mind. At just pedal to the metal. He's like, I'm tired of playing slow setup cast all the time. I'm going all in, baby. Did Joey untap, or are we using the Unalesca? What's
And now we're gonna really be feeling that Biblos being gone now, because the Biblos can lock the Zidane down for us if we needed
yeah,
to. But we tossed the Biblos to play the Unalesca.
yeah.
There's only 2 in the list, I believe.
Oh, really? And with the Zidane already on the field, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe he didn't have anything better to do. I'm not sure.
I mean, although we're on damage 2, so Mira would be really choice about now.
Also true.
Mira get back to Biblos as well, then use the Unalesca to force a discard, lock the Zidane, put him on a like.
Are we
2
having a
backups
judge
with.
call? He put his hand off to the side of the table, and it looked like someone else was use. Huh? What's going on? We didn't detect any shenanigans. Were we trying to do an extra shuffle or something?
I do not know what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. He revealed a white Tiger Lysine Nimbus, and then looks like the deck was shuffled. Well, anyway, not 100% sure what happened there, but if we could get out Weiss even without the Nero and then being able to Unalesca, like you said, freeze. Hey, there you go. You wanted the Biblos, right? Although we had to use the Unalesca for it, so we can't trigger it. Of course, Zidane also can't just free run into Larkishus either. Unless he wants to die. You got a death wish, boy?
Yeah.
Sarah Mobius. Oh, Ghoul's happy.
There's my girl.
Someone get a sponge for Ghoul. We got to start mopping his brow because.
Oh, and the full art too. Let's go.
All right. Well, I know who you're rooting for. I mean, you do want to see her earlier, right? Especially when your opponent isn't on a ton of resources, and there's certainly no removal for her in hand. You could cast the Hecaton, but you're killing your own Zidane too. He could also Atomos. He could Atomos. He could put out the Moogle. Yeah, he's like, let me read this card. What does this do?
Oh.
Goes for the Atomos. I will say, so if he doesn't Hecaton right now, this Ceremobius now can protect itself or something else. Atomos, you will get 2 backups. There's nothing you can do with them at the moment. And then just passes. Oh, no. Sarah's online.
Then we're at the mythical game state with the Ceremobius.
Right, yeah. And this could be a turning point. We still have 2 great cards in reserve that Pat used, but granted, he does have Atomos and 3 backups now, but he's still in top deck mode. Here comes Mr. Larkishus. Pat cracks the knuckles and reveals Physalis, action hero Physalis. Obviously, no reason to use the Unalesca at the moment. We got rid of another Nero, so presumably there's only one left in the deck, but when you get Rydia down, we've got our Earth CP now. We'll search out presumably another copy of Unalesca, and is there a certain sum in your favor in here? Cool.
I almost would go for like a Mist Dragon. Heka's not bad either. Just really put the screws in, hit the Uke out of the game.
Does he have more than one? Because I think Pat used his first one. Or does he only have the one copy?
2 Uke.
We drew Sid Hayes and Alexander, which would let us draw a card. Depending on what we drew, we could potentially get a 3rd cast this turn. Sid Hayes, you play the Alexander for free. Atomos will give you 2 backups back. And if it was something you could cast off those 2 backups, you could get the Sid Hayes trigger. Or you could Hecaton. Now, the thing is, though, Ceremobius is active. Your girl's ready. So
yeah,
she's ready to
doing
tax.
what she's supposed to be doing here. And then if you go for the Hecaton, you can't empty your hand, I guess you can if you pitch both of these to cast the Heka, but that feels really bad.
Yeah, and the Sarah will survive. Goes to combat. Opts to Dull Zidane. See, now you can freely Heka. I don't know if I like that.
I mean, you just don't want to have your deck continue being ripped, and I think if you're okay with him casting Heka here because he's going to have to go so out of his way to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but your girls, I wanted to see Ceremobius stick around. Bummer.
Because now we're at the point, he's got 2 cards in hand. We've got the Biblos, the Unalesca. We can start discarding a little bit. This is where the Heka would have been really nice, though. Break the Uke and lock him out of ICP for the game.
Yeah. That would have been sweet. I mean, you can freeze it with. Oh, no, never mind. Patrick has the Prish. I'm like, there's a Prish just sitting there. Use it. Biblos, of course, has no targets currently. Oh, okay, yeah. So who needs that Prish when you get around? Locks at the Moogle, actually, fearing the Moogle search.
It's understandable. Retrieve is such
But
a
man, like the ice, yeah, you could mess up the locks at Haze right now. I understand it, but I guess I personally I would pick the ice every time. He drew Arc, which he can't use.
It's really not a great set of top decks, though.
Honestly, I think you return Prish here.
Yeah, you go.
You hate to get rid of Sid Haze or Lock, so you either sit and hold both of those cards for a better turn, or you use your opponent's Prish.
And this is the problem with the Chaos and Arc, though. If that was any other card, we could go for like
Yep.
Sid Haze into Prish, but because we drew the Arc, we have to get rid of one of our two big engine payoff pieces.
Yeah.
In order to play that, I almost wonder. Yeah, we're just gonna pass.
And there's a bonus burst. Chocomog will go ahead and get us out. Chocolate is a good target. The Ice Moogle is another good one. We can rip one card out with Unalesca. Probably not really worth it since he has so many in hand. He'd probably just pitch the Arc at this point. Not that Joseph knows what he has, but
I really would love to see that Weiss sometime soon.
I know. But him breaking the Nero is pretty huge too. Is he taps Unalesca, puts an Arcus. Yeah, just says, "All right, I'm gonna take some." This could be a big turn here for Icewind, and he draws a Moogle. So you got a lot of options. You could Sid Haze into the Moogle. Atomos is going to stand 2 back up, and then you can lock right there, which I'm presuming is what he's going to do. See, and this is where you wish you had that Sarah Mobius that you could tax this. Yep, Moogle for free. That's 2. Standing back up. Here comes lock.
I can't believe Sid Haze doesn't say can't become 0. Well,
I don't think anyone would believe that. You could Moogle search if you really wanted to, but yeah, I think he's going to go for the lock. You could break the Biblos, probably freeze Unalesca and Rydia. Yeah, that's... No, he goes for the ICP. Could lock him out of Earth entirely, but decides I'd rather lock you out of Ice. And then, yeah, well, of course, duh, because Sid Haze says, don't worry, I'll get those other 2. And your entire board's gone. Oof. Oh, well, sir. Pitch your hand for a Toto? I don't know. I don't know what you do here. We can follow up with our opponent's Prish as well.
Oh, yeah. And the 4 backups now, it's going to be very hard to lock that down since we never found our Weiss.
Yeah. Well, we had it. We had the Nero Weiss, but our opponent stole Hecaton from us and then immediately used it to kill the Nero.
Yeah, we're really...
The Zidane steals were just insane. There's so many good steals.
Toto seems so bad here, too. I almost think you have to do it. You're going to get eaten alive by this.
No, he just passes.
Yeah,
Man.
I mean, what else are you going to do? You don't have...
Oh, God,
nothing
there's
feels
another
good to play with no backups, but you're going to get... You just have to hope, but with this retrieve we're going to have access to. You
choke a Mog. Yep. Get whatever you want. That's cast 1.
Not what you want to see there.
I'll say, you get a backup, slap it down. That's cast 2. Put the Zidane out. That's cast 3. Sid Haze and Zidane. Oh my goodness, this is looking really bad for Ice Earth really quickly.
Yeah, and still having even access to retrieve if there was a specific card in the deck that would have gotten the combo off. We still haven't. We're still holding that. Like, I'm thinking this is looking like a game 2.
Yeah, definitely. There's Zidane. Number 3, mind if I lock your Ice Spec? And there's Weiss. Oof. Zidane, that stinky thief is just putting in work. And he's going to take one more. Mind if I use your Vincent? Thank you kindly.
Oh my God. Yeah, we don't have the ability to do it super close. Oh, we can just cast the Prish too and lock him right back where he started too.
Well.
Oh.
Shantoto for your life. It's one of those board states that like you pretty much just have to Shantoto.
Yeah. Doesn't feel very good though.
I wouldn't rely on keeping the Prish alive, especially with that arc in hand. He can just hardcast the arc if he needs to.
I mean, the big problem though is with that Vincent stolen, like Vincent Prish just waiting to be cast. You can just go Vincent into Prish and just
Yeah.
lock all those backups down again after the Shantoto.
Zidane card, pretty good.
Assuming we even have it, and then you're also, he's on Chaos Arc. Like, you have to go for it if you have it, but I feel like the hesitancy is...
I mean, I guess you could Hecaton, but you'd leave the lock around. Yeah, he does go for the Hecaton.
That's not bad. That's a start. That kills the engine.
Yeah.
Going on. We lose the Zidane, we lose the Sid Hayes. We're still going to have all of our stuff frozen next turn, but we have the big old Prish now hanging out, able to do stuff until he casts his Prish.
Hey, there you go. The resurrection of Byblos will help. Man, I almost kind of wish, well, of course, the Unalesco is frozen. If he could get a discard right now and start locking cards out. Yep. And we'll go the old Google Moogle retrieve. Moogle, type into Google. Find me. Wait for it. Almost there. He doesn't know, actually. Okay, I thought the way he did, I thought maybe he had a really specific target in mind.
No, this is kind of a tricky scenario to be in, honestly.
Goes for Chaos.
I mean, Chaos is...
I mean, you just tap 5, pitch a card, steal one of those, arc the other one. Like, you're still pretty much just blowing him out, right?
And get 2 backups back as well off of that, so you get a Chocolate counter for free. That's not bad. And then you also put it where...
Here's Mr. Chaos. And there's no way Joseph has a response to this.
No.
So you give him the Larketius. He's going to break. You could have broken Larketius with the Arc and then forced him to give you Prish. But it doesn't matter. They're both... Yep. Actually, what you do is you cast Arc and then your opponent scoops. Man, Zidane just, put in a lot of work, that monkey.
Yep, that is what he does.
That
Why
genome.
The card is still maybe one of the most powerful cards in the game. I still can't believe we don't see it more, to be honest. I know people have really gotten attached to the Firewind one, but when that card goes off, it goes all the way off.
I mean, again, those steals were just absurd. Getting to, if he had not been able to get the Hecaton, and he's got Ceremobius, he can put out Weiss with the Nero. I think that game suddenly changes very quickly.
Yeah.
But just breaking that, I just stole your Hecaton. All right, bye-bye, Nero. That was just brutal. So one nice thing for Joseph is he will, what am I trying to say? He will get to go first this time. Well, Pat clearly made the right choice by going ham on the Zidane. Questioned it there for a second, but man, did it pay off, so. One more of those on his end, and he's going to be on his way to the top 8.
Patrick, your last name is too long.
I understand your frustration, Fabian. It's certainly not fun being on the receiving end of a free cast, lose your forward, lose 2 cards. Lady Physalis goes away. We put out the Knight for the Crystal. We do have a Robel Akbel in here, so...
I mean, Robel's kind of the other, but Physalis and Robel are almost like the 2 big bosses of the Ice Earth.
Yeah.
Traditionally, so...
I understand Joseph right now because I feel like I always have to discard Physalis early. She always shows up. There goes a Geomancer for Nagmalata. Interesting. Doesn't go for the Earth backup. Maybe didn't have another Earth card to play it. Is going to search out...
I guess we don't have anything in deck we really want to search, or we're afraid of holding on to that.
Yeah. Now, one thing, too, this Ice-Wind matchup, it really doesn't worry about these monsters too much, thanks to Locke. That Locke can just say, actually, I don't really care about your monsters, but... And we draw 2 Chocobos for turn. Technically, one is a Chocomog. But I'm assuming we got double Sid Haze in hand. We've got Althea. And I think we've got another. Is that Stiltskin? I think it's Stiltskin back there. So Althea, reactivate the Great Google Moogle. Presumably put out Stiltskin. Go get Evray. Get rid of Lady Phasalis. And we'll pass after we search out Evray. There it is. All right. Ice Earth, currently on just the ice. Looking for the Earth to help move us along. Anything that could start attacking our opponent's resources, I'd like to see here. We do pitch. Okay, so there's Nero. We pitch a Vice for Nero. It'd be expensive, but there's a part of me that almost wants to see it come down this turn and just block the Althea. But
I mean, this is the turn to do it. If you don't do it, that's going to start getting a lot scarier.
Right? I mean, he's got a full grip. Maybe you do. I don't know what he's got in hand, but
Joey's seen me go all the way off with Evray Althea too. He knows how deadly that combo is.
yeah. Which you do. That is the one thing too, though, right? You did see him search out the Evray, so it's not like he can just pull the Althea back up. Man, Evray just, it invalidates so much of that strategy. And a single discard here is, I mean, not terrible, but he puts out the Toad. Okay, so he does pitch 2 from hand, but not for the Vice. Puts out for the Skill Toad.
So we're just kind of saying he doesn't have it.
Yeah. I think if you're Pat, you want to.
That's a full house of Sid Hazes, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say you want to go search out the Ice Moogle right now. You need some Ice CP. And yes, he's got every Sid Haze imaginable. Everywhere you look, it's Sid Haze. It's Sid Haze. He's gonna dull freeze ya.
Do we go play the Sid Haze here too and just get the dull freeze?
Get the free Moogle. Blech. Sounds disgusting.
That's all your Sid Hazes for the game if you do that, though.
Well, you can just pitch 1, play the Moogle. You've got your ice. You can still retain 1. Yeah, you can hold 1 in hand. Either that. I mean, you're pitching 1 regardless to get that Moogle down. So.
And you got the Toad as well hanging out. So if you don't start playing stuff, I mean, we got a really easy discard this turn anyway, probably. We're going Sid for Sid.
Doesn't put out the Evray, surprisingly. Yeah, and says, how about you play with no backup, sucker? Discards for the Toad. I don't know about not putting out that Evray. Now, granted, he doesn't have Unaleska out, but on the offhand chance he can make you double discard. I mean, I know you could always Althea, but
Althea to get a discard fodder back.
Yeah, yep. Going on Vice? Yes, we are. I didn't see what else we pitched with the Physalis, but so Nero will trigger our discard. Are we gonna give up the last copy of Sid Haze? You probably don't want to give up Evray. Yep. So now all our Sid Haze are gone. We dull freeze Althea. Evray, of course, will make that meaningless next turn. And a Krista. There we go. He got rid of the Evray. I would have played that out. You could have played it out, still reactivated the Althea. Now we're in top deck mode. So while that was expensive,
do you go for the Google Moogle or do you go for we are allowing him to have ICP?
Well, yeah, it looks like he picked Althea. He's afraid of that. Or did he get... No, he got a second dull freeze. That's right. Yeah, he does allow him to have ice. He drew Lulu and... Was it Northstalin?
Northstalin.
Is he going to go Norsh? Yeah, he's going to curve out to 5. Sid Haze, of course, cannot attack into Vice.
Or even into the Krista.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Krista's online right now, too.
I wonder if do you consider failing the search for the Northstalin here? I guess there's not that many sources of discard from here.
Well, even just thinning the deck, you've already got your ICP down. And I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
more
you
so to keep you from having
prevent
stuff.
the dull freeze. Yeah, maybe
Especially because like Evray is gone until we draw an Azura to get it back.
he might be thinking since he doesn't have a Unalesca out that the odds of him forcing a discard are going to be a lot less likely, especially because he'll also be in top deck mode. Krista will animate, goes in for a point of damage. There's good old boy Azana. Goes in with Vice as well. And there's Mr. Luso. Luso Azana.
It's a fun
And
combo when that shows
right,
up.
the backups can't do much. Yeah, we just passed there. Joseph likely drew something he didn't really want to use. He still doesn't have any Earth CP. And without Unalesca, he doesn't have that continued form of discard. We have 2 backups, and what is that last card? Oh, it's Arc. He's just going to hard cast Arc on Vice. Hope those weren't useful cards in hand. It was another Vice and an Earth card he couldn't cast. Unfortunate. We didn't attack with the Sid Haze. Oh, I guess Krista could have blocked. Yeah, we didn't have a hand.
Krista's dull.
No, Krista was dull. Yeah. I don't know. Just didn't want to risk it, maybe. Just pass again. Oh, man, this is not looking good for Joseph. There's a Sura and a Tomos. 2 great draw. Like you mentioned earlier, Icewind has pretty solid top decks.
I mean, this is what the deck has to do in this matchup for sure. And it's got to avoid drawing those Chaos and Arcs on turns where it's not able to do what it did last turn, too. So we go what?
You could get back the Everett. You could get 3 casts. So you a Tomos, a Sura for the second cast, get back to get Everett back, Everett for the third cast. Now you've got your Sid Haze, Dull Freeze. Or
And
even
you start to also be able to do some really gross stuff with Sid Haze once you get that too.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't think Zidane is in the break zone. Otherwise, of course, you could get that. But I think Everett is his primary target for a Sura. Or Physalis. You could get Physalis too.
Yeah, I would lean more towards the Evray here. It just has so much utility in this matchup.
Agreed.
And that is another option. We could get Google Moogle and go get
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, that's true. And then it becomes it won't count as your third cast. You would have to be able to cast whatever you search out.
Which would suck, because I don't think we could do...
I mean, you'll get
No,
2
lock
back off
you
of
could,
the...
You could go lock. You could go...
Right, because if you tap Stiltskin for a Sura, get the Moogle, get back those 2, tap the Moogle, I think you'd still be... Would that be the... Yeah, that'd only be 2. You'd be 1 short for lock.
Okay, so we can't clear this Toad. I think in that situation, then you probably would just go for the Evray.
Goes for Physalis.
Oh, okay.
Well, Dull Freeze. It's
That's
probably showing the cast.
Of all the options, that was the last one that I would have expected. So
yeah, no kidding. Hits the damage. Aw, there's your girl. Sir Mobius just got whacked into the next dimension. We've got a Nero in hand. That's no good. I think Iridia. I think we're struggling for Earth CP though.
Yeah, it's the classic Ice Earth problem.
Man, Joseph is he is struggling.
Backups on all of the wrong ones.
Right. Arcanist. So we get to 4. Still no Earth though. Are we just gonna have to pass after that? Oh man. Joseph is struggling. Pat's got to be feeling great right now.
Yeah.
I was gonna say dead draw with the Atomos, but he drew the Moogle, so actually do whatever you want. I mean, do you do some Althea stuff here? Just scoop up the Sid Haze.
I mean, this is where the Evray would have been really nice too. You can
Yeah.
go do the double Althea and just have 3 casts for the Sid Haze to lock things down. And then that also would probably let you use the Google Moogle here to get lock and cast lock this turn.
Because if you scoop up Sid Haze, you legit can tap 3, put out Sid Haze, tap the single Moogle for Althea. You'll get 3 backups back. That would be, what, 2 casts? We'd need 1 more. Does the Moogle search?
We have that option as well. We can just dig for 2 cards and essentially... That is the nice thing with Physalis here. She does kind of say draw 2.
Yeah. I don't hate Melvin here either. Just lock out his backups again. You can do it on curve. You have a body that will come back if he somehow gets rid of it. Could also go for Alexander, yeah, to break the toad. You're kind of playing lean now anyway, so I don't know how much if the toad's a huge issue, but
I mean, it removes the only real threat that Joey's developed at this point in the game. These 4 backups are like nice, but they don't really do what you want to do.
Well, and he had to hard cast the Alexander, huh? Again, if you did like the Althea loop thing, you could have just cast it for free and gotten rid of the toad. We'll cast Alexander just for the Atomos trigger. Get 2 backups back.
I almost wonder if it'd be better off instead of just pitching that Atomos to the Physalis and drawing 2.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it's not. What is it? A draw? No, it removes 2 from the game, right? And you can cast them.
It's not quite the same, but pretty much the same.
No Sid Hayes trigger. We'll go in for a point of damage. There's another 2 full arts in a row into damage. I almost said there's the third one. Well, there's a Rydia we would have liked to have pitched. Shantoto wouldn't be terrible here. It only hits 2 forwards, but it's something.
I mean, you really just want to get the Sid Hayes off the board.
Yeah. It's not much of an opening, but Patrick didn't get the Sid Hayes trigger that turn, so we've got our full backups. Hopefully we can do something on Joseph's side. Says Toto, is this Rydia? Okay, it will be Rydia. Man, no space for our Unalesca, though. I mean, we can break the knight if we have to, but... Are we going to go for a sweeper? Do we have another Earth? Of course, we could always Althea something back. Could also save the Arcanist to prevent 1 attack if you super care about that. If you're going to hack it, make sure you do that before you animate your Krista. No, just passes. Krista won't be able to block as long as we keep our cards in hand. Can search out a Google Moogle, can get back any summon with the Lulu.
I almost wonder if we'd be better off leaving the knight active and just using the knight so we can get the Unalesca down. We're really missing that form.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not hitting his resources at all. Granted, you have to do it on your turn. You can't dull on their turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm saying do it now. I mean, that way the Unalesca would be ready to go for this turn.
Yeah. So there's Lulu. That's our first cast. Could get back the 4-cost Alexander and just free break Krista right now if you wanted to. Could Chocobo. You got a lot of choices.
I mean, Evray is so good here too. I still think that Evray just has to be right at the top of mind, right?
Maybe he doesn't feel the pressure that feels like he's in total control here. So maybe he's like, eh. And there's no Vice, there's no Unalesca. Like he's Joseph is struggling to hit his backups.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. Chocobo will. Who did we Chocobo? Did he Chocobo?
Chocobo Lulu.
The Lulu. Okay. No forward to target. Second cast. Drew another Chocomog. This is going to be our third cast. Lulu, get 1 back. And shenanigans begin. There's our... That. Go ahead and break Krista. Hope you don't mind. And I'll just draw a card off of that too. That's a Sid Hayes trigger, which means that Rydia is probably going down. Rydia and Arcanist, presumably. Unless he really wants to save a point of damage.
Yeah, Rydia and Arcanist.
He is going to use it.
Also even hit the knight if you want to lock his backup so you can't get Shantoto'd. I don't know how much you even care about that at this point.
Physalis, there's the last Rydia. The last Rydia has been hit into damage. All 3 are now looking at each other. We drew a Hecaton Kyre, not super useful at this point.
We really wanted that Heka on the first turn the Althea came down.
We're going to big Hecaton Kyre here. Yeah, we're going to save Ops for Lulu. Wow, I would have picked Sid Hayes. I guess he just wants to keep recycling the summons. So his Sid Hays are gone now. But
You know,
that's all. It's all, oh man, that's all we were able to do on Joseph's part. This is looking rough for Ice Earth. No Scale Toad, no Unalesca, no Vice. All those key pieces we're so used to having.
and there's that hand whenever you see someone's hand get that big in an ice, against Ice Earth, something's gone a little wrong.
Now the one thing is, if he never plays out any forwards, he'll never get Chaos Arc. I almost wonder if actually if your plan to win this is to potentially just go for deck out and just like try to just stall him forever. He's got you ahead on damage, but he's drawing so many cards. Like surely Icewind is going to deck out first.
That is like a viable win condition for Ice Earth. But do we have the setup that allows us to get there? I mean, look how many cards are left in that deck.
No, we're nowhere close to it. But I also just can't see a world where he is like starts pushing back with forwards. So the Althea is vulnerable right now. So if we had a chance to, although I think he pitched the backup Hecaton Kyre last turn.
Really not a very explosive turn there from Patrick. I mean, I guess we still have the ability to go. Oh, that's actually really funny. We can go tap a backup, cast 2 separate Chocomogs, and get an Atomos trigger on our opponent's turn.
Disgusting.
For some reason, that card is not restricted to just your turn.
Maybe when they made it, they're like, no, I mean, how often are you going to cast 2 cards in your opponent's turn? That's not going to happen.
You should be rewarded for that. Like, how hard do you have to go out of your way to cast 2 cards on your opponent's turn, right?
All right, so there's Vice. We get it off the Kusith, going to attempt to do some sort of resource denial, but yeah, a single Dull Freeze and a single discard doesn't feel great at this point. You almost wish you were on damage 5 so that Weiss wouldn't be targetable.
I almost wonder if like a Larcacus or something or a Mira would have been better here. Get back the Toad and try to. I mean, we may be past the point where that matters anyway.
Opts to take out the forward.
We are seeing that our win plan is probably mill. We're counting cards in deck. I'm betting, and saying, well, because we've got the Arcanist now. Joey has a very large hand.
Yeah, maybe he's just going to try to stall him. But Icewind also has so many different ways to attack. Although one advantage is he's not dead drawing, but he doesn't have a lock. He doesn't have Zidane. He doesn't have these instant insane pressure cards. It looks like, he might just be trying to dig with Lulu forever.
And we're out of Sid Hays now too, right?
Yeah, all 3 are in the break zone. And there should be no way to recur that unless there's some magic card I'm not aware of.
So we can replay the Althea here. Our hand is just massive on both players' sides. We're just not putting any forward pressure whatsoever. We can replay the Lulu, but what does that get us exactly? I mean, we're going to do it regardless. I'm just trying to think where we're going.
Assuming we're replaying Lulu, which will be our second. No, are we just playing? Wow, we're just playing the Chaos. Second cast, reactivate. We're going to attempt to steal Vice. Do we have anything we can do about this? A Fenrir, a Cactuar, something? Nope. Bye-bye, Mr. Vice. Which means what I would love to see on Joseph's turn is crack that Knight and just drop Shantoto on the board.
Crack the Knight.
On his own turn?
He's got to have a forward at the cost 3 or less on the
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of the Earth one where you can just target anything for Brave. Oof.
Like the Knight's like the best of those Crystal Gen backups, but that is the one vulnerability. It's, I believe, the only one that you can't just crack for the sake of cracking it.
Well, Hecaton works well here too then. If we have another big Hecaton, it'll sweep these both off the board.
There's 2 in the deck.
We know he's used 1. I don't remember if we saw a second one or not. Yeah, if Joseph can win this one, he's gonna have to do it through unconventional means, with no Unalesca, no Scale
Although I
Toad.
will also say that if we get to a game 5, or not a game 5, a game 3, yeah.
We're going to game 5. Oh boy,
It's been a long weekend.
that's okay. What were you gonna say about game 3?
If we get to a game 3, I have to imagine that Zidane is such a big advantage, right?
Yeah, and we haven't seen him yet. He hasn't come out of the deck. We did get Vice back again, so presumably you're gonna Dull Freeze the Chaos. Yep, there's another Vice. Looks like we pitched Alexander. Not much use when there's no monsters or Physalis on the field.
And we can always get it back if we get threatened. We actually kind of almost want it in the break zone for the Lulu Alexander combo.
That's true. There's another Chaos and another Alexander. I think you let this go through. I think you want your Weiss on damage 5. Yep. So your Weiss is 1k bigger and he can no longer be chosen. So you have one forward that is safe from arc. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the only way Patrick can deal with this card is putting down Chaos and making him give it over.
Or like a double Luso 7.
Yeah, that too. I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute.
That's going to cause that's a big problem though, because also like Arc is just, he also goes to 9k. He blocks both of these, no problem.
Here you go. He says, yep, I'm going to do just... Wait, can he take Vice if you have Vice on the field?
It will break both of them, I believe.
I'm not 100% sure how that interaction works.
You can I've seen this happen, at least in Kansas City. It was ruled that you can do this. Your opponent can even give you a 40 you already have, but if you do so, they just both immediately break. I almost wonder if you draw Arc, if you arc your own Chaos and make your opponent discard 2 with it.
Your opponent still discards 2? It's not the owner of the forward?
I believe so.
I don't remember what his exact wording is.
And then that will let you replay the other Chaos.
Happy to see Biblos. Let me pull up Chaos really quick here. Or sorry, I need Arc.
Oh, no, you got to choose an opponent controls forward. So yeah, you can arc your own cards. I was like, because I know you can, I'm pretty sure you can Physalis bullet your own and your opponent still does the discard.
Yeah. Did we just put out Biblos and pass? Yeah, it looks like it. Here's Chaos. So we could animate Biblos, give that to our opponent. I don't know if we necessarily want to do that. But I feel like you have to keep the Vice on the field. So I think you have to give up Biblos here.
Yeah.
And Biblos can't animate on Patrick's side, so.
And you don't really, he doesn't have an out to this Weiss. If you see this as your win con.
Yeah. Yeah, he has to protect it. Chaos, of course, does not choose. It says your opponent selects, so it does get around Weiss's hexproof.
The problem is, though, he can just do it again.
Yeah, he can just keep doing it every turn.
We have to deal with the problem here.
Well, and they're probably asking right now, what happens if I give him this? Like, do they both die? Because if they both die, he also then gets it. He could just pull it back with his own Kusith. Yeah. So maybe he doesn't mind that as much.
That's clearly what we're checking with the judge.
Yeah, so it looks like you are correct. They both are put into the break zone. We do have a lock in hand. Although we've tapped everything out. Yeah, I'm just going to pass after that. Somehow, some way, Joseph is holding on. We've got a grip full of cards. We've got Shantoto. Like you said, unfortunately, we can't break the Knight. If we were willing to give up our Biblos, we could break it.
That's true. You could actually animate your own Biblos and then dull it, can't you?
Yeah.
That's with an arc on field, though. That is asking for trouble.
Interesting, we warped the Prish. I thought maybe we'd play it.
Kill the chaos. I like that. That's clever.
Yeah.
We're not giving our opponent anything to arc while this is on field. And we're
Saying
still
goodbye,
locking him
Mr.
out. He still has no way of doing damage right now, and he
Yeah.
can't get through the Arcanist. We might actually see a deck out here.
And there's the Tiger. Oh, I love that legend. You could hit the Atomos here. You could hit the Atomos with the Tiger, and then you're a little safe to swing in with the Biblos. Because you don't, yeah, you'd put him Dander 3, but you can't activate it. But no, it just goes for the ice lockout. Says enough of your ice shenanigans. Zidane finally shows up in our hand.
I mean, but what does Zidane do here? You can just use the...
It helps you win the deck out war.
It does.
Starts ripping cards off
your... It doesn't get the attacks off, though.
I mean, if you lock as well, he's got a full grip. You could also just chaos here and steal the Tiger, which is an absurd target.
I wish I knew how many cards we had left in deck. Oh, yeah, that is a very, very fun arc steal for sure.
There's number 2. Yep. Can't lock out the ICP for too long. Gets back Alexander, it looked like. So maybe he's going to break the Biblos. Which prevents us from, oh man, giving Tiger to your opponent off of Chaos just sounds bleh. Although that then does give us a Knight option, and Shantoto is online. Here comes Lock.
And do you lock the Knight to stop that? Do we see that line?
Or the Arcanist. But yeah, I think... Yeah, so he double Dulfros the Tiger, the Arcanist, discards Larcacus from hand, which could have been used for some revival. And here's Mr. Zidane. Zidane's going to put us to 6. Oh boy, steals a Mist Dragon. That's never a good one to lose on Joseph's side. Also steals Arcanist. That one doesn't matter as much. There's Mr. Hilgigas. Not that action abilities have been too terrific. Would have stopped Althea quite a few times. That deck's getting awful low, and he cannot take another point of damage. I feel like you pretty much have to crack the Knight on the Zidane, drop the Toto, and if you can get a monster, get some other form of defense out there, so our opponent can't just Zidane again. Although the Zidane will get removed, and I'm assuming he runs more than one. He just gives up. No. Oh man, I thought he had Toto in hand.
No, must not have.
Huh. I thought I saw it in there earlier, but I guess not.
I almost wonder if it would have been better to just not cast the Tiger in that situation, but I guess that wasn't really even the problem there. Just try to preserve hand size. But yeah, no, that was going to be rough anyway. Anytime you're telling your wind opponent you're going to see every card in your deck, and I hope it's not enough. That's tough.
Yeah. So congratulations to Patrick. Takes it 2-0. The first game really ran over him. Definitely grinded down a bit more the second game, but yeah, poor Joseph could never get set up with the Unalesca, the Scale Toad. Sadly, it's a cool deck, but he just didn't ever really get set up into like the Ice Earth state that it's kind of known for. And Patrick proving once again that Wind Ice is not to be taken lightly. The Chaos not targeting 2 is so huge that even something like Weiss's damage 5 protection just doesn't matter anymore when you can just steal it from them regardless. I believe there were 313 players in the top cut today. I don't know if any of them are still in there.
At least one of them I know got knocked out because Chris Neal got or lost.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was playing it. Oh yeah, he was playing against this Ice Earth. So
he was playing against Joey and lost.
Yeah, Joey must have seen all his sweepers then, or Chris just had a bad start.
Is on Icewind. He's still in it as of round 2. I know Kyle Peters was on Mono Water. He's still in. I know Kyle McGinty's on Rainbow Wall Good Stuff.
All right, we still have about 30 minutes left in the round, or about 20, I guess, because I'm assuming it's 70 minutes for the top cut.
Yeah, 70 minutes. We got probably almost 20 minutes or so. Probably 30 minutes. Go grab yourselves a snack, take a break. We'll see y'all when the next round starts.
Top 8 is up next, which means we've just got 8 competitors left vying for that awesome Materia Cup trophy. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself, just like he said, snacks, bathroom break, all that. Be back in a moment.
For the curious, we've got 3 matches still in progress right now. I don't know where they're at, but I went out into the main room and just checked to see where everybody was at. So as I have more, I'll let y'all know. All right, I have the results from the round of 16. If anybody is curious to hear them.
I'm most certainly curious. I'm sure our viewers are too. What do you got, sir?
So we have Kyle Peters 2-1 over Kyle Donovan.
Okay.
Justin Jacoby 2-1 over Tyler Rea.
Gotcha.
Kyle McGinty 2-0 over Benjamin Parrott. Emmanuel Onate over Sydney Ng, that was 2-0. Ryan Chen 2-0 over Sergio Garcia. Michael Powell 2-0 over Kevin Fung. Sam Tuell 2-1 over James Doolittle. And we saw Patrick Panattoni over Joseph Goldstein.
What was the second name?
Second name where?
The second name you listed, the second set of pairs right after KP.
Oh, Justin Jacoby and Tyler Rea.
Justin.
Justin Jacoby took it 2-1.
I'm putting them in the chat. Okay, so in the chat, I just listed the names of who will be in our top 8. So we have Kyle McGinty, Kyle Peters, Emmanuel Onate, Ryan Chen, Michael Powell, Sam Tuell, Patrick Panattoni, and Justin Jacoby.
We're targeting to get Ryan Chen versus Michael Powell on stream next, it sounds like.
The Moogle Man himself. I know a few of these decks. I'm pretty sure Ryan is on Ice Earth. Kyle Peters is on Mono Water. Do you know anyone else? I know Sam Tuell is also on. God, what was he on yesterday? We saw him on
Sam
stream.
Tuell's
Was he
on
on
Icewind.
Icewind? Yeah, okay. He's Icewind. Patrick, we know, is also on Icewind.
Icewind Mirror. Yeah, Kyle McGinty's on Rainbow, Wall, good stuff. I don't know any of the others.
Emmanuel might be on Leo. He briefly appeared on stream. We didn't have a match, and he's played Leo in the past. I don't know if he's still doing that. So I'm not sure about Michael or Justin.
All right.
Are all the matches finished, I'm assuming?
Yeah, the matches are all finished. We should be up and running very soon here.
Excellent. I should do a few jumping jacks then. Gotta stretch out these creamy hamstrings.
All right. As soon as I know who's on what side, I can start filling things out. But so I can reset my timer. Oh. And we're moving decks over. So I don't know if this is standard in other card games, but at least in the Top Cuts I've been in, you basically just leave your deck if you're still in Top Cut, and the judges move it to whatever table you play at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a little different.
Huh. That's different.
So somewhere over there. Alrighty, looks like we are sitting down. That looks like Ryan Chen on the right. So I'm going to assume that's correct.
You thinking Ryan's on the right?
Pretty sure. He almost always wears a hat like that, so.
Looks like we got ourselves a hat wearer. Ooh, and I see a Dragon Ball Z shirt on the left. It's pretty neat. This game's
Go
neat.
take one peek real quick and just double check that.
Yeah,
Oh,
make sure you got the right
my
people.
mic really bad.
All right. I believe, who did they say Ryan was facing? I thought he said Ryan versus Michael Powell. Which, if that's the case, I believe that is Michael on the left, but we'll, of course, get that verified just to be sure.
I indeed have it correct.
So we've got Michael on the left, the Moogle Man himself, versus Mr. Ryan Chen.
And let me pull up these deck lists real quick so we can get a quick peek at what we're going to be watching in a second here. Um, all right.
All right. This is
So Michael
the top
Powell,
8.
oh,
Go ahead. So good.
okay, Michael Powell is on Earth Lightning, Chaos Arc. Or sorry, yeah, Michael Powell. And then Ryan Chen.
Probably on Earth Ice or Ice Earth. I thought I heard that earlier.
Let's just go ahead and confirm that.
But this is our top 8 match of the Texas Materia Cup, brought to you by Lone Star Pack Breaks, hosted on Gulo2's channel, who's kind enough to jump on for some color commentary with me. And we are off to the races. Both of these decks, if it is in fact Ice Earth versus Earth Lightning, more slower setup pressure decks, or not pressure, slower setup decks that they want to get set up, get into their kind of lockout states, whether it's through X Death or Scale Toad Unalesca, and try to grind the other player down.
It is indeed Ice Earth versus Earth Lightning. Taking a quick peek at Ryan's list here, trying to see if there's anything super interesting.
I'm usually hot in these card shops, so when I see someone wearing a hoodie like that, I'm always like, oh man, I'm sweating just looking at you. Granted, I don't know. You're there. Is the temperature? Was it nice, warm, cool?
I'm actually cold. I wish I had
Oh,
a
really?
jacket in this.
They
Granted,
probably
I'm in
got
the
the
room by
AC
myself,
pumped
and I'd
way
be
up.
blasting the AC to keep the larger space cool. But I'm in a separate room from everyone else so that people can't hear me talking. So
I'm sure it's a hot day in Texas.
And that it is.
I know
So
it's hot up
definitely
here
wouldn't be
in
wearing
St.
one
Louis.
outside.
Yeah.
Some fun cards in Ryan's list. We're on the Astra Protoflorian as our backup breaking monster of choice.
Nice. Haven't seen that card in a minute.
And Opus 11 Sephiroth, 1 copy.
The Dark Legend?
Yes, that should be the Dark Legend Sephiroth.
All right.
Definitely
Mr.
one you don't see
10K
every
break
day.
anything.
So then for Michael Powell's list,
Ryan is going first, draws a Geomancer into hand. Looks like he may possibly also have a Biblos, so we know we can at least get an Earth backup down. Could put out Biblos early if we want. I'd be surprised if Michael has a ton of backup destruction. I guess that's a crystal counter. It's some sort of Yu-Gi-Oh card. You would know what that is.
That's a Yu-Gi-Oh token. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
He's gonna synchro summon on his next turn. Pretty good
look at
opening for
you, knowing
Ryan,
that you use tokens to synchro summon with. I
right?
thought you knew nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh.
I know a little here and there. Know a little. Ryan has a good start with 2 crystals, or I guess synchro tokens in this case. And he is color fixed. That feels good. We are going to put out Seymour, put something on top of our deck, presumably that we want to draw. I can't imagine there's any haste in Ryan's deck, so yeah, you don't have to worry about getting hit. Does go ahead and show off the Hecaton Kyre. Ryan does have plenty of backups to avoid this, such as these 2-cost crystal generators as well as Unalesca. However, if he were to put down something like Iridia, like a Shantoto, Hecaton can come in and just sweep it up nice and easy.
It's definitely been interesting seeing what people end up stacking to the deck with that Seymour. I've always kind of wondered how much you really want to stack that, because it does like sort of lock what your draw is.
Right, it guarantees. But again, if you want to see that summon, obviously it's great if you can stack a burst on top and you know they're going to attack. Ryan puts out Nero, goes and searches out a Vice, and is probably happy to just take his time, set up his backups here, and pass to his opponent. Weiss will likely come down next turn, potentially locking out this Seymour and anything else we have. Now, we do have the Hecaton in hand, so we could hit this Nero right now and just say, nope, try again.
Yeah, but I mean, how worth it is that? I mean, I guess like it stops the discard on the Weiss, which probably feels pretty nice. But
And the Dolphries.
I mean, you also give him the ability to play another Nero, and you know he's going to be on 3 of those things.
Yeah, but that takes extra. If he can do that and still get a backup out, I'm 100. Yeah, I'm 100% in favor of that.
It definitely depends on what's in hand, but yeah.
If he just does that and pass, that doesn't feel nearly as good, which he ended up doing. So, but then again, if he also didn't have a better play there, I mean, what else do you put out a forward? That's not going to do anything. So. There's Kusith. He says, all right, take 2. We're repeating turn 2. He doesn't play it out, though. Yeah. He doesn't play it out, just opts to hold on and pass.
I mean, and Ice Earth is totally okay with going slow, so that makes
it's
be a very strange matchup, actually.
Well, I'll say like both of them are in. Neither of them are in a rush to do anything.
And we did see the Chaos Arc actually did not look bad at all against Ice Earth earlier on stream.
Yeah. Granted, it had the speed of wind behind it, so I don't know if it's going to be different with the slow nature of Earth Lightning, but we'll see. Vincent could prop down now. There's probably not a whole lot of just 5 costs you're going to ping the Vincent with anyway, so you probably want some Earth backup. Yep, Vincent for Vincent. Presumably Nero's going to come down. We'll go ahead and get ourselves another Weiss. We have to throw out our second Biblos. Have to be a little mindful as our opponent does have Mist Dragons, so we could stop a Larketius revival, but we will get another Weiss. And I don't know Ryan's hand size, but if he's over limit, could very well see that Weiss coming down this turn to lock out that Vincent. Which, yep. No, it's Rydia. Okay, nice. We get our 3rd crystal, and other than Nero, we're protected from any kind of backup breaking at the moment. Which does mean Ryan will have to draw into Unalesca naturally, not going for the Rydia.
I mean, you can always play the Rydia later, crack one of the backups, and then play.
Hey, Gabranth, man. Used to see this card all the time around Opus 9, 10, 11, and then it kind of fell off, but looks like it's making a bit of a resurgence. So Gabranth will let us go search out any forward from our deck of cost 5 or more. Man in Black, of course, being a key target. I don't know what it would leave him with in hand. I'm not opposed to putting down Man in Black right now and just getting that Mist Dragon on demand, or even the Hecaton.
Oh, yeah, both. I mean, the Hecaton, I think, is less important than even the Mist Dragon, especially when you see those 2 Biblos in the break zone. That's got to be really...
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking because of the Nero, like you could Hecaton on the stack of the Nero, but I don't think he would have had enough CP for all that. Because, yeah, here comes... No? He almost put Vice out. Okay. It's just tapping differently. Good call. He's like, just in case he were to break this. Let's do it this way. Yep. Discards an Arc. There goes Mr. Vincent. And Ryan has more crystals than his Yu-Gi-Oh! Synchro counter can hold. Other than Nero, he's completely protected himself from that backup destruction. Says, nope, not going to deal with me. Of course, we can break one of these later if we do see Unaleska.
How many of these backups are we on?
I mean, must be quite a few. Either that or he just drew. He's 2 of each and he drew into all of them.
So I've started to see Ice Earth shave down on these, where you're on 5 or even 4 of them sometimes. This could very well be every single one of these in the deck.
Here comes the man in black. Galaxy Defender. Gosh, I love that movie. Yeah, and there you go. There's that prepped Miss Dragon saying, just in case you try to do anything, I just want you to know that this is sitting here.
Man in Black's also a little bit tricky. I mean, we can always dull freeze him, which is not bad, but
Which is likely going to happen here, unless we want to hit the backup still.
a lot of the ping in Ice Earth really only goes up to 8k.
Ooh, get an X death out of the game. Yep, get rid of Man in Black. Or not get rid of, but dull freeze him out of the way. Take a point of damage. It is a Hecaton Kyre. That would have been terrible to play. You'd lose your own Gabranth, but you get the Vice off the field. And Ryan's still with 2 backups open as well, so he can possibly do his own Miss Dragon if needed. Yeah, we're going to play our own Rydia. He says, all right, well, you might be scared to play Rydia, but I'm not going to be. Going to fetch out... Do we have presumably another copy of Seymour or Rydia? Unless there's some other summoner I'm unaware of in this list.
It's a little tricky. I don't know what... I mean, if you have to search another Rydia, like what lightning summons we'd really want in this matchup? I mean, I guess like the...
So he gets the Seymour because he wants the Hecaton Kyre.
Say the Ramu would be nice potentially, but we're not really seeing like a Biblos or anything like that.
Robel Akbel for Ryan would be great here. It's primed with every crystal possible.
Oh, that's true. We do have that to deal with our good friend Man in Black.
Lady of Antiquity, and there's our Skeletoad. Going to say, hey, if Skeletoad and Vice are on the field together at the end of the turn, I'm going to start eating away at your board, sir. All Ryan's missing is the Unaleska, and he'll have... I wonder if it would have been worth it for him to play the Rydia earlier. Like, he'd already expended the Hecaton Kyre. You go get your Unaleska. If he wants to then take time at that point to break it. Did we miss Dragon? Or no, it's still sitting there. Okay. I didn't see it for a second because of the glare. So we have Hecaton. I don't know what else we have in there. Arc. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a good card. That's a good card to suspend. And take out our opposing Miss Dragon. It makes a nice little L shape there at the edge of the playmat. Almost like a knight in chess, which is kind of appropriate. Miss Dragon's kind of looks like a horse, even though it's a dragon. Tapping 3. Are we going to do big Hecaton here? The Ramu can't deal with the Skeletoad, right? Oh, we play Arc. Okay. And we still have enough, I think, to prevent the Krista from activating. So yeah, we can't activate the Krista. Give our opponent the Vice. Mr. Weiss, Mr. Edelweiss. And we're going to pass. Here's the Skeletoad trigger. And we pitch big Hecaton Kyre. Good time
really
for a Shantoto.
Now for that. I mean, the Shantoto would be really a choice. Although, can we have a Geomancer, yes.
Yeah, the Geomancer's just the easy Kraken. Which looks like that's what's going to happen. Yep. Yeah. We all saw this one
Sometimes you're
coming.
just good at card games, you know?
Right? Michael's like, wait, hold on. Am I potentially not? No, yes, no, yes, no. Yes, the parrot. Goodbye, Nero and Rydia. Oh, Toto.
Didn't get the dream of using the dull freeze off of a stolen Weiss.
Right. Maybe one day. Krista now has enough to go in for damage. And we hit a little reverse Toto into damage.
Probably pretty happy to see that one go, if we're being totally honest.
Does Michael have any way to deal with these monsters? I know Ramu, but Ramu only hits 2 or less, right? So does he have anything to deal with?
2 or less. I don't know how many outs we have to Toad.
Okay. So that's pretty good for Ryan if he knows he doesn't even have to worry about it potentially dying.
Because most Earth Lightning lists aren't on Fenrir, because there's just not a lot of great 2-drop Earth cards when you're not running Sophie or Sarah Mobius.
Yeah. Well, Fenrir would look good against this board state. Take out Nero and the Toad, which sounds like a children's fable. Nero and the Toad.
So this has to be a pretty decent situation for Ryan, too, because I think Michael also isn't on the full 3 Chaos. So that those arcs are going to start to be a little bit brickier over time.
Here comes Big Bad X Death. Do we have enough to get to 20? Plus the other 2 cards that are still removed. Is that enough?
It's quite a few. We'll find out in a bit here.
Ryan, of course, can easily just sack off one of these crystal generators. Yep, looks like he does. Death gonna start very slowly putting in work, but Robel off the top will also just make quick work of Mr. X Death. We have Unilesk in hand. I think I did see the Robel. Yeah, here he comes.
Kryl and Vanille would also be pretty solid.
No, it's Vice. Okay. I assumed it was gonna be Mr. Akbel. We've got one card in hand. We could do something like it's a Mr. I would say we still have a Mr. Dragon. We can use it anytime we want. Freeze the Vincent, take off the 7k ping. There's Unileska. Okay. Now we've got the state set up and Michael's top decking, so X Death being his only like kind of hope here is that he can at least keep picking stuff off the board, but that's going to be a lot slower than Ryan's going to be able to apply pressure.
You still do probably want to find an out to it, though. It's going to be annoying to have this still kind of eating your board, even if it is doing this.
Maybe. I don't know, man. When you can Unileska Vice or Scale Toad every turn and just dull freeze it out of the way, I mean, you hit him twice, and then next turn he's already set up for lethal. Like, I think you'll happily sacrifice a few crystal backups for that.
Yeah, but
assuming this game goes quickly, you're right that if it's sticking around for 3, 4, 5 turns, then.
And we do now have the Shantoto down, so.
Oh, that's true. Chaos is free. I was just thinking, I was like, Chaos is gonna be too pricey, but.
No, Chaos is he's a storm card at this point.
We cast Ixion for no effect just to avoid the Scale Toad. That's kind of funny. So we remove Shantoto to the X Death, which opens us up for another one. Not that we have any desire to do that.
I don't know how much I even like. I almost feel like you overpay in hand just to empty the hand, because this Unileska now it's about to rip your hand anyway. I mean, I guess like you make him do it, but he's going to be happy to. You're on 1 in hand. He's got like 4 here.
Yeah, I agree. Like you said, you were just going to lose that anyway. Why not just do it there? And this way he can't trigger
cast the Mist Dragon, remove the break zone or something. Try to dig for something playable. Try to find your second Chaos.
Oof, and there's the Physalis with the bullet. No extra discard, but this one's looking mighty over. Vice, there's a bonus burst. Can this save us? I mean, we'll get back X Death. That's not going to do a whole lot against this board state. But it will let us. No, we still don't have enough for a Toto if we draw it.
I'm saying the Chaos got RFG'd because of the Shantoto.
Yeah.
So we can't go get Chaos just to punish that Shantoto being on field.
Michael had a moment there where it looked like.
Oh, we sacrificed the Shantoto to the Neo after the X Death even. Yeah. Oh, wow. And that's going to be a scoop.
Michael had a moment in there where he maybe had a shot, but he just the Shantoto blowout was just too huge. Like if he'd been able to keep that Vice and the Mana Black for even one more turn.
Yeah.
We didn't start the timer, by the way.
Oh yeah, I did not. We're just gonna have it start and have it just going, you know. Plus or minus some number of minutes.
So knowing he doesn't have any real outs to these monsters, like what can Michael really do against a deck like this? Because it seems like Ryan's deck's just going to have a much better matchup here.
I mean, this seems like a really bad matchup in general, just given that Earth Lightning has never been a very fast archetype.
Yeah.
And the Ice Earth loves when it has time to just kind of slowly pick away at things. I really wonder if like turn 1 backup into a turn 2 Man in Black is the best thing we can be going for here, and just try to really, pressure with almost in the same way that we saw the Ice Wind player do with the Zidane.
Yeah.
Really trying to get those cards where they're in a zone that's not his hand, but still able to be cast.
I'm assuming it's not in the list, but I remember Steve D would talk about like Durando, and he would use it for those purposes in these matchups where he's like, I got to go quick, put Durando out, and start trying to get value off of it right away.
Yeah, the Trinity lasted about one opus exactly. The Durando, Prish, and Arciella.
Yeah, they did not stick around. Opening Nero, not quite as clean as the two backup with the crystal opening, but hold on, he might not be done yet. There you go. Yeah, you got a crystal. No Earth CP, but you still got... I don't think we used any of those crystals last game, did we?
We did not. They were just hanging out.
Ryan's like, I don't need those. Those are just for set decoration.
You were playing Final Fantasy. You got to have your 4 crystals for your 4 Warriors of Light, right?
Yeah. Again, if we can get like a lightning backup, a Seymour, and a Hecaton to break that Nero, I would really like this turn from Michael. Okay. So he is going to Hecaton, because why else would you pitch 3 for the Rydia? That's got to be what he's thinking here. Hecaton and Seymour. There's the Seymour. There's the Hecaton Kyre.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do sometimes, but...
Well, and he's already pitched 1 Nero, so that means there's 1 Nero left in the deck.
Yeah. But when we're on the Kusits, and we don't need the Nero for the Weiss to be a problem later.
Also true. Yeah, it's not 100% foolproof, but we'll see if it pays off for him. Hecaton, goodbye to Nero. Can we get a lightning backup as well? No, we did pitch Seymour, so I hope we have another form of lightning CP. There's Unaleska. We had to pay 3 for it, unfortunately. And goodbye, Astra Protoflorian. Guess we're not going to see him show up.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine if we really want him, we're going to come in anyway, rather than pay the 3 for him.
Yeah, that's true. There is Seymour. Ryan giving a gamble at what Seymour says exactly. Of course, you do not have to. You can fail to find, but Michael seems to value that. He's going to put this Mr. Mist Dragon right on top of his deck.
It's kind of fun seeing. It's one of the great things about an Eternal card game like this is when cards like this Seymour end up, starting to come back into the meta out of almost nowhere. This card was completely gone very shortly after I started playing in like Opus 12, Opus 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said that in one of my videos. Like, even Opus 1 cards, if you release something that supports it, lets you cast it for free, search it out, like, it doesn't matter from Opus 1, they can still have a resurgence. Going for our own Rydia. Presumably we'll get another copy of either Rydia or Unaleska. And then our summon... Well, we're likely getting an Earth summon, yeah, Mist Dragon, so we're going to have to get Unaleska for our summoner.
Which is fine. We should get the Unaleska in deck still, most likely.
Yeah. And we'll use the Unaleska for the Unaleska effect. Unaleska pitches herself, and then Michael just throws out a spare Rydia.
Hey, we just use Unaleska special.
Yeah, right?
Discard a card.
Exactly. Ryan does have Unaleska online, so he's moving towards the game state he wants to be in. Michael does have 3 in hand and 3 backups to work with, so unless he just absolutely dead drew there, he should be able to progress his board state at least a little bit. You certainly don't want to have to just start giving up cards to this Unaleska. Could possibly be checking Break Zone for an X-Death removal. Counting the numbers.
Could be anything in hand.
Right? I mean, I don't even hate as long as X-Death went to 10k, I don't even necessarily hate that. There's Krista. Ooh, okay.
Oh, that's not what you want to see against Ice Earth.
And it's X-Death again. That's twice Krista has plucked off X-Death.
It's just Zidane.
Yeah.
It's just 3 CP Zidane, folks.
Yeah. Someone tell him it's random. Like, you can't keep picking the same card that's face down. Drop a Shantoto for nothing.
He's shuffling the hand, Romy. Like, you shuffle the hand, put it face down, the opponent picks one. It's
Yeah, it's still
random.
random. It's not like it specifies how the random must be decided.
Yeah.
And Ryan has continually picked the center card, so here is Man in Black. How did we... Oh, okay, we tapped all three. For a second, I thought I only tapped two. Gonna power up the Hecaton Kyre. We're gonna Mist Dragon. Yep. So no target for that currently.
Oh.
Did we lose Nero still? Am I blind? Didn't we have a Nero? Did we never replace this? No, we never replaced the
Never
Nero. Like I
replaced
broke.
that
Never
one,
mind.
no. Remember, we said we pitched one already earlier to play it, so there's
That's
only
right.
one left in deck, so...
Here comes Krista. Do you block this? I mean, he could have a Hecaton, but I guess you don't risk it. There goes a Illusionary Warlock. There's the Skill Toad. Ryan says, all right, let's start eating away at that hand, sir.
Let's party. These 3-drop monsters coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Causing problems.
And with no way to remove that Skill Toad, this is likely Michael's last turn of his non-lockout state. Gonna Mist Dragon. If we have enough for X Death right here, that would be quite huge. Get back the Mist Dragon. Lady Phasalis goes into damage. Yeah, if we can, on a board of 4 characters, if X Death can remove one of them, that is a big play. There's Gabranth. Is this him? Here comes the Lord of the Void. Is it enough? Don't forget to count that Mist Dragon. That's there too. I mean, there's quite a few cards removed, plus the Mist Dragon. I think it's enough.
I have to imagine so, considering they both Mist-Dragon each other's break zones at this point.
Yep, and there goes Krista. Shantoto would be spot on here for Mr. Chen. He's still got a full grip of 5 cards in hand. And yep, no, it's a Prish. Okay. Freeze Man in Black. And the Seymour and lock out the Lightning CP.
We don't have the 5 backups here, so X-Death is going to start to really hurt now.
Yeah.
To make hard decisions.
X-Death can swing over this Prish too. He's a 10k. Ryan takes a point of damage. It's a Geomancer Crystal, a Knight Crystal backup. And do we just go to the end turn Scale Toad trigger? Yep. And then we have to sack for X-Death. Do we get rid of the Prish? I was like, Ryan, don't give up that Toad, man. I guess if you've got another one, then it doesn't matter. But he started to pick up the Toad. I was like, what are you doing? Toto's still a really clean answer here for Ryan.
Yeah, we got to find her though.
Yeah,
and then,
that's true.
Again, we're also opening up some pretty dangerous possibilities because we aren't going to be able to X-Death our own Shantoto off the field this time.
Another Prish. The return of Prish. There we go. Okay, so we got another backup we can sack off if we want, or we can just keep getting rid of this Prish. I'd say we're preventing Man in Black, but I don't think he actually has any other summons to pick up right now anyway, so.
Prish doing her I lived impression.
Right? And there's a bonus burst. We get Rydia. We had a Rydia backup in our break zone. That was it.
We got 2 CP back is what we got.
That's right. I mean, we can, but what it says is, though, is we can remove the Rydia and then just replay it. I don't know what there is to search off of it, but
I was say we got to be running low on Rydias at this point too, though. Like usually it's 3 Rydia, 2 Unalesca. We know both Unalescas are gone, so there's only maybe a Rydia left in deck at this point.
Yeah. Michael will likely just pitch this Vincent to the Scale Toad at the end and keep in his hand a little higher than just being in pure top deck mode. And then he can
Physalis from being the big problem.
Right.
Again, until that X-Death leaves the field, we really are not in a good situation.
And we can, of course, cast this Mist Dragon. Did he find the Toto? No, he did get a Geomancer.
Usually when you see 2 Prishes in the RFG zone, you're hoping at least one of them is warped.
Right. We will get rid of big Hecaton Kyre, so the Mist Dragon is now... No, we can still use the Mist Dragon because we don't have to pitch it from hand. On the 3rd Prish, oh my gosh. Daniel, get Doc Brown on the phone. I think we're stuck in a time loop. Call me crazy, but I think I just watched a Prish come down 3 turns in a row on the same targets.
I mean, I guess there's no reason to freeze one backup over the others, but it is funny to lock the Seymour out in case we wanted to gamble on hitting like.
Yeah, you don't want to risk that Lance of Atrophy, although I don't think it has a doll for that. But and yeah, Ryan really is stabilizing fine against this X-Death. Like he technically hasn't. He's lost the same forward over and over again.
Yeah, Prish doing her DD Survivor impression here.
Did we not attack this time? Maybe didn't want to risk the EX birth. I'm kind of surprised he didn't keep sending the X-Death in. Ryan draws for turn. He'd got Shantoto. Oh, if he'd attacked, he might have knocked that Toto into damage. I'm not sure which order Ryan drew them in.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things you just don't know. That's not how randomization works, for better or worse.
And we have a follow-up, too. Well, we're just using the Unaleska trigger. Gets rid of Gabranth. Oh, Kusith. Do we have an X-Death to get back? We're just going to get back Man in Black. Which we can guarantee cast this turn. X-Death would be huge as well. Now that Toto's gone. Pitch Man in Black, 4 Man in Black. We'll go ahead and prep Kusith. Yeah, not a bad one. Can't cast it unless we pitch our hand this turn, which the Unaleska, of course, is just going to rip that last card out anyway. We could Mist Dragon, although then we'd have to discard whatever we drew off the Mist Dragon. Yep.
All right.
Do we Mist Dragon? Nope. Just lets the cryo go. There's Mr. Robo. I was wondering when he was going to come out. Man in Black is gone. We do have a Mist Dragon and a Kusith in reserve, but Ryan is starting to get to that lockdown state.
Yeah, and we also now have a problem. We got to deal with this Roble, or we're going to start getting cards back. And drawing another card every turn. So not only are we on a low hand size, but our opponent's drawing 3 cards a turn while this guy's around.
Went for the Man in Black. Would have loved another X-Death here.
I mean, Chaos would have been pretty choice.
There he is. Yeah, show me the X-Death. Characters are getting removed.
I wonder if getting the Gabranth for Chaos would have been better here.
Yeah, I like the idea of stealing Roble, and Shantoto is on the board. Yeah, I was going to say, just removing the Roble, now you can just play the next one.
I would even just leave the Roble and just say, okay, one backup can go bye-bye, and I'll get one back next turn anyway. I guess we just lost them all to the X-Death, didn't we? Yeah.
I understand why, though, because a new Roble lets you get rid of X-Death, which is kind of your main primary function right here.
Vincent. Oh my god, I can't believe this card got printed. Let's see if he does what he's supposed to do. Let's see if we see a turn skip here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Chaos is amazing with the Toto on the field, but...
And the problem... Oh, that's the other thing, is that we can sacrifice that Shantoto and just clear up the Chaos arc entirely from being a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, X-Death.
That was the only turn we could have done it, would have been to go right there and go for it.
Yeah,
and
Ryan had no...
a better steal than Weiss.
Yeah. Ryan had no issue holding on with this X-Death. He discarded Chaos? Did Michael forget he can cast it for free? I think he must have forgotten he can cast it for free off the Toto.
Didn't get X-Death for that turn.
And he had Cisne too. I mean, he couldn't cast the Cisne, but like... Yeah, no. Before didn't he RFG it at the end of that turn?
The end of that turn, because you RFG'd the Roble the previous turn.
Yeah, so he could have played the Chaos that turn and stolen the Vincent. Because he could have played Chaos main phase 1, main phase 2, and because Ryan didn't RFG it till the end of that turn, correct? So he had a moment there to use it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's unfortunate.
Oh, 2 Vincents is illegal. Would he lose his backup?
Yeah, you would break both the forward and the backup. I still
Mm,
think you have to go for it there.
yeah, I don't know if that. Yeah, it's hard to say. See, here goes X Death. This is looking pretty over for Michael. It's if by hard, basically impossible to come out of this lock once it happens.
And there's the dead X death too.
Mm-hmm. Are we gonna Vincent to Vincent? Or he's gonna looks like he considered it. No, he's not on damage 3 yet. He can't do it. There goes another. He's hit 3 backups into damage. Fourth one? Oh my gosh, he hit every delusionary warlock into damage. Yeah, but barring another board wipe, yeah, you still take one of his forwards. You're now threatening your chaos can break it. Like, yeah, it would have stuck to lose your own backup, but
I mean, if the backup said break my opponent's forward and put chaos in field, you probably do it.
right.
Like if that's what the text on that backup becomes, which is what it would have been.
Yeah. X-Death will enter once again, but especially with Physalis online, this card is not going to be much of a problem. We'll happily just give up our monster to the end of it. Physalis can Dull Freeze out of the way. Vincent can put him to 6, and then it's... I don't even know what you can draw there to get out of it. Toto, I guess, but you can't even use it without breaking the Vincent.
And that, I mean, you almost are pretty much guaranteed that Vincent's not going to be breakable if he doesn't want you to be able to. Oh my god, the full hand too.
And Vanille. This one's looking pretty over. Kronos, I know he is putting a lot of faith in that X-Death, but to be honest, like, what else does he have in this matchup? Man in Black isn't doing a whole lot for him. Like, X-Death at least removes something off the field. I agree it's clearly not enough, but like, what other cards does he have in his deck that can do something in this against this kind of board?
Well, you know what's funny? We're probably going to crack this Vincent to kill the Vincent here.
Nope. It says let it go. Yeah, I don't know if the chaos play would have even mattered, but you at least got something off his board. You're threatening the chaos break. You have Arc online potentially. Like, yeah, you would have lost a backup, but pretty swift and quick there for Ryan. Poor Michael never really stood much of a chance.
Yep. That looks like a pretty rough matchup, though. Just
It is. Well, and like we said, there's basically nothing that targets the Scale Toad or the Krista. He's got the Ramu for the Biblos, but Biblos never even really made an appearance, so.
and to be fair to Michael, the coup for Gabranth get chaos that's not an easy line to see. You know, we've played a lot of Final Fantasy today. Players are tired. You know, that's a much more complicated line, and maybe there wasn't a chaos in the deck or something that, or you know, there's a lot of possibilities there. I'm pretty sure they should have both been in there, but
I wonder. I would be curious if I ever got a chance to talk to Michael. I'd be curious if he forgot that the Shantoto makes it free, or that it was. I don't want to like break my own Vincent,
yeah,
so I don't even want to do that.
he had a line getting at the turn before, and he could have stolen a Roble, which would have been amazing. But
Yeah, that would have been sweet.
like I said, you have to go there and realize coup for Gabranth for chaos. But
So congratulations to Ryan Chen. He will continue on to the top 4. Unfortunately for the Moogle Man, his run will end here in top 8.
all right, probably going to be a decently long break here.
Yeah, I know the timer, we started it a little late, but it still felt like that went relatively quickly. So I'm assuming the other matches are still going.
Let me go and take a look and see at least how many games are still going.
Sure.
Alrighty. So I do have some updates on how the other matches are going. They are all
Let's hear
still going.
it. No one else finished.
No one else is finished. We got like 2 mana water. We got like a mana water mirror, a wall rainbow good stuff versus mono water, and an ice wind mirror. Those games are going to be for still going.
Yeah.
A lot
So
of them are
good.
still in game 2.
Good time if you need to walk your dog or stretch or go have lunch.
I say
Get
there's a
your-
7-Eleven right down the street. I might go run and grab me something real quick.
Yeah, no kidding. Take a break. We'll be back with top four whenever it's around. But yeah, it might be a minute. So go ahead and flex, get relaxed, etc.
updates real quick. I don't know if Travis is still here or not. Top
Yep. What do we
four.
got?
Top four is going to start at 3:45. We're going to give our players a quick lunch break.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
And then, yeah, just to clarify what everyone else is saying, it's a mono water mirror, an ice wind mirror, and rainbow wall versus mono water, I believe, are the other matchups that are going right now.
That's a lot of mirrors.
Yep. And then I know that Ryan Chen is going to be playing the winner of the ice wind mirror.
Some more ice baby. Okay, so you said 3:45?
3:45 is the intended start time.
Until 3.
So anybody that doesn't know time zones, that is in an hour and 20-ish minutes from now.
An hour and 20 minutes. Awesome. Well, folks, if you're hungry, go ahead and get yourself something yummy to feast on. Again, good time to walk the dog, do a couple house tours, because this will be a pretty lengthy break till we get back here. And maybe you can take a trip to that 7-Eleven, sir. Get yourself something delicious as
Let's
well.
get this timer running. All right, so I'm going to have the timer running at an hour 20. I'll be back before then. So it should be counting down. And I'll put lunch break on the bottom left and bottom right. Yeah, I'll see all y'all soon.
See you in a bit. Enjoy lunch. We'll be back with top 4.
Alrighty, testing. Wonder if anybody can hear me. How's it going, Neo Gambit? Should be going relatively soon here. So, 5 minutes, according to the timer that I have, and should be around that time frame as well, unless something major changes. Imagine people are going to start filtering back in and go into podcast mode for a little bit. How are y'all doing? How are you doing, Neo? That's good. It's been a fun tourney. So, super happy I had a chance to bring it to y'all. I will say it is a tiring weekend when you do this stuff. I got home last night, I just crashed, and then woke up, drove out here to do this again. So, yeah, I know, right? A little less crazy when you're not playing, so today's a little bit easier than yesterday was, but yesterday playing while also managing the stream and trying to claw up from an early 0-2, it's tiring. I'm not too loud, by the way, right? I did try to turn my volume up a little bit to the stream. Apparently, a couple people told me that Travis was a tiny bit louder than me, so I wanted to try to balance that out a bit so that people aren't like, listening and having issues with that. A tiny bit, yeah. I tried turning myself up just a little bit, just to see if that would help. Hopefully, it didn't go a little too far. If it did, I'll have somebody tell me. It should be a pretty quick swap.
All right, sir. What are we looking at?
We got apparently about 5-ish minutes or so. I'm just kind of podcasting a little bit with chat and having.
I see Sam Tools deck box and deck list there. Do we know who he'll be going against? Is it Ryan?
Yeah,
like Ryan.
that's
Okay.
gonna be Ryan.
So it should be Ice Wind versus Ice Earth, right?
Yep.
Ice Wind should be able to give a bit more of a punch back to Ice Earth than the Earth Lightning version was.
Well, we've seen it's a tough matchup.
And then, do we know what the other quarter or semifinal is?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say. I'm assuming I would get a message when I am.
Oh, okay. We'll keep that on the DL then.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not supposed to. Admittedly,
I was gonna say, like, it's finished, isn't it?
It's like it's finished. It's not like these people don't have phones where they can't say, "Hey, I won" or "Hey, I lost." But I'm gonna not make anybody mad, unfortunately. So
fair enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ori, I don't have a way of showing the bracket. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to or not. Again, I'd like to stay in good standing as much as humanly possible, both with the lovely folks running the tourney and with everyone else involved. So
yeah, whenever it's safe to, just let us know.
Will do. Hope you had a good lunch, like everyone.
Yeah, I wish I would have saved. I had a sandwich earlier, but I didn't know we were actually gonna have a lunch break, so I would have saved it more for that. But it's fine. It was nice to lay down for a minute.
Oh, I wish I could do that. I don't know what it is with this weekend. I don't know if it's because I lost my first 2 games and I'm like playing from the you would think that would like take the pressure off. It kind of like did the opposite. Like every single game yesterday felt like super amped and difficult because of that. So then like I literally I got home from dinner last night around like 9:30, 9:40, and I just passed out. Did not wake up until like 8:30 today. I'm like, I really need to get moving.
Yeah, no kidding.
So drove out to the shop, had to make sure the stream was set up, working, which my little tech setup I've got working for this event seems to have been working really well. Had no drop frames to the stream itself, and only the one little downtime when the computer that's reading like the game feed it's hooked up to went down in the middle of the longest match of the day, and I don't even think it. Not even the longest match of the run. I'm pretty sure that was the single longest game of the entire day. And of course, that was when that happened. I really should have. I should have called a judge over. I'm sure White Mage or On would have let me kind of, get a short extension to see if I could fix the stream within that time frame. But apparently, it sounds like you guys only really missed about 2 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lunch is such a cool, such a cool guy.
Lunch is?
Someone's laughing. My overlay has Lunch on one side and Break on the other.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the way Lunch plays, although Break definitely gives him a run for his money.
Break really lives up to his namesake.
Yeah.
Matches for Top Cut. So 32, we had Dragoons versus Earth Lightning, featuring a surprise cameo by Neo X Death on the Dragoon side. Top 16 was Ice Wind versus Ice Earth. And then top 8, we had Earth Lightning versus Ice Earth. Yeah, the Neo X Death jump scare was amazing. I did not. I should have looked at the list and seen that, but I just didn't think to, and sure enough, bam, Neo X Death jump scare. All right.
Surprisingly, we have yet to see a single mono water on stream from both yesterday and today.
The funny thing is, mono water ended up there's there were like 8 mono waters in top 32 or something. Or...
Yeah. It was the most well represented, and I mean, not that I'm complaining by any means, because we saw so much water on stream in San Diego and on the Australia one that I'm more than happy to not see mono water again. But I was just
I'm not even
expecting
gonna
it.
say it's intentional. A lot of at least for the first couple matchups that went on stream today, I was just trying to give a little bit of a showcase to some DFW players that wouldn't get it otherwise. So, and then from there, I'm just getting told who's on stream, I'm just letting them do it. I mean, I'm trying to think of the list. This is actually a weird one. I think we only have 2 players on Max Sildra in this top 4 this time, as opposed to a full 12 copies of Sildra in all the decks.
Sildra the deck.
So, a little bit less common this time than it's been at past events for sure, but I'd be curious to see if or when they end up doing something like that, because they usually do it right. At least the last couple times they've updated the list, it's been right around the only in top 4, Fabian. I'll give a quick spoiler. Of the 2 matches that aren't on stream, both of them are on a full 3 copies of Sildra. But no, usually right around the start of a new set has been historically when they've done it. Granted, I've only really followed the games post 2020, which has been a bit of a weird time for that type of stuff anyway, because they haven't had a nationals qualification system or anything for the big tourneys. But going back, because they did the Doga ban right around the start of Opus 15, right? Because that was when we were all freaking out because we're like, Radia Doga is going to be just busted, right? And then that ended up not happening because of that ban, which happened right around there. Then we got the Moschery ban right at about the start of Opus 17, I want to say. Because Moschery was legal during the first soiree format. No, Doga was legal during all of Opus 14.
Yes.
Opus 14 was Sophie Doga versus Stern Chocobos, the So Doga and Stern got banned at the same time.
Yeah, and it was all after 15 had come out already.
It was out for like a week.
Yeah, because if you look at my Opus 15 review with Eureka, you'll actually hear us mention a lot of those cards. Like, well, compared to Doga and Sophie, and compared to Stern, like these cards aren't going to look so good. And then a lot of stuff, of course, got revised because those cards then got banned shortly after.
We just had the Mats walk off the stream table. It's interesting.
They're actually going to play on the floor next to the table.
Apparently, we're doing a top 4 picture with the Mats, so that's why the Mats walked off the stream setup. Kind of wish they'd asked me before they did that, because I gotta realign the Mats now, but it is what it is, as they say.
If anyone from Square Enix is listening, if you have any power over the English card browser, is there a way to make it like more specific? Because I kid you not, so I type in, I'm looking for a card, I type in Arc, and guess what comes up? 10 cards, Zodiark Keeper Precepts, Fenrir, Arc, Famfrit the Darkening Cloud, Ultima the High Seraph, Zodiark Keeper Precepts Boss Version, a different Fenrir, another different Fenrir, Arc, and Leviathan EX 6 cost.
Alright, well, we got our picture, and then let's...
Fun fact, if you look for Ish, if you put in Ishtola, you won't find the new one. Is that true? Let's test that out. Ishtola.
Ishtola is always hard to even search on FF decks.
I see the 19 legend. So in order it lists 16 legend, 19 legend, 1 hero, didn't even remember that card. 5 legend, 6 hero, 7 starter, 10 common, the 12 legend, the 13 starter, and then the 12 legend, I guess, full art version.
I'm gonna go move the map a tiny bit to go be with the camera slightly better.
Set up as you need to.
All right, so we have our top 4 is Kyle Peters versus Emmanuel Onate, and Ryan Chen versus Sam Tuell.
I know Sam, Kyle, and Ryan were all already qualified for nationals. Did Emmanuel have one, or did he get his by getting this far?
I have no idea. That is not info that I know. I'm sure we've had some Cascade downs.
Kyle already also has a what's it called?
The day 2 skip, yeah. Apparently Ryan Chen got a little hot because he took off that hoodie.
Yeah, and right.
All right, get this layout finished and updated for y'all. That should be good. Oop. So I'll try to get those mats a little lower so we shouldn't miss any damage still. Usually you don't play out that. You usually just give it to whoever got there after Swiss, I think, is how that usually pass down works. I'm not even sure, actually, for the pass downs, but I'm not sure, especially because so many people would leave at this point. So I imagine you just have to use Swiss standings. Optional player use Swiss, yeah. So I have to imagine it's Swiss performance then, which... If we go off of that, Tyler Rea was 9 and Matt Smith was 10 after Swiss. But I'm not going to confirm that, so don't go like on Twitter and like congratulate them. Oh, congrats on the invite! Actually, we determined it by rolling a die in the parking lot, and I lost it. You know, I rolled a 6, but my opponent broke the die in half and got a 7. So you know.
All right. This is the top 4. This is our second to last round of the day. As we take our leave from Plano, Texas. Mr. Ghoul, of course, helping us host the stream. I want to make sure
Real quick, if anybody in chat can give me a quick audio balance test versus Travis. I did slightly adjust that between because I was told I was a little quiet.
You sound good in my headphones, but of course, I don't know what the
audio
chat's
good. It's fine. Okay, cool. I just know that I've had multiple people tell me it was a little quiet, or I was quiet relatively, so I boosted myself a tiny bit.
Excellent.
Trying to make it where you guys aren't getting like, okay, this is the volume of the stream, and then Travis comes in and accidentally blows out your speakers.
Yeah. What's up? Only with hype. It's the only thing we want to blow and hopefully some good card matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one could be a grinder. Obviously, Earth Ice has that incredible board state it can get to where it just kind of locks you down every turn. But as you've mentioned in the past, Wind has much better top decks than a lot of folks. And I never ever count out a Wind deck, especially when as potent as Ice Wind. And Ice Wind, again, can return the resource hate, right? It says, hey, you're not the only one who can lock down a board. I can lock out your board just as well, if not better.
Yeah, and I know from talking to Ryan, I kind of chatted with him a bit after his last match. He is not very confident against Ice Wind. So he does not think this is a very good matchup for him at all. It's one of those things, I always feel like Ice Earth has a chance in any matchup just because the lockout state is so oppressive if it gets there.
Yeah.
But it has to get there, is always the thing.
Right.
You know?
Well, and Wind has a lot of tools like Evray that can just say, actually, your Dull Freeze of a backup is meaningless to me. And having done a lot of testing between Wind and Ice Earth, I know Mono Wind really craps on Ice Earth, but of course this is Ice Wind, so will that be enough of a difference? We're going to find out. Ryan gets rid of Iridia to start us off with a Geomancer and pulls out the Yu-Gi-Oh counter. And we've got one crystal and ready to go. Ooh, here's Nordstalin. Great opening for Ice Wind, and Sam does have Zidane in hand, and we already saw once what a turn 1 hasted Zidane could do to an opponent.
And again, it's really nice in this matchup because the cards Zidane steals are in the RFG pile. They're not in your hand, so they can't really be attacked by what Ice Earth normally is trying to go for.
Yeah, that's huge. Essentially, with your 2 cards you draw for turn, it just gives you access to so many more cards. Sam will presumably either get Althea or a Uke for our colors. I didn't think I saw an ice backup in his hand, but looks like he's going to pass right after that.
We're sitting on a lot of good cards. We got like a Sun Uzana in hand as well. If we're on Chocolate, that's another backup.
We do have Arcanist at least in... Yep, go for our own Rydia. This will let us get right into Unalesca. And an Earth Summon of our choice. We could go for something like a Hecaton. We can break backups like the Nordstalin. We can threaten to break Althea. We do go for Hecaton, in fact, but it is not a backup breaking one. It is a board clearing one.
I have to imagine it's almost just to get that out of the deck. It's really not... I mean, like, a lot of the forwards on Icewind are small, which is nice, but they're more than happy to replay most of them.
Yeah, also true. We've got Uke, we've got Locke. Can't quite tell if we have a Tomos or Evray or something that's going to let us start kind of going off on our cast chains here. Of course, it is only turn 2. Ryan still has Arcanist, Toto, and Hecaton, so we will pitch Locke for Uke, reveal the Google Moogle. Man, this card made a resurgence, huh? Wasn't used in a lot of lists, and now suddenly everyone's like, you know what? Being able to search out anything I want, that's pretty good. Do that.
Everyone kind of saw Sildra and realized that Chocomog is half a Sildra with an EX burst and kind of said, I think I might be able to work with this.
So Dane steals Krista and a dead Rydia, hits a Geomancer back up into damage. Rydia, not a whole lot we're probably going to be doing with that, but the Krista's not bad. As again, we can force a discard from Ryan's hand. Ryan does get Weiss, but we don't have... Hey, there we go. That's a good play. Double Dull Freeze. Lock out the wind and the ice. Ooh, there's a Tomos. There's Mr. Spicy Atomos.
Interesting that we just cast the push. I wonder if there's... instead of just, opting to warp
for the
it and
warp.
kill the Zidane.
Yeah.
I guess
it is.
By keeping it on field, we are
but...
locking it down.
Well, and we're hoping that our opponent can't... We're kind of messing up their ice, which we can obviously cast a Tomos. And we do have Sid Haze, but I don't know if we have ice without the Tomos reactivation. What do we have? We have Azana, so you could do a Tomos and then pitch one for Azana, get 2 back, play Sid Haze. I don't know what you cast off of that. I guess you could free cast the Chocobo summon if you go search that out with Azana or even Chocolate. Yep, there's Mr. Atomos. No, just Atomos and pass. Okay. Sam not quite ready to go off on that big turn. I'm sure Ryan is very happy about that. He's got Robel in hand. He could put it out here. Yep, spend the crystal. Hits the Atomos, says, actually, you're going to get no value off of that.
I always forget Robel has that break monster effect until it comes up. It's like, oh, right,
right?
This thing can do that. It's an expensive monster break, but, you take what you got to get with this deck sometimes. And getting rid of Atomos is really, really critical.
Ryan throws his hand out. He won't get an entry effect for Vice because we don't have a Nero, but with the Unalesca, we'll get 1 card out of Sam's hand, and we'll get to Dull Freeze something, which presumably is going to be the Uke backup. Man, I don't know. I kind of, maybe it was too early, but I kind of wish Sam had gone off on that last turn because that Atomos just got no value. Here's a point of damage. It's a Chocobo summon. Sam is going to untap. I know we have a Sid Haze in hand. I don't know if we have alternate. Okay, we did draw Nagmalata, so we could Sid Haze, but I don't know what the follow-up for that would be. We do have Lock as well. You could hardcast Lock. And ideally, we do want to get this Robel off the field as well, right? Because we don't want to let Ryan just start getting an extra card every turn.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We got the Robel and the Weiss with the Unalesca, so we can just every turn use the Robel even as just a discard fodder.
Yeah. And I don't see any outright removal. We have plenty of Dull Freeze in hand, but I don't see anything that's just going to get this off the board.
Well, the Dull Freeze is nice because then you can at least dig for removal in your opponent's deck with the Zidane, because we did not manage to Dull Freeze that.
It's true. And locking out the Unalesca at least prevents the Weiss hit. It will just suck when to have the Robo keep getting backups, but of course that's exactly what Ryan is hoping for. So, no, please let me start getting these backups. That's true. Ryan does have 4 full arts to 2 non-full arts. Looks like Sam is mathing out his turn. Of course, would have loved to have still had access to that Atomos this turn. Just start getting some free real estate, as it were. He does have an Asura in hand. The only 2 call... I guess he could get Atomos back, but he won't be able to benefit from it this turn. We actually pitched the Lock. Going to get Biblos, maybe? Or Evray. Okay, yeah. I didn't know if we run Biblos in this deck, actually. Evray might be... Evray and Typhon, presumably, are our monsters.
Yeah,
and Atomos, of course.
I've seen occasionally you'll see like a one of Biblos to kind of pair with the Lock, but it's not super common. It's one of those things like Icewind, you got to play like, enough ice cards to play them, but you don't usually want to play most of them.
So we do Dull freeze. He's forced to use it on the forwards. He steals Nero. Nero and Weiss were on top. That's kind of funny. We don't get any value off of the Sid Hayes as far as like a card we can. Well, we can cast the next card for 0, right? So you could cast the Krista. I mean, it's not going to do anything though. Ryan is going to get a backup back off of Roble, which we can happily just pitch to the Untitled, although Sam also doesn't have anything in hand right now, so you actually won't get it. It's basically meaningless. Yep, put out Biblos, put out Geomancer. Don't forget your crystal, Ryan. There he goes. All right, and now we're in the top deck war. Who's got the better top decks? No Althea, no Atomo, so Sam is somewhat limited on how he can kind of like chain off, interact with this board. And the longer that Robel sits there, the more and more value it's going to get. We have an Alexander to draw a card, which we'll do. Anything useful? Ryan's, of course, got a little cast counter off to the left there. We could always party with Zidane and Sid Hayes, keep trying to get more value from our opponent. Ooh, we do have a Chocobo in hand. We're going to Chocobo back Zidane. Draw a card, try to just kind of dig deeper, see if we can't find something useful. We got Melvin, not awful. It's a bit not really efficient to cast him at this point. We'd have to pitch everything, and then we'd have nothing to use off the backups we stand up. But it would be a third cast for Sid Hayes, right? So we will get a double dull freeze off of that at least. Can't tell what that final card in Sam's hand is. He's got Melvin and Zidane. It kind of looks like a summon, maybe Chocobo.
I almost wonder if you cast the Heka you stole in here and try to clear out the Roble and the Weiss in one fell swoop.
He didn't steal Heka, did he? I thought he's got Rydia. Oh, now he stole Heka. Wait,
I'm seeing Nero and seeing like the little spindlies off to the side and thinking that's
I was like, are you a prophet, Nostradamus? He just stole Heka John Kyer. So
that's tricky though. Like, are you willing to wipe? How important is getting that Weiss and the Roble off the field?
So what did he dull freeze with Sid Hayes? It looked like the Biblos. What was his other target? Did he pick? Okay, he picked Untitled. There we go. So we are going to go for the party attack. Zidane will trigger. We steal a Scale Toad. I mean, not mad to see that. And Ryan will opt to take the point of damage. Physalis, Ryan's Biblos is online now. We just passed there, man. I wonder if we pitch our hand for the Scale Toad. This way, I mean, obviously you can't rip it out with the Untitled, but... Oh no, the Biblos is frozen too, so maybe not. So maybe you actually do feel okay. Robo goes in, hits Rosa. There's damage 1, here's damage 2, damage 3. Stiltskin and go in with the Prish. Ash... threatening our opponent. Are we gonna Toto?
Have to imagine that's the play if we're going in this heavy, but that's
No,
a lot of good forwards.
I mean, he's got a big board too, though, right?
Yeah,
so even if you Hecaton here, you're just knocking out your own board, and then he's still left with 2 9Ks. So Ryan probably feeling fine to just like, no, I'm just gonna keep pushing against you and do something about it.
Yeah, that almost always really hurt Sam though.
Yeah.
Imagine how much crazier that last turn would have been if we had just 2 more backups to play.
Oh, it would have been huge. Yeah, he's gotten no value off of that. And especially with these forwards on the field like Weiss, like Robo-Lackbell, Physalis, that give continued value when they stick around. Like, you're kind of seeing one of the weaknesses of Dull Freeze in that, hey, if this thing stays on the board, it doesn't matter if it's frozen, I'm still getting its powers.
Well, that's a good start with the Lulu.
What do you break here, the Physalis or the Biblos?
It depends on if you think you can get to if you can get to like a Luso 7, you maybe break the Biblos, but if not, you've got to clear this Physalis, I imagine.
Yep, there goes Biblos. Draws a card. It does get you the card draw deeper too, which is nice. We have Zidane, Chocobo, and maybe Moogle in hand. I'm gonna Chocobo Lulu. Did we remember to Lulu target something for 5? You could make Physalis weaker, especially if you play into Hecaton. But I didn't see him point. He could have verbally said it. I think we have 2 Search Moogles in hand. Yes, we do. I mean, we could turn that into anything we want, but it's sideways. I don't think we've used Evray yet, though.
I say we could use the Evray on that.
Is he up? I mean, he's probably up to what, 2-3 casts. You could Evray go get a lock.
It's not bad, yeah. Lock down if we can dull freeze the Physalis for sure, that would be.
And you'd have the Sid Haze trigger from that as well. So you'd get to dull freeze 4 things on this board, and then maybe you're the one threatening lethal. Lulu, we'll get back Alexander. Okay, going for the draw. Are we trying to get to a Luso turn? The die that Ryan has is, I think that was cast 3 or cast 4.
Lulu, Alexander, Chocobo, Lulu. That's 4.
Okay.
So this would be 5. Pot agreed.
Okay. Asura there, he does remember the Lulu there. Nah, I'm assuming we're going to go get Luso. Are we on 5? Yep, there's Luso. Is this 7? Well, it must be because that board just went bye-bye. Well, that was exactly what Sam needed. So he must, again, even if he didn't point at it, he might have verbally said it to Ryan. Players don't always point at everything. So, yeah, I said earlier we hadn't seen a 7 Luso in a minute, and hey, we just saw 7 Luso. And we've got the Sid Haze Dull Freeze. Oh my goodness, what a turn for Sam. Here comes the Dane. Mind if I take your Biblos? Larkeisha, Sid Haze. Wow, that flipped quick.
This Zidane is eating him alive too.
What do you do here, Daniel? Do you just drop Biblos? Yeah. It's like, may I, please, sir, please, may I have this in case you toto me? Yep. You just reach out. I'll take that back. It looked so good for Ryan there for a moment, like putting on that pressure again, saying, hey, I've got more bodies. I'm going to put you to damage first. Deal with it. And Sam said, all right, I'll deal with it. How do you like the taste of 7 cost Luso? My goodness, what a turn.
That is what that win late game does. What a crazy line too.
I know. When he didn't have a Tomos, he didn't have Rosa. Like he didn't have anything other than the Evray. He didn't have anything that was naturally just going to give him those resources back. But with the help of the Asura and just, man, that was impressive.
Lulu as well, like the Lulu put in a lot of work there too.
Yeah, the Lulu. I mean, it's funny too. I wonder if when they designed that card, if they had kind of always intended it to help in these board wipes the way it does, or if that just happens to be an effect on there that, oh yeah, that it ends up working really well with Luso. Because otherwise, decks like this or decks like Avalanche that have these 9Ks and something like Barrett that says I don't take damage, Luso wouldn't be able to clean those up. But Lulu is such a key part in letting you just complete board wipe, go away.
I mean, not that it's even that hard to get Luso 7 and Luso 9.
Yeah, also true. Yeah. If you really had to, you just go for the second one. So Ryan will get to go first again. Does see Unalesca right away. Puts out Nero. Does pitch Unalesca. So he's either got the second one in hand or confident he can go get it with Iridia.
I think I saw Iridia in hand there.
So that's probably what he's getting ready to curve into on his next turn. There's the great Googly Moogly. We do already have a Uke in hand, too, so if we were to find an Orstalin, we can search out an Althea. I see Chocobo, Asura, Melvin, and Chocomog. It's a lot of summons. We could cast... No, we're going to... Okay, yeah, we have the Melvin, that's right. Reveal a Google Moogle? I mean, that's not a bad card to reveal. Might have drawn double Roble for turn. Because he pitched one. I think he's got one left in hand. There's Rydia. So now we'll go search out our other Unalesca. As well as... What would you get here? Hecaton or Mistdragon? No, he doesn't search out Unalesca? Well, so he searched out Rydia and Shiva. Plays Weiss.
Is the other Unalesca in hand? We must have drawn it then.
Either that or he's just like giving up on that plan, which that seems strange just because you assume that that's what the deck's trying to do. But And we're going to freeze. Yep, we froze the Google Moogle. Sam giving up the Moogle as well, showing I'm not trying to retrieve here.
Any card in my deck, I've already got all the cards I need.
Right? Typhon gives a big achoo. Weiss is going to go 5 cards deep into the deck. Just in case we had more discard, didn't want to trigger it. He doesn't have another Unalesca in hand. Wow. No crystal for Robo, but at least threatening, hey, I'm going to start getting extra value every turn. You've already spent your Typhon. What are you going to do about this?
This is kind of what you have to do against Wind a lot of the time, though, is you have to try to stick a threat and just dare them to deal with it. It's kind of what the whole, we talked about Durando earlier. It's the same idea of, I'm going to try to outvalue you if you let this stick around. But if you don't, I'm going to try to beat you down. And also, we mentioned not having the Unalesca. The Robo can get us the Unalesca, too.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's why he did it as well, feeling he can recur it that way. One nice thing, too, about going against Icewind is they don't really have any break zone hate. Most of the decks aren't on Edward either, so your break zone is usually pretty darn safe. Stiltskin will fetch us out, and Evray we could put down immediately, although we're technically exposing it to being broken at that point, but
the card that would break it is currently sitting on field, so I would feel relatively safe on this.
Puts it out, reactivates. We have a Chocomog we could use to search. We can also just wait till our opponent's turn. No, we're going to do it. Asura reactivate backups. We could lock this turn. So you could search with the Moogle, or sorry, search with the what does he have in hand? Chocomog and Asura? If you Asura activate, no, we can't lock. Never mind. We are going to start getting our Robo value. Presumably, we get the Unalesca back. There she is. Typhon not a forward, so Robo is very free to swing in and attack. On the stack, we want to make sure the card we're looking for does not get hit into damage. Is it the last Google Moogle? Is it a lock? Well, I guess this is searching for a Chocobo or a Moogle. Gets the Chocolate.
Yeah, as if Chocomog search targets weren't good enough. It does also search this card.
Oh my goodness. Bonus burst. He casts a Chocomog and then just hit one into... Oh, Sam. Talk about the toolbox. Like, my goodness. I mean, it's free real estate right there, baby.
That's about as rough as it gets for Ryan. I can really feel.
For sure. And again, Icewind doesn't have a lot of EX bursts. Like, other than the Chocomog, I can't even think what other ones are in there. So, woo.
Yeah, we're just trying to freeze down that Moogle, saying, "Come on, you can't use it."
Yeah. Well, even though Evray's right there to be like, "Well, yes, he can actually." Evray's ability, to quote Michael Byrne. Here comes Chocolate. We've got the Ice Moogle in hand too. We could easily go to 5 if we wanted to. Although then all of our backups are set. I don't know if we'll care about that. Evray stands up, uses Asura. Now we can go search out the lock or the Sid Haze. The one benefit being, if we do get lock or Sid Haze, again, Robel will at least keep getting us value, even if he's dull frozen. There is the 1-cost Chocobo as well, yeah, and the Alexander. Good pointing out, Hunter. Does he run the 1-cost Chocobo? The one that lets you dig for characters? Do you have his deck list?
I don't know. I'll take a peek at the deck list real quick.
Thank you, sir. All right, we know he's got the Alexander. He's sifting through. I'll see if I can't see it in there.
We have 1 copy of the 1-cost Chocobo.
Okay. We do opt to get Lulu off of our Moogle. Could have gotten a Tomos, could have gotten Lock, anything in the world. And Sam says, I want this Lulu. I want to continue these cast chains. Lulu's going to recur a summon. You could just do the Asura. You can keep it going. You can cast that Alexander to draw 2 cards. Although, yeah, if we tap the Chocolate, we're not going to be able, because I think we already used Evray, didn't we? Lulu sets Prish to 5. Draws 2 cards. We've got Chocobo. We can We can keep on going if we want. And we've got another Asura and another Alexander. Oh my gosh, we could draw 2 deeper if we want. Oh, and yeah, Typhon is a forward. Prish has been reduced to 5,000. Ryan just goes ahead and blocks with the Prish. Sam just spreading out his break zone. Nice fan. And those keeping track of the Typhon counter in the chat telling us that Weiss is on top. He is trying to get to that card, which Typhon was the only forward that was able to attack. So unless we play Zidane, Ryan should be able to draw that card.
Can you imagine?
Right.
Surprise main phase 2 Zidane.
Sam gave a pass that looked like that's enough for now. Good news for Ryan is that even though Sam's starting to get to that critical mass point, he still has the Roble. He's going to get another backup back, add some card value to hand. I don't know. Do you take the time to keep building your backups here, or do you try to go aggressive with your resource denial, like the Weiss into the Nero into, I don't know, Biblos or Unalesca or something?
Man, we're looking at Shantoto in the break zone, it looks like.
You don't really want to Shantoto this board.
I know, right? Imagine going for that. He doesn't know about the Chocobo in hand, but like that would just be such a punish too if you go for that and then just, okay, cool. I'll take the Lulu back. You can have the Typhon.
The Ryan has had multiple instances to use this Unalesca. He had it in his opening hand, so he is clearly not valuing it for this game. I don't know if he
abandoned that game plan entirely.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because it's like, hey, I don't want to hurt my own resources because it costs me 3 CP every time to do it, or he just doesn't think it's enough. But he said, nope, we're not doing that. We're going for something else. Krista with the random discard. Chocobo summon. You're not happy to see that one go. And we'll get another dull freeze. Locked out of ice, at least until Evray says, he said no. And then we'll have our ice right back. Typhon can, of course, freely swing into this. I'm sure he'll happily trade with either of these forwards. As long as Ryan can keep that Roble on the field, he's got a chance. We've got Alexander in hand on Sam's side, so we could break this Krista pretty easily as long as we can get a win forward down. Probably don't want to hard cast that if possible.
So what's in Sam's hand? I see the Azura.
There's an Azura and I think Alexander, because the Chocobo got to start it, so I think he still has an Alexander. I'm not 100% sure on that, but we know Azura for sure.
And I think I agree with you on the Alexander. So whatever that other card is, because we could like, if we really want to crack the Krista and try to cantrip, we could like Azura for the.
You've got the
Luso
Moogle, you've got the Luso. Moogle, of course,
you want to get another cast in there if you can, though.
Yeah.
2 Chocobos in the break zone. I think that's probably all of them in the deck. Most players are only on 2 of that card right now. So until we get another Lulu into rotation, that's probably it for that card.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking at bare minimum, if he wants to do anything, again, you could hard cast the Alexander. Ooh, a little bonus burst of his own for Ryan. Now we get back one more card of value. Swinging it with the Lulu, we're trying to bait out the trade with the Alexander summon. Ryan will take both points to damage. Asura is going to get us back our Search Moogle, okay, which we're immediately going to use. Wonder what he's going to look for. And we'll go ahead and put Weiss to 5. What do you look for here?
It almost seems pretty nice if we just want to set up for a future turn. I don't really think there's all that much we want right here, right?
Not with all of his backups tapped and only, 2 cards in hand?
Have we used Evray this turn?
I don't remember. It's so hard to keep track of all these casts. I don't think we used Evray, but I'm not.
Oh, we're on 3. We are on 3 Naked Chocobo.
Obviously, you can Chocobo. Okay, so we cast the Asura. Did he pitch something for that, sir, or did he use the Every?
That's the Every trigger.
Okay, that was the Every trigger. So now Every has been used. Here comes Chocobo on Lulu. Right back to our hand. Draw a card. I think we drew a Tomos. A little late for the cast on this turn, but we'll have it for next turn, assuming our hand doesn't get discarded. Here it comes again. We're going to actually pitch the Atomos. I mean, we can always get it back with the Asura. Go for the Alexander.
Wonder where
Immediately
we're going
cast
with
the... Is he trying to build towards a Luso? Draws 2. I mean, he's cast a ton of cards.
Yeah, it's a very strange terminal to feel like to be going all in like this.
Or maybe he was digging for something that he didn't find. He did give up the Atomos. Yeah, that can be my only, is he was trying to maybe build towards a Luso hit, but I just don't, yeah, I think he's out of resources to do it with. I wonder if he should have just held on to the Atomos, been patient. No, he does get the free cast off of Alexander this way, so he will get to draw deeper. Krista's gone. There's North Stalin. I don't know if you want to be playing that at this moment, but always play Azana, try to get out that last Chocobo summon. I'm not sure what the cast counter is. It's got to be relatively high though, right? It's got to be in the 5 or 6
at this point. I imagine if we have Luso, it's got all of its text, but I don't think we have it.
Zana, go get us a Chocobo. I mean, are we going to try to just cast that and hope we hit Luso? But we won't even have anything to cast it, right? Because we only have one other card in hand.
We're out of Chocobos. The only one we have is the 3-cost Chocobo.
Yeah.
Left in deck. Not the 3-cost. The 1-cost dig 3.
Maybe. I mean, so it goes back to Ryan. Ryan is going to get a Robel trigger. This could be a quote-unquote opening for Ryan, that while Sam did do a lot of stuff there, it didn't ultimately amount to much other than just getting rid of the Krista.
I think he just kind of went down on hand size and killed Krista is really all that did. I mean,
yeah.
He like thinned his deck out some, but I don't even know if that's a good thing because all of our Chocobos are basically gone now. I don't think we can even bounce the Lulu back to hand.
And hits Azana and Althea. There's Prish. We're going to keep the Typhon down, lock out the Ice back up, which of course Everett can change, but finally put the Unalesca down. Maybe Ryan now feeling like he's got a good enough board state that he's like, okay, maybe I can go for a kill. I mean, we're threatening lethal next turn. We have the attackers.
I'll say this is maybe the most value a no break on entry Robel has ever gotten, by the way.
So here's Rosa. There's Cast the First. We'll stand Everett, stand up and immediately cast the Chocobo. Lock Althea and Lulu. Probably not Lulu. We can, of course, cast Zidane for the 3rd cast. Rosa's going to give us all the... you get lock, right? No? You go for the Lulu.
We're trying to crash or threaten, but like if you go for this way, he knows that you just let the Lulu through on attack.
And you would have been able to lock here if he'd have grabbed
it. We
that.
just pitch it for the Zidane. We don't have a better card. Yeah, that's...
Well, no, because he pitched... What did he pitch? I think he pitched another Lulu for the Zidane. So he had the win CP. Would have gotten the backups back off the Rosa, and then he could have just locked off of 2 backups. Huh.
What's the last card in hand? He's down to just 1 in hand, it looks like.
I don't know.
Oh, Larcacus. That is such a good hit, by the way.
Yeah, I'm assuming he was clearly digging for the Luso. Larcacus, yes, is a good hit, too, where you can revive a monster, but... I mean, Sam has to be careful here. Like, again, his opponent can just freeze his board out and then swing in and kill him.
And that Lark has actually got to be really tempting now here, too. We can go for the Larcacus and then get back our Atomos that way.
He does have... Okay, that's why. He had lock in hand.
Okay. So we're just looking for something we were willing to throw away to play the Zidane now.
Yep. That makes more sense. So Rosa just came out. She can't attack. Zidane can. We've got an open board. Zidane says, give me a good card. It's Arcanist. I don't know if that's quite what we were looking for. Here comes Izana. Here's Physalis. Here comes Lulu. Okay. And just he swung it right back the other way. And we still have 2 backups up, so we can get either a Chocolate counter or we can protect our Rosa in case it tries to get targeted with abilities. Robel is, of course, still going to get us another backup, and Vice is untargetable right now, which is quite nice. Do you go for a Toto here? You just blow this board out? Yeah, I think that's what Ryan's thinking.
And there's no monsters kind of hanging off to the side. The Lark next turn is going to go a little bit nuts by getting the Atomos back, but
No, he doesn't go for the Toto. I guess did he have enough for it anyway? Okay, pitches for the YTK. Gets rid of the lock, which is our biggest forward on Sam's side. If Sam can find a way to push these two forwards out of the way, I mean, he's got a clean shot. I mean, does he even need that between all the bodies he has? Can he just run into him? The Vice is a 9K, untargetable.
It's going to take 2 of them to get over the Weiss, because none of them do it individually. +1, no. He would sacrifice his whole board, I think, and he'd only would clear.
We play Larketius. We get back a Tomos. That was the first cast, so if we can cast one more thing, we activate Evray, Stid Hayes. Uh-oh. That's double a Tomos, but we don't have anything for the third cast for the Dull Freeze. Or do we? Yes, because we can play the Arcanist backup that we stole with Zidane.
We're not on my goodness yet. Oh, no way.
Bro. We had
to steal a 2 CP backup, and we did.
Oh, those 2 CPs steal. Oh, it's happening, baby. So we can't freeze the Weiss, but you obviously just hit Robel and I guess Rydia. It doesn't really matter. You party it, and then you don't technically even need to party attack. You can just send them in one at a time. Like, he's going to block 2, but you've got, 5 attackers?
Could he have hit 2 better cards off of Zidane? You needed a 2 CP backup, preferably in ice.
There's Sephiroth. Oh my goodness. Yep. Oh man. Congrats to Sam Tuell. Ice win. I thought maybe Ryan had a chance again when he went so hard on that cast turn, digging, and he didn't really have much to show for that. So I thought, oh, maybe this is an opening for Ryan. And like you said, he kept the Robel around for so long and got so much recursion value, but was just not meant to be. Every time, there's a few times where I thought Ryan looked like, oh, okay, he's got a chance. And Sam just said, no, you don't. Blow away in the wind. Heck of a match. And like you said too, Daniel, those Zidane steals were just like, mwah, pretty much just what he asked for. And here, have a piece of gum, sir.
Jeez.
I mean, wow, that was crazy. So, Ryan, do you think, would it have made a difference if he had he had the Unalesca turn 1? Do you think it could have made a difference if he just slapped it and tried to go on really hard on that?
It's so hard because I mean we saw there on so few cards Sam got so much value.
Yeah.
Even without like an Althea down, I thought you had to have like Althea to do something. No, he just kind of did it.
Yeah. No Althea, no Atomos. Rosa showed up near the end, but yeah, that was mostly just I don't need those cards. I'll just do it anyway.
Althea go to damage.
Yeah. He's at least on 1 Althea. I don't know if he's on more than that.
Okay. Cool. So we are going to get actually the second half of the other part of top 4.
Oh, nice. They're moving over.
So, yeah, it sounds like we're going to get. I think it was Emmanuel won game 1.
Oh, awesome! We'll get to see Emmanuel's deck. I know Kyle's on Mono Water. I want to see what Emmanuel's playing.
I believe Emmanuel's on Mono Water as well.
So I'm pretty sure that's Kyle on the left there. So Emmanuel should be sitting on the right side.
Yeah. All right. Well, go ahead and pause that timer.
Yeah. I mean, that didn't take too long. Sub 40 minutes. We got 2 games in. Man, that's just kind of crazy. Like, if you compare the 2 matches from top 8 to top 4, where Ryan made the Earth Lightning just kind of look like it couldn't even hang with the Ice Earth, right? It was just like, dude, you don't even belong in this same matchup. And then the Ice Wind almost did the same thing to the Ice Earth, said, no, actually, you don't belong in this matchup. Like, it's just kind of crazy how strong those decks looked.
1 second. I'm going to go make sure who's sitting where, and I'm going to double check that I heard right who won game 1. But this will be game 2.
Excellent. So for those of you just joining us, we actually just finished 1 round of top 4, which was Ryan Chen versus Sam Tuell. Sam took it 2-0. Was playing Ice Wind versus Ryan Chen's Ice Earth. And now looks like we are catching up on the other game that is midway through rounds. I believe 1 game has finished, so this will probably be game 2. It was said that they thought Emmanuel won game 1, but we're trying to confirm that to be sure, so sit tight. I'm curious to know if Emmanuel's on Leo or not. He had been favoring that in recent weeks, but I'm not sure if he's still rocking it.
All right. So yeah, it was Emmanuel that had the game 1 win.
I see water in his deck. Octomammoth. Yeah, I'm guessing he's on Leo.
I will double check in just a second.
So
Emmanuel,
Sam
your name is
Tuell.
too long.
Yeah. Sam Tuell on his way to the finals. Nothing against KP, but as he was in the last finals, I certainly wouldn't mind seeing Emmanuel go to this one. And I'd love to see, can Leo hang with Ice Wind? How does water do against Ice Wind? In the past, wind is always beaten up on water, but is it different with the ice in there?
I think Icewind should be favored against water, just traditionally in the way I'm thinking this should play out, because a lot of what Modern's power is concentrated in those monsters that just get to hang out. But the only matchup it isn't that way is this one exactly.
Yeah. Well, Emmanuel luckily had a mulligan because I don't know if you saw his hand. He drew double Leviathan Lord of the Whirl, double Ash, and a Leviathan summon.
This is not a Leo list. This is just plain old, normal, classic mono water.
Okay, so this is just a mono water mirror.
I feel like I'm back in San Diego.
Right? Turn 1 Purim. Ghoul, do you need me to fan you? I don't want you to get PTSD. Although it was a different Purim. Dude, Emmanuel's hand is terrible too. Another Leviathan Lord of the World. I mean, he gets a blue worm. He's like, please give me a backup or a Sildra. Tidus. I mean, you could go turn 1 Tidus. Dare that Purim to hit it. I think there's a Toneberry too, or is that Tros? There's Toneberry. Draw again. Can we get something?
Keep digging.
Oh my goodness. Mono water aggro. The next dimension.
Just what you expect to see when you see 2 mono water players going at it.
It kind of does go this way, right? It's either you see Sildra and then you get all your backups that you want, or you don't see Sildra and then you're doing nothing. Here's Echidna. We'll get back a summon. The classic 3 monster opening.
And only spent 3 cards in hand to do it.
Right, and we are going in on the Tidus. All right, one of Daniel's favorite cards, the burn cards coming out.
It's going to be good in this matchup, I guess. What's he going to do to get rid of it?
Yeah, does he have anything that doesn't target? You can use the what's it called? You can use the Leviathan to cancel its auto ability. That's like your biggest thing against it.
Yeah, these are the other 2 top 4 players. This is game 2. Game 1 happened off stream, and Emmanuel took that one. So,
oh, we got a Una backup in Kyle's hand. Let's go. Backup gaming.
Oh, that hand is very wretched, though.
And we're gonna play Kadaj. Plays Tros. Purim gets counter. We draw Poo Poo and Sildra. Okay, so it would cost us our entire hand, but we can go in with Sildra for Emmanuel. Here comes Tidus. Oh, EX Burst worked too. Yeah, that's the other way to get rid of Tidus. Poo Poo says discard a card, draw 2. Oh, I forgot my bonus burst. And we get... Ooh, dude, there was 2 more EX bursts sitting on top there. A 6-cost Leviathan and a 3-cost Opus 1 Leviathan.
I mean, that's the key. The whole deck is EX bursts.
Yeah, and that's one way to get around Tidus. So Emmanuel doesn't realize how close he came to getting the old Tidus burst there. Probably just hold the Soldier, right? Because you can do it at the end of Kyle's turn if you really want to. Unless you absolutely want to back up. What you could do is you could Sildra, get Una, get something else you want to throw away, and then throw that away for the Una. But then you're in top deck mode.
Yeah, then you don't get to do the thing where you get the summoner back up to get the soldier back. So I have to imagine we're just going to hold right here.
Yeah, because this Purim doesn't really... I mean, don't get me wrong, it can be a scary card, but against Tidus, it's not going to do anything. No, he goes in for it now.
So there's maybe an argument to do it now so you don't lose the summoner backup permanently. Like if you take a point of damage here from the Purim and all of a sudden...
You'd hate to see it go. You could also just get any card for fodder here. Take your least valuable non-2-cost card and grab it so you
Porum's
can check it
actually
away.
kind of a problem for Emmanuel right now. If it's making her the Echidna so much worse.
Yeah. Well, but it can't turn the Echidna back into a monster, right? It'll still
It
be a Ford
can't,
with
but it does
8K.
mean that like if he ever attacks with it, it's a bad Tonberry now as
Yeah,
opposed to
it won't
raw energy.
draw.
So
And
that's
obviously,
a
if
big difference.
yeah, and Purim with one more counter will also then say, "Hey, I'll turn anything into 1,000 power." So that's good for me.
Yeah, shouldn't be an issue to bounce that eventually and clear that counter, but it is going to pose a problem for that Echidna. And the Tonberry as well, for that matter.
So do we pitch for the unit right now, or we're just patient? Yeah, we're just patient.
I'm surprised we didn't get Summoner plus the Yuna or something.
Yeah, if we weren't gonna play it, I don't know, because it's not like he
Kinda-
can play the Geomancer on curve next turn anyway. So a little strange. Speaking of Geomancer, Kyle will draw Geomancer, set it up off of unit, and just passes. Says, "Nope, that's good enough for me." Go ahead, play your backups. Ash, of course, has a 6-cost do nothing card at the moment. And is it going to be a... Oh, there's a summoner. Oddly enough, hits a backup. One of the few ones in this deck. Pitch for Ash for Yuna. And yeah, pass right back. Blue Worm is a pretty easy play for Kyle. He can just draw a little deeper. I'm kind of surprised he just hasn't slammed out Kadaj yet. Just start eating away at the break zone. There's Sildra.
Probably just looking to get it at the right time, I imagine, as far as the curving out. We only had one backup, for a couple turns there.
Yeah. I would
Didn't
say
really
because
wanna play
Emmanuel
it.
can't really, he doesn't have much in hand. It's doubtful he's going to be able to do anything to the card.
But especially now the Yuna's on the field too. Big Leviathan would be annoying for it, or even Little Leviathan make you pay more to get him on the field.
Yeah.
4 CP for...
And if that Kadaj can keep resolving every turn, I mean, you're essentially telling your opponent, you're never going to let me.
Yeah.
There's a nice tap off the Yuna for the Geomancer. Kyle does still have 5 in hand, so he can just pass if he wants to, but he is going to go for Echidna, get back Sildra. And we know what that means for next turn. Purim, now a beefy 8K. Manuel draws Yuna for turn. Presumably, here comes Titus. And it will be damage 3 equals a bonus burst. However, it is only a 6,000 power reduction. So we can target this Titus, but that will trigger Titus. So we probably don't want to do that because it's not going to kill it.
You can see when he kind of holds the card, he's like, well, I can do this, but I'm not going to.
Right?
Yeah, Tita's doing his best wave motion cannon impression over here.
Right?
He's doing a point of damage every turn. That's the only thing the card does.
Yeah, that's what it's meant for. And then punish them if they target it. Emmanuel does have the forward canceling Leviathan in hand, so should Kyle... I don't really know what he'd play, because again, Titus is the only target anyway, but he can Sildra here, just keep curving out on the backups. Tros is also online. Is Tros's target, is it mandatory or is it optional?
It is mandatory. When you attack
Okay.
with Tros, you have to bounce if you can. I'm pretty sure.
I'll look it up really quick. Tros, when Tros attacks, choose a forward of cost 4 or less opponent controls. Yep, so he would be forced to target Titus if he were to attack with it.
It'd be kind of funny to watch them just trade Echidnas, although I guess
Right.
the Porum makes the Echidna win the trade. On
Hey,
Kyle's side.
it's a bonus burst. Waka, and we reveal, Big Daddy Leviathan, Little Bismarck, and Mr. Sildra. Probably the Sildra, yep. Let the Sildra Wars begin on stream.
Emmanuel still got the Summoner in deck, so we should be able to kind of cycle the Sildra a couple times if we want to.
Absolutely. I think Kyle's got too many in hand. I mean, is there a reason not to do the Kadaj? Like, is there something he's worried about? The big 6-cost levy, maybe?
Big 6 levy, even 2 CP levy is, like I said, that just turns Kadaj into 4 CP, remove 2 cards from your opponent's break zone. Or, I mean, maybe even 4 if it takes you a turn to get there. But it's really not very safe in this matchup because water has so much interaction on the opponent's turn.
Okay.
with the sheer quantity of summons. Even something
Yeah.
like a Cullen on him is a problem because then he doesn't go away.
Kyle does bite the bullet here. He targets the Tidus. So Tidus, of course, does his blitzball impression, kicks Porum to
Oh,
the
I
bottom of the
don't.
deck.
That is a weird one. I mean, I know that there's also an argument for mono water mirrors going to deck out. Might be
Sure.
trying to accelerate that a bit,
Yeah.
but that Porum was quite powered up at that point. I guess we also were trying to see if
Ooh. It's a reverse Porum. I think Emmanuel's maybe considering activating the Toneberry there for a moment and just stabbing. You could even do the Echidna and just stab the Tros. And now we Sildra again for Kyle. I guess I wonder too, though, like what's the purpose of having the Kadaj if you're not going to use it? And granted, maybe it wasn't intended for this matchup,
say it's
but
probably for a different matchup at that point. Cutting off like the Warrior of Light decks recursion, there's a lot less answers to Kadaj in those decks.
with his ability to flip in and out every turn, though, you're forcing Emmanuel to target him on your turn.
Yeah, but again, it's really not that difficult for mono water to do, I feel like.
That's fair. That is a deck with a lot of on your opponent's turn interaction. We got Waka and Artemisian. I'm going to play one of those two right now. Artemisian, obviously, we can do on curve off our backups. No, looks like he's going for the Waka. We've got 70 people in chat watching. Thank you for joining us as we bring this final round of the top four. Waka comes in and says, "Okay, brother, you asked for it." We see Leviathan, Lord of the World, Toneberry, Big Levi, probably Toneberry or Big Levi. No, he goes for the Big Leviathan. What's the big summon? Either to throw away or to potentially use. Gives up the blue worm, Artemisian, so we basically get a mulligan, but doesn't opt to use it. Says no. See, okay, so that's it. So he must value the Kadaj then, because right, you could just get that dark card out of your hand there.
Yeah, you could put the Kadaj back in the deck if you wanted to on that one for a free mulligan. That's very strange.
Well, yeah, I guess I would wonder, like, you clearly value it enough to get knocked, so why not then just play it out?
I mean, I guess we want to see what Emmanuel does, because after the Tidus, Emmanuel's going to start this turn with like 8 cards in hand, right?
Yeah.
So like maybe you want to see if you can get him to play his hand out a little bit. See, there's a less of a chance of having like a 2 CP levy bounce. But
I
you're
mean-
right. If you're that scared of it, you would think you would just pseudo mulligan it away.
Yeah.
That is another option. You could be trying to eat multiple big levies with it and use it as just
Yeah.
a finisher for it. But
If of course they got to see deck list beforehand, so Emmanuel should know it's lurking somewhere in the deck.
yeah.
Lena, of course, will get us some more targets. Blue Worm gives us a draw. Another Ash, which we can't quite use yet. There's no targets for it, and
My hand is so massive right now.
I know. Geomancer, we've got to do more. We've still got too many cards in hand. Mono water in, too many cards.
And the Congo line's getting set up over there.
It is. And he's on 3 damage. So if we can clear a field, we're ready to just dun 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 dun. Your favorite burn spell is back.
Yep, we put down the wave motion cannon again. So we did all that work to get it off the field, lost our Porum for it, and
If
coming right back.
if they what's it called? If they ever made like an animated style like arena based app for FF, I want Tidus to enter and say, "Daniel, tonight, you."
I have had that card do the flip kick on me about 3 times ever. So just because my decks tend to have a good answer to it, but that doesn't mean most decks do, and there really isn't one in mono water mirrors. Probably the best thing you can do is to continually target and try to deck the opponent out with it.
Yeah. Kyle has 10 cards in the break zone, and he does have a Leviathan in hand. He also has a big one in the break zone, talking about the 9 cost. I don't think he has Lena, but he could hard cast it if he really wanted to. Again, you're targeting Tidus a bunch.
You're putting Tidus, you're targeting Tidus, and like what? You're going to put a blue worm back in hand so we can keep.
So maybe not that efficient of a move, but here comes Kadaj finally. Okay. So we're not going to dull Tidus. We're not giving anything 2K Brave, so presumably we're going to exile some cards. Oh, we had an Alphino in there. Yep. Alphino and Lord of the World will go bye-bye. Time for Kadaj. Start putting in some work. And yeah, we just go to the end phase. Kadaj flips. We have our own conga line we can animate, but yeah, I mean, technically, Emmanuel is threatening lethal every turn now.
Yeah,
And he's
I mean,
got enough in hand. Like, he could just go, okay, bounce it, bounce it back. I mean, he's got to be always be worried about EX burst, of course, but
yeah. We might end up actually just crashing the Congo lines into each other too, which would be hilarious.
yeah. The dance of death. No monster remained alive afterwards. And I think Emmanuel must be considering that. Yep, went right to combat before playing anything. There's Lady Lena. He's got Leviathans in hand, so he can bounce. Wait, what are we doing? Okay, he does activate Toneberry. Here comes Toneberry. He's got his chef's knife prepped. He's ready to just... Are we going to sacrifice the blue worm to it? Or do we bounce? We've got one Opus, one Leviathan in hand, so we could bounce the blue worm out of the way. Or do we just let them trade? We've got two Opus 1 Leviathan. I mean, this could be lethal. Draw off a Tros. Oh, should he have drawn that off a Tros? Or is it when your opponent's
Tros
forwards?
is only for opponent's bounce.
Opponent's forwards, okay. Porum. I mean, we could... Do we go for it? You've got more bounces. Emmanuel's got to be... I can tell he's hungry for that line.
Well, if nothing else, putting your opponent to damage 6 while you have a Tidus on field does say answer this or lose.
Yeah, basically says you must target this turn. No, okay. He's patient.
I mean, the Congo line ain't going anywhere.
That's also true, yeah.
The Congo line's still good next turn. You don't have to worry about that.
The conga line danced around the arena. They're out in the parking lot taking a smoke break. But trust me, when that next song cues up, they're going to be right back in there to start the music with the band. So we'll go to end step. Lena didn't remove anything. So, okay, Lena maybe there just to protect against the Kadaj. Says, nope, you're not going to remove any more forwards. Toneberry gives us one more protector. Presumably, we would have given maybe Kadaj 2K Brave there.
Yeah, try to just get in. Although, yeah, the Tomberry's dull, so that we are safe doing that.
Yeah.
Pump the Tros. Does Tros remember the power bump when he goes back to being a monster at the start of his turn? That there's no way that's how that works.
I don't see how it could if it stops being a forward.
Yeah.
Because monsters aren't able to have power, I didn't think, but I'm assuming White Mage or some of the other judges are there watching, so.
We'll find out shortly, I guess,
Yeah.
in combat.
I mean, we've got a lot of tricks in our hand. We've got Lena, Toneberry to draw. The Leviathan does now have some targets to hit with the opposing Lena. And, technically, Kyle also has his own 5 attackers on board as well. Of course, we got the conga line to help, but there is a world where Kyle could kill him this turn. And we hit a bonus burst in Mr. Poo Poo. We are going to give up our Leviathan to draw 2. We do have an Opus 1 Leviathan in hand, so we shouldn't die if that scenario does happen to come up.
I'm going to assume that's correct. I wouldn't be surprised if it could keep the Brave as a keyword, but doesn't remember the power.
I wonder why, though, because can monsters have Brave? I don't know. I have no idea how that interaction works, what they do and don't forget.
If it is, it's a super cool interaction that I would never even think of. So, props to Kyle for finding that.
Activating Echidna. Yeah, Kyle could be going for lethal here. Emmanuel's going to have to give up. Not getting much help on the burst here. So he's got 7 cards in hand. Holy moly!
He
Puts
just
out his
animates
own
the Trost
Tidus.
before the end of the main phase. Everybody, it's man.
Okay. So we have our own unblockable Tidus. We've got 4 active defenders, 3 monsters with the Trost, the Toneberry, the Blue Worm, and our own Tidus, which can block one of the other monsters. Emmanuel has 5 potential attackers this turn, and of course, any bevy of summons that Kyle has in his hand.
This is where not getting that extra point of damage in last turn with the Congo line, while there's a little bit more of an opening, is now causing a problem because now Tidus by himself doesn't represent the end of the game.
Right. You've got the summon cancel Leviathan in hand, or the auto ability cancel Leviathan in hand. So you could like Ash on this Tidus. Nope, just goes right into combat. Unless Kyle's willing to target it, he's going to 6. Hits a Blue Worm into damage. Emmanuel has to be careful of the crackback here, though. Kyle can easily swing back, especially with the... I think he actually has to kind of go for lethal here. Unless he's planning to just try to defend forever with these. Gonna activate Toneberry. Kyle must block this attack. If he doesn't get rid of the Toneberry with a summon. Both players just anxious to use something for their hand. Might be playing some stack chicken here. Although I think Kyle has way more interaction in his hand than Emmanuel does. Okay, so the Blue Worm will chump the Toneberry.
Yeah, I feel like from this position, Kyle's actually probably got it right. 2 damage with a Tidus on field. We just have to get one of our other monsters in. We're gonna need...
You think Kyle's got it or Emmanuel's got it?
I think Kyle's favored here.
Well, so he has to block every attack coming in. So like this Echidna is going to kill some, presumably the Toneberry if we don't bounce it. Now, granted, Trost can block more than one worm. But we have a Leviathan in hand.
Emmanuel's out of interaction. So he can't get past these monsters at all. And all Kyle has to do is get a single monster from his Congo line through, and he's got the Echidna and the Trost that aren't going anywhere. Like, this has to be a summon on the draw, and that's not the right summon. Like, that had to be like a 2 CP Leviathan or something.
And Toneberry will just gut Echidna. Echidna's going down. But I mean, didn't he have the 2 CP Leviathan in hand? Did he pitch it?
He pitched it to animate the Echidna. He didn't have any other summons in hand.
He has the summon cancel Leviathan. He could have used that.
Oh, okay.
So if he'd have used that, then he could swing right now, bounce the Trost. Well, of course he's got Tidus as a blocker too. Yeah, like you said, Emmanuel really needed to he really needed to kind of push him to 6 that previous turn. So that basically says you must target Tidus, in which case Tidus is then going to disappear and send something else off your board. And
so we're going to have to go for Big Levy now in main 2. But that's only going to answer... I mean, it's going to answer... So we're not dead this turn. Wait, we're on 5 or 6 for Emmanuel. We're on 5, right?
Yes, we're on 5. So
we
he
have
can
the
take one hit.
coming back. So as long as Kyle has 2 bounce summons for the 2 blue worms...
Well, and Kyle has 1 CP Cuchulainn in hand, so this Leviathan is not going to get its power drain.
Oh, so yeah, so even there, the Tidus isn't going anywhere unless Emmanuel targets it for part of the bounce, which maybe you do it anyway, just to get it off the field in case of the Cuchulainn. This is such a weird game state.
So Big Leviathan, Primal, Lord of the World will be coming. We can get rid of 3 things if we want. We can target a monster, a backup, and Tidus. Of course, Tidus then will flip himself and presumably send
But I mean,
I
he
don't
could
know.
get punished if he doesn't choose. I mean, you have to choose the Tidus to bounce with the Leviathan
Yeah.
here, right?
I don't think you can let that extra attack in. And think of deck size too. Surely these guys have drawn a lot of cards.
I almost wonder, yeah. So bouncing.
Oh, you know what though? He has the auto ability cancel still in hand. So he could cancel the Tidus flip.
Oh, but that would be so punishing if he did that.
So presumably we're going to respond with no. He responds with his own auto. He says, "You think you can cancel? I can cancel too."
Oh, that's so tough. Because now we have the Kadaj. The Kadaj can come in and just dull the Lena and the Leviathan. We only have the 2 blue worms to block. And we have our own Lena Leviathan in hand.
Well,
Kyle's
Kadaj
got this.
can dull one of them.
Oh, Kadaj dulls 1?
Yeah, he doesn't
I-
dull 2.
I think you still feel pretty okay with that.
Yeah, so what you would do is you dull the Leviathan because then Tros can just bounce the Lena, and then
You
your
gotta be
only
careful with that a little
defense.
bit, because then the Leviathan's gonna get the big old shrink.
That's
but-
true.
I mean, but we still have the coup in hand. We just coup the Leviathan at the start
Yeah.
of the turn.
So, yep, we go to end phase. We dull big Leviathan. We've got 4 potential attackers. Currently, Emmanuel has 3 blockers for 2 points of damage. And the only form of interaction in his hand is stopping an auto ability. He could have put out the Tros there too, and he chose not to. We do blank big Leviathan.
I mean, it puts out the Tros. He doesn't have the cards in hand to cast the summon, the
but
cancel.
what's he gonna cancel here? I guess other than a returning Leviathan, I guess that's the other thing he's worried about.
That's pretty good worry.
Yep, that is a good worry. That's fair.
He's about to get hit by one in a little bit here.
Of course, we'll see the return cancel. Any bounce, of course, will trigger our own Leviathan and not our opponent's. Let me pull up Leviathan really quick, see if he's a mandatory. Lord of the
you
World.
could choose the same forward twice. You bounce big Levy, shrink the Lena twice. And
Yeah, I just didn't know if he'd be forced to hit Tidus in a. Yeah, it will be a mandatory pick, so.
Yeah, but you just pick the Lena twice on the stack if you don't want to target the Tidus.
Yeah. So it'll get canceled. We won't get the entry bounce. Well, I was just thinking if he bounces like one more time, like the Tros.
Oh, right.
Because Tros will have to pick Lena or Tidus. In which case, Leviathan will then have to pick the remaining one. If Tidus hasn't already kicked it away. Emmanuel has 1 card in hand. I'm pretty sure it's Tros. I don't think Kyle has any more tricks in his hand.
1 card in hand. We still have the Cullens. We can animate our own Echidna. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers, attackers, one of which is unblockable, into 3 blockers. This should be game.
So Tros will bounce the Lena. But now Leviathan has... Well, like he can shrink the opposing Leviathan. That's right. He doesn't have to target Tidus. Yeah, I don't see how... Emmanuel needs a burst to save his life right here. He's going to animate. Block with the blue worm. Here comes Kadaj. Look at that Kadaj card. Pretty good, right?
It's a little decent.
An untargetable card on their turn. Here comes Tidus. He hits a burst. I don't know if that's going to matter other than draw him into something. You probably blank Kadaj, right? Because that way he can't flip at least. Don't pick Tidus because Tidus can already bounce. Or you hit the opposing Leviathan. No, because you probably want to be forced to target the Tidus. I think you pick Kadaj here. You might just be dead anyway, so it won't ultimately matter. But on the offhand chance you stay alive.
Yeah, they're discussing what happens if he chooses the Tidus here. I'm pretty sure the Tidus will still get their revenge trigger with this.
Yeah, because the ability will still go on the stack afterwards, even though Tidus doesn't technically have it anymore.
Yeah.
But because he's still there, then the ability would say, well,
he would still see himself being chosen, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Since when he was chosen, he had the ability. It just resolved before he got there.
I mean, unless, he drew into a bounce, which I don't think he did. This is looking like game for Kyle. Bounce with the blue worm, which, Kyle just has a bounce anyway, so it doesn't matter. Although, so that does trigger, well, they didn't play it out, but that would have triggered Titus. So Titus could have kicked something away, but then you can just send then the Echidna after that.
All right, that's game 2.
Moving on to game 3, and technically they've got 5 minutes. Or wait, is this timer accurate?
It's not going to be exactly accurate, but it shouldn't be that far off.
So we might see sudden death in the middle of this. Yeah, if Emmanuel that one turn I think he had lethal like a couple turns before then when Kyle didn't have many defenders and he had multiple bounce spells in hand. I think he legit could have just killed him with the conga line, like you said.
Yeah, I really think not putting him to damage 6 was just kind of the linchpin unintentionally that got him to a point where he was going to struggle to close the game out.
Yeah, he just didn't go for it. And I think Kyle's hand was low. He didn't have a whole lot. So I think like that was your turn. You needed to go in and get it. Funny that neither of these players started with backups on that first game.
Yeah, well, second game technically, but yeah. All right.
Toneberry. Drawn again. Looks like we have another really rough opening. Kyle at least has some backups and playing Alphino.
These are kind of weird though, because I don't know what a good opening looks like for mono water when you're really looking down time like this.
We did find Sildra, so presumably we'll cast this. We're doing the whole monster shuffle again. This is how Emmanuel started the last game. We'll get back at Cuchulain. We do still have Sildra in hand, so we can get backups on our next turn.
Do we even bother with backups? I don't know how much time we have left too.
Yeah, I actually kind of appreciate all the Australian people in here being like, "Oh, we didn't time our top cut," because there was a lot of Americans in that chat like ragging on them. So
yeah, it's tough. Like I get both sides of it. You don't want to you need to have a timer probably for like the higher rounds, but you don't want to have a different rule set for the end of the tourney than the beginning of the tourney. I sort of get that. Like both ends of it, like because time rules are not fun to play around for anybody.
I'm sure most players would also be happy if Hobby Japan, if you want to just make like a set rule, hey, this one is timed, this one isn't. That would make it very consistent across all the tournaments.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see sometimes in the regional flavor when, sometimes you see the European 2-deck tourneys, for their large tourneys. And time rules exist for logistics, not because they're actually healthy for card games for the most part.
True. Otherwise, we'd be here till midnight.
Oh.
All right. Kyle didn't opt to put down the Yuna. Wants to match this aggression. Puts his own Titus out. Maybe knowing the time is an issue, saying, all right, well, I'm going to have to get the damage
Titus
going.
Is a heck of a card in the
right?
Wave motion cannon. When the only thing that matters is how much damage you can put your opponent to is pretty nice.
Lady Lena goes to the damage zone. Emmanuel does have a Sildra he can use, can kind of curve out some backups if you want. Card like Ash is essentially blank without any backups. And we will get rid of Cuchulain to send in Echidna. Hit a Porum. 2 forwards gone on Kyle's side. Ash, Lena, Sildra, Bismarck in hand. Emmanuel not pulling the trigger on that. Again, I wonder if they are playing differently. And Kyle takes 2 points of damage with no burst and then draws 2 EX bursts, other Porum and Kadaj.
Kadaj seems pretty choice here as well, honestly.
Yeah, again, it's like it's an untargetable, it's a hard to target forward. That's going to threaten to keep at least dulling your stuff out. Like if we're playing for the time rules, then why not? Here comes Titus. There's our bonus burst. Probably pitch that Ash. She's not doing a lot for us. And we draw into Waka and our own Purim. Purim might be looking at a mirror match very shortly here. Emmanuel's got a lot of choices. He even naturally drew into Una at this point. So he can get the first backup of the game.
Imagine telling somebody that this game was happening and didn't tell them about what the time rules were, by the
Right.
way. We have 2 mono water players. We got a unit in the break zone with a bunch of forwards hanging out on both sides, basically.
Here goes Mr. Titus. Presumably we chump block with the Purim, unless we really want to take the damage. We might want to go to damage 3 for Tros in the future. Yep, Kyle decides to take it. And it's our own return bonus burst as Poo Poo. We get rid of the Kadaj, not valuing it here. Drawn to Poo Poo and Big Leviathan, along with Lena. We've got Waka, we've got Una. We definitely got backup options, but yeah, maybe they're not valuing that as much if they're worried about the time. We will activate Echidna. We draw an Opus 1 bounce Leviathan. Now maybe we block with it, or no, we go for another burst, potentially. Yeah, there's the big 6-cost levy. That's our bonus burst. Kyle can get back, what water forwards does he have? He can get back the Lightning or the big Leviathan, and then it looks like he's going to send Alphino packing back to Emmanuel's hand. Emmanuel might not be too sad about that, as he can just replay it if he wants to.
That replays it, kind of gives him pseudo brave in a way for 2 CP. You get to kind of dig a little deeper into the deck as well to try to get those Lenas online faster.
Yeah. Gotta dig a little deeper. Maybe they're asking about time rules now. Yeah, it looks like they're talking about something. Emmanuel has a grip full of cards, so he's unless he thinks the best plan is to discard and pass the turn. I mean, at least Una, right? That just makes all your summons cheaper. All those 3 costs become pitch a card, use it. Are we activating the Toneberry too? I guess we're still technically in attack phase. Emmanuel just trying to push this to the moon. Yeah, says actually, nope. I just want to keep on pressing. Kyle willing to go to 5. He's gotten 2 bursts in a row. Can you get a third one? To answer your question, Boy Fee, I would assume normal time rules are that once it's in top cut and they've had their turns for time, it usually goes to sudden death so that the next point of damage wins. Although that's usually when it's tied. So like in a situation like this, like let's say it ended right on this turn, would it be given to Emmanuel since he's ahead on damage, or do you know how that works?
You still have your 0, 1, 2, 3 for turns.
Yeah, I mean after that, like let's say that expires. Yeah, but if they happen to be tied, I always think of your game from re-raise last year. Like you guys were tied on damage, so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And we pass it. We just put down the Una. It's still an even board state, right? 2 characters to 2 characters. Kyle, well, so the game you saw, and there's a bonus burst, which of course we won't use because it would just be a 2,000 power reduction. Kyle won game 2, Emmanuel won game 1, so they both have 1 win. This is game 3.
Yeah, this is game 3.
Looks like we're casting Bismarck. Are we going to send that monster back to Kyle's hand? Because I think it has that text, right? You could, I mean, if it becomes a forward, you can bounce it anyway. You know, in a way, he kind of did Kyle a favor there, because that blue worm was going to potentially die. But obviously, he prevents a point of damage, which, if they're in time, that's all he's playing for right now. Is like,
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
It's 5-2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just need to stay ahead on damage. You could have 18 cards on the board, but if I'm ahead on damage and these time rules hit, that's game for me, baby.
I wonder who is turns, or if we're in turns yet or not.
I don't want you. I would say I don't want you to interrupt them, but you could try to go out there and find out.
Yeah, let me go see if I can grab y'all some info on if turns have started.
Obviously, it's past time on our clock, although this wasn't the original match on stream. Originally, it was Sam Tuell versus Ryan Chen. So this match was moved over. So I'm not 100% sure if our time clock is like dead on accurate, but it's probably pretty close. While Kyle is deciding his soldier targets, we'll get Echidna and Summoner. And it looks like maybe Emmanuel's discussing turn info as well. Because if they are on turns, and as soon as these turns end, assuming this damage is similar, Emmanuel would win since he's got more damage out. But
okay, I can confirm Kyle is turn 1.
Okay, so Kyle will get one more turn after this, and Emmanuel has one more turn.
You've got to line up enough attackers to get that much damage, or to get a couple points of damage through.
With no haste anywhere in this deck, Kyle is currently only threatening to put him to 3, and Emmanuel can put him to 5, potentially with the Echidna. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. There's a part of me that says he should just slap out the Leviathan and send the Echidna packing. That way you guarantee you won't take a single more point of damage. I don't know if that's correct, but it is something you could do.
How much damage do we have to get across? We have to get 3. If we're Kyle, we have to do 3 more points of damage.
Correct.
In 1.5 turns, essentially.
And basically 1 turn, because he's already attacked this turn. So
yeah.
So he needs to have at least 2 more forwards.
So,
well, that would just tie him, though. He's got to have... Yeah, no, if he had 2 more, then he'd have 3 total.
I wonder if we're looking to try to get, like, Lena Leviathan here?
Yeah, that's true. He could do that as well.
The problem, though, is you really don't want him replaying that Echidna because of the Bismarck in there. If he gets the Bismarck, that's a point of damage he can remove from Kyle being able to do it.
I was going to say, Emmanuel, because of this state, he doesn't actually have to attack or defend. As long as he has, like, summons that can prevent him from taking damage, he'll win. So he just needs ways to keep Kyle from getting across the damage line. Well, whatever you think of the time rules, this has certainly made an interesting ending to this match.
It's very strange, for sure. Very strange. It's kind of, you really got to get those little 2-drop forwards and be threatening damage with them. Oh, it looks like we're really trying to get Lena Leviathan online, but pitching that blue worm is very, very rough, considering that is 0 CP for another point of damage.
Because, yeah, if Kyle just hits him twice... Well, I mean, obviously, if he does Lena Leviathan, he's threatening 4 attackers next turn. Yep, there's Lena. Here comes the Lord of the Whirl. Emmanuel's board is about to be reset to 0, which in any other situation you think, well, that's a death knell, right? But oddly enough... Yeah, and putting the Echidna back in the hand is going to say, all right, go ahead and go get your best removal summon.
Unless we have like a cancel Leviathan, but that's going to cost our whole hand to do that.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Bismarck in there. We've got...
man, this is so tough.
I saw the Bismarck. I'm not sure what else was in there.
So we're checking now to see. We're trying to decide if it's worth bouncing the...
He just sends back Yuna? Why didn't he... yeah, I guess he didn't want the...
He can't let him get back a bounce summon. If he does, he immediately loses the game on the spot. We have to threaten with the Leviathan to bounce the Echidna. Like, the Echidna can't attack past the Leviathan currently.
Right. Of course, you can just send it packing. I mean, again, there's no haste in these. So if he can get him down to 1 attacker next turn, then it literally doesn't matter what Kyle does. So if Emmanuel has 3 bounce spells right now, you literally just go bounce, bounce, bounce. Target the Tidus, who cares? Like, the most he can hit you is for 1 point of damage. And we've got an Opus 1 in there.
Yeah, I think the Opus 1 Leviathan by itself seals this game.
Yeah, Lightning also a really great option here. I think he has 3 Opus 1 Leviathans. Now, he doesn't have Una, though.
He has Una in hand. You just pitch one to
Well,
play.
I meant he doesn't have it on the field.
Yeah. You can't go Una Levy, I'm pretty sure. And I think that would be a winning line.
That's not bad either. What'd we draw? Sildra. Normally a summon we're happy to see, but not right now. Checking his own break zone. Hey, can I go get my own Lena Leviathan? Oh, man, Emmanuel. I feel you, buddy. I saw that look on his... So if he can Lena Leviathan here, and you bounce Leviathan, and you bounce Echidna, you shrink the Lena and the Tidus, you win. You win the game. Because even if he return kicks Tidus, it doesn't matter. Again, your board can be empty. You're going to win on the time rules. So if he can Lena Leviathan here, and Kyle doesn't have down Una, so Kyle cannot use the auto cancel Leviathan even if he had it. He does have Cuchulainn, however, but it doesn't. Well,
I mean, it's still. I mean, he also just has the Opus 1 Levy in hand. I'm pretty sure that by itself does the trick, doesn't it?
But does he have enough to cast that many of them? Because he's got.
You have to cast 2 of them, right?
Well, but then if he took 2 points of damage, let's say he doesn't have a blocker. If he's got blockers, obviously that offsets it. Oh. But if he can't block and he takes 2 points of damage, then they're tied. And then it becomes sudden death. So if he pitches Sildra for the Una, he has enough to cast one of them. I don't know if he can cast both of them still. I don't know if he has enough cards left. And the Echidna is just a net that doesn't actually gain him an extra card because he's got to pitch one for it. But if you have enough for Sildra, for Lena Leviathan, that wins you the game right now. Because even if Kyle blanks it, and we don't... well, hold on. If Kyle blanks it with the Cuchulainn, you won't get the damage drain. You'll at least send 2 things...
You send maybe 2 things back to hand. You only take 2 damage. You're on damage 5. All you need is a double bounce, right? Or is Kyle only on 4?
Kyle's only on 4.
So if 2 damage gets through, it would go to being tied. Next damage wins. Oh, man.
Because if he... Because this Leviathan and Lena are going to die to Kyle's Leviathan. Because he'll see the shrink.
It's so all in.
Oh, man. Okay. I mean, if Kyle can put him into... this is just so strange. Okay, so I think you obviously bounce Echidna. Do you also bounce... Do you bounce the Lena? And then try to shrink? Again, he doesn't know that Kyle has the Cuchulainn. Because I don't think you want him to replay Leviathan. Because if he replays Leviathan, he can get rid of a monster on your field. And if Emmanuel kept a summon in hand, he can at least animate the Echidna. He can block with the blue worm. Just keep himself from going to damage 4. I'm going to say all this, by the way, and he's going to hit a burst that makes it irrelevant. Do all this math. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. See, the Echidna's got to go. I think you pick Echidna. Well, again, I know he has the Cuchulainn in hand, so knowing that the reduction isn't going to... And he's verifying too. Hey, are we both... Yep, they're both going to see each other leave.
This is mutually assured destruction.
Right? Such devastation. This was not my intention. Oh my goodness. I hope we get a pee break between this. I'm not ready for the finals in this state. The good news for Emmanuel is that regardless of what happens here, as long as he gets 2 of these off the field, Kyle cannot win on his next turn. He can at most tie him. So there, yep. We Kuchulain. Emmanuel, of course, not like, yeah, yep, he had it. So we draw a card. We'll shrink Lenin Leviathan. We keep our monsters. Kyle can hardcast Leviathan. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he can't. He can't hardcast Leviathan next turn. Unless he gets another summon somehow. Oh, we're animating Echidna right now.
Yeah, no, that's game.
Oh yeah, okay. Then this does do it.
Because this goes through, you basically either block the Lena, at which point you don't have the ability to do 2 damage.
Yeah, he blocks the Lena. What I don't. He draws Echidna.
If you block Lena, you only have 1 forward left to attack, and you've got to do 2 damage this turn.
Bonus burst. He just flips it off to the side, and that'll be it. So to be clear, it essentially went to time, which means the player who has taken more damage will be the loser. In this case, that was Kyle Peters. Emmanuel Onate will be going on to the finals to take on Sam Tuell at his Icewind. Wow, that was an ending. He went all in for the Lena Leviathan and it worked. That was crazy, man. I need a break, dude. Yeah, like shoot, I need a water break because that was like I was getting like intense and I'm sitting here sweating like, oh god. But if he does this and he does it, I'm sure they were all making those calculations in their head too.
It's such a hard deck. I mean, I can speak from experience. Playing into Kyle Peters in time is hard. That's what happened with me in San Diego as well. It's so difficult to play into water between all of the EX bursts the opponent can hit, the fact that it's hard to actually even just damage the deck. So falling behind early just due to going second, it makes a difference.
Yeah. Huge, man. Wow.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Presumably there's just a collective sigh of relief. I'm assuming we're essentially going to jump right into the finals.
We'll probably end up giving Emmanuel
sure
time.
He tries to get up. You just you push him down in the chair and you just wrap ropes around and be like, nope, don't move. You're playing right now.
Assume.
All right, folks. Well, you know what that means. It's not going to be too long. We're going to go to our finals. I do need a quick break. I want to get some water, go to the bathroom, all that. Cool. I'd recommend the same if you need it. Grab your sandwiches, grab your snacks, get ready to settle in for a final day. It's going to be Mono Water with Mr. Emmanuel Onate versus Mr. Sam Tuell on Icewind. Let's frickin' go. Be right back.
Yeah, that is one of the cool things about that. This finals does matter because neither of these players had the day 2 skip. So this is an extremely big finals for both players. All right. Yeah, both players are kind of stretching their legs, taking a bathroom break before the match starts, but we should be going soon. I'm gonna try to run one more prediction, I guess. Why not? So... All right, I'll give you all 5 minutes on this. All right. They sat on opposite sides. Are you kidding me? Uh, well, okay. Names are backwards because they sat down on the opposite sides of where they were at the end of last round. Ah, shoot. Oh, went it properly? Hold up. Okay.
Daniel, you with me, sir?
I am with you.
Excellent. Had to run and get some applesauce. I was very hungry. All right. So, historically, and by historically, I mean since Opus, 18, because that's when this version of Mono Water's been very big, wind usually wipes the floor with it. Will this be different? We're going to find out. I would love to see Emmanuel put up a fight, but the history is not in his favor. That's for sure.
And bounce removal is decently strong right now, but the one deck you never want to bounce their forwards is probably Icewind. Emmanuel, give it a cheeky little look up at the camera there. Should be a pretty exciting match, actually. Neither of these players has the day 2 skip, so this is a super impactful game.
Mm-hmm.
Not even just talking about the pricing, but just the Nationals day 2 skip is so good.
Yeah.
That said, Mono Water does have some tools to combat this. An early Tidus can kind of get the damage down. You can still kind of go for the normal game plan of cast Tidus early, get a bunch of monsters down, and then let a Leviathan push for game.
Yeah. Icewind does have a lot of ways to deal with monsters, but Tidus especially, other than the Luso 7 cast, like you don't want to have to dull freeze him over and over again. Do they have anything other than the Luso to deal with him?
I don't believe so, no. Granted, it's not that hard to get the Luso 7 if you need to.
Right.
And that does mean the Atomos is going to go, feel really nice in this matchup, but because that Tidus really has to get those attacks in to put the value across, which means that it's going to be hard for Emmanuel to keep Sam off of damage 3 for that Atomos.
Yeah.
It's not unwinnable. Like there's very few matches in this game that are true 10-0s. But it is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it'll be an uphill battle.
That opener for Emmanuel, I imagine he's going to be putting that on the bottom of the deck. Does have the Tidus.
He's got the Artemisian too, though.
Oh, he's got the Artemisian? Oh, never mind. He's got a mulligan in hand.
Yeah.
He drew into the Artemisian, I think, but the original hand was not amazing to start.
We're getting the conga line. I can hear the music already. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba da ba da ba dum. Yeah, I do like the early Tidus pressure. There's also the old reliable of just hoping your opponent doesn't see the cards they want. We could still Artemisian. We'd have nothing to mulligan, of course, but
you do have a lot of kind of odd costed cards. So sometimes getting that early backup down is nice.
Yeah, well, and I don't want him to abandon the backup game entirely. Like there is no world where he wins this with no resources. Water can only go so fast. It's not like this is category 13. Althea for Althea. Got the Moogle online. We've got a Stiltskin. Could go get the Evray. Yep. There's one good Moogle deserves another. And the monster from Final Fantasy X will come soaring out of the skies. And they whisper his name, Evray. Or Luso. Yeah. Actually says, you know what? I know that to deal with this Tidus, I'm going to need to hit it with the old Luso, so. Another blue worm. Keep the draws going, although it will cost her whole hand. And there's a Zana into damage. And he says, no, we're not waiting for this conga line. This music is starting right now.
I mean, with free Alexander, they're almost a liability, too. I mean, they're just cantrips for your opponent when they draw that Alexander.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So just getting that early damage in and just saying, you're going to have it or I'm going to kill you, maybe makes the most sense possible.
Just take the entire option off. Yep. Another blue worm, draw a card, go to end phase. They're both dead. Hey, pretty good. I mean, what is this? That was turn 2, and on turn 3, we're threatening to put you to 5 damage. The blue worm, of course, can be blocked by any kind of forward on Sam's side, but big props to Emmanuel. He recognizes that I can't play this like normal mono water.
Yeah, if I try to cast Soldier 3 times to get set up, by that point, my opponent's going to have 5 backups, 8 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. My board will be frozen.
They're going to be ordering pizza from the restaurant next door while they're,
He's just saying, I'm just on the phone. Yeah, and I want a large pepper. No, it's fine. I'm going to win. Yeah, just bring it over. I'll be ready by the time you get here. Chocomog will search us out an Ice Moogle. And the Norstalen searched us out the Uke. Technically, he did the Norstalen first, but of course you can stack on the top of the Moogle, and Sam just saving us some time by searching both out together.
Oh, I did not start the timer either. So this is not going to be accurate this time, unfortunately. I don't imagine that'll be an issue.
Won't be too far off. They've been playing pretty quick so far. Well, Sam's pretty much set where he wants to be. Does lose another forward into damage. That's 4 forwards now. 5 forwards he's hitting to damage. Wow. And yeah, Titus is threatening to put us to 6. So Emmanuel saying, well, in 2 turns, I plan to end this man's whole career.
I love just using the blue worms immediately. Like I said, just recognizing that Alexander is so powerful if there's a monster on field to break for free, and just saying, it's going to do this eventually anyway. I might as well get it out of the way with.
Yeah. No, that's a really good strategy. Sam going to go ahead and get out whatever he wants with this Moogle just pulled up his keyboard and put Google in the search bar and said, all right, well, what do I want to get? Please find me
Tomos.
Tomos.
Seems pretty decent here.
If Sam, I think all of his dull freeze is tied to a forward, right? I was like, if he could dull freeze the Titus without having to give it a target.
Yeah, it's all going to target, though. There's not that much dull freeze it doesn't target, really.
Here's Zidane. Zidane doesn't have haste, though, right? Sildra. All right, Sam, look out. Sam's going to go search out.
I unironically thought about checking to see what the Sildra search targets could be.
Right?
I know it's almost as Cat 5.
And we'll pass there. We've got a Toneberry. That's good. A repeatable monster like that or a Echidna would be quite nice here.
He'd have to have a second target in deck to search the Atomos, though, and I don't know if a second one exists.
There's number 6, 2 Sid Hayes going. I mean, so, you know, the games are played on paper, in practice, not on paper, and in practice. Emmanuel is saying, you have to target Titus next turn. You must do something. Or I'm just going to swing and kill you.
Or we can get that Luso 7 off.
Yeah. Which Sam has plenty of resources to do, said Luso 7.
That said, if we don't draw into the Alexander here, can we cast that big levy hard cast it next turn, clear the board, and just swing in with that Tomberry for game?
Currently, yes, but I will be amazed if there aren't a bunch more forwards on this board.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, that does still clear with the Atomos. It clears 3 forwards.
Yeah.
And Althea does not feel very good under Big Levy. Let me put it that way.
I have a feeling the Atomos is going to be swinging in this turn too. Or did we just play it?
No, it came down last turn.
It came down last turn, right? Yeah.
So it can attack. I mean, I imagine we have to get the Luso 7 here. There's also just no way we don't have the tools to get there.
Right.
The Sam tools, if you will.
Yeah, right. Oh, he did the thing. Yeah, he's got Melvin for reactivation. He's got a Tomos for double reactivation, the second cast, and the on attack trigger. He's got a Sura's, like, seeing the cards, I think, is the only thing that's going to hold Sam back this turn. And we did lose 1 Luso to damage. Hopefully he's running more than 1. And there's another one in the break zone. I mean, again, you can get it back with a Sura, but...
That looks like Pot Agreed Alexander in hand.
I think so, which does deal with that Toneberry rather nicely.
No, Pot Agreed, the one that's draw 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, Pot Agreed. What does that card do? No one's ever heard of that one. This allows me to draw 2 cards. You gotta love how they always over-explain that card and not the cards that had like 18 hidden effects. I also loved when they were always surprised by a trap that was sitting on the field. You've activated my trap. And they're like, what? A trap? Never seen that before. There's Melvin. So we'll get 2 backups. We'll actually go ahead and freeze both of Emmanuel's backups. Was that our first cast? Alexander for free. Kill the Toneberry. Draw a card. Yep, that was our second cast. I've got some die actually next to me. I'm going to start adding these so I know what...
Yeah, the big Alexander's actually a big problem here. You wanted to heat that Tomberry around. Now we don't have the guaranteed attacker next turn as long as...
So we're on 3 casts.
And we're now down 3 blue worms and the Tonberry.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of
Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
So we don't have a lot of these monsters to kind of hang off to the side anymore. And even then, now that we've seen the big Alexander, the Lulu's a problem if we try to go for that. Man, getting this last point of damage across is going to be extremely difficult.
I'm looking. How can I avoid targeting this thing? Gets back the Moogle, so that's cast 3. Plays the Moogle, or summons the Moogle, I'm assuming. Yep, Moogle search. Presumably going to go get Luso, or Asura to recur Luso, or the Lulu, of course, to get back the Asura to get back the Luso. I don't think Emmanuel runs it, but the Opus 13 Leviathan makes something take 5,000 less damage would be pretty sweet right now. Sid Hayes, that's our 4th cast. Oh, Sam's got a dice there too. I was like keeping track of my own personal die here, and those backups are going to be the dullest of Frozens. So we're on 4 casts. Here comes the Dane. Going to attempt to steal something. We steal an EX burst, potential bouncer, and we hit big Leviathan, Lord of the Whirl. Here comes a Tomos. We get all our backups back. Hit Alphino. Also, we're returning the forward favor that Emmanuel dealt to us. As we put 2 forwards out of commission. 5th cast will be a Lady Lulu, presumably getting Asura. Yep. Asura going to get us back for our 6th cast. Luso, that's the 6th cast. You know what that means, Ghoul. Titus shall, in fact, not be targeted. Lulu is optional, so Lulu is not forced to target Titus.
Yep.
And we're going to look to draw a card, and oh, we canceled. Oh, the cancel. Althea. And Althea says, that was really cute. Well, mind if I do it one more time? Oh, man. Emmanuel got me so excited there for a second. I'll just casually 9, like you said earlier, right? And 9 casts. What's the big deal? I got so excited there for a second. Cool. When I saw the cancel, I was like, oh my God, he stopped him. No, he didn't.
Now Sam's threatening lethal back too.
Sam's threatening his own lethal. I mean, good odds will hit a burst, but there's Mr. Evray. There's Althea. We'll get back to Moogle. That's our 2nd cast. So Tomos can give us back 2. Althea will get us back another one. It's free real estate, baby. We've got lock for main 2, just in case our opponent's still alive, or do we just do it now? Phrase the backups. Give me your hand. Oh, Emmanuel, you tried, man. You had the right idea. You really tried.
It's funny. I know that there were some at one point.
Steals the burst. Steal on Elena. The bursts have abandoned Emmanuel. There's a kid. Well, there's one bonus burst, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Oh my goodness. He's like, I'm already on 7. Sam was like, I don't care. You're taking the Atomos hit as well.
I know that in the past there have been some waterless that would run Kimari to give their Titus where he couldn't take damage to the Luso wasn't an option. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the matchup.
Yep. Although in that case, Sam then just says, okay, fine, don't freeze it, and then you can like eject it if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, Emmanuel did everything correct, right? Like you said, I don't like the monsters going in early. You don't give them targets for the what's it called, the Alexander, but just he got so close. He got so close.
Just was not fast enough.
Mm-mm. All right, so I think the strategy this time is you hope Sam bricks, and he doesn't have a good setup like that, and you have the same opening.
Or you sneak out the 13 deck from your backpack and you play that instead.
Yes, yep, that'll work.
They allow that, right?
Yeah, right. Just like accidentally, oops, drop your cards all over the. But let me just pick those up really quick, and they're the same colored sleeves, and
Just go full Bandit Keith, pull them out of your
right.
sleeve.
Yeah, exactly right. Ooh, we drew the Titus, so he's got to come down. We've got a blue worm that can come down. Alphino could dig us deeper too if we wanted.
We can do the exact same thing this game if we want to.
Although Sam has Norstalin in hand, so that right there is like, ew. Pitch the Ash for the blue worm, draw into a 6-cost Leviathan.
Then we just go Alphino Titus here. You think?
Can he afford for both of those?
I have to imagine so. Alphino only costs 2.
Yep. Alphino, draw 2, discard 1. Doesn't matter what you draw. Pitch it for Titus. Says, all right, well, let's see what you got. He is going first, so he'll get that one extra turn. Maybe that'll be enough. As long as he draws like another blue worm or toneberry or something he can run in there.
So the nice thing here is the Alphino is going to stick around, unlike the blue worms from the last game.
Right.
But Alphino also has potential to be chump blocked a lot either. I guess that was true of the blue worms as well.
Sam just says, no fear here, sir. I'll just put down a Moogle. Pass to you. What do we hit? There goes Lady Althea. Little personal revenge from Emmanuel there. There goes Mr. Sid Hayes. And there goes the Chocobo summon. We've got another blue worm. Yep. Draw one more. But one blue worm tags out for another.
Like the way he slammed that one down too. Just like, here's the next one. Different style of conga line this time.
Right? Emmanuel doing his best 13 impression right now. In a way, this has got to be a relief just in the sense of like, he has a very simple plan, right? He's not trying to play and then he hasn't got to think. It's not like the end of that last round where he's got to plan out all this stuff. He's like, nope, just hit you as fast and as hard as I can.
Yeah, no, that's true. Pretty much all of the onus is on Sam Tuell to find a way to combo off before Emmanuel kills him.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same with the 13 deck. It says, well, here's what I'm doing. If you can answer it, go nuts, but I'm just going to do my thing until you stop me.
And there's value in that, too. Again, if you're someone that has big stage nerves at this point, I imagine that's not a problem for Emmanuel at this point, but yeah. It has been a long day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So doing this, maybe Sam misses his line somewhere. You could see Emmanuel's like kind of like, okay, come on.
So just to be clear there, we played Norstalin off of the Ash and the Zidane. We searched out Uke, which we immediately discarded for the Ice Moogle. Asura's going to reactivate. We're on cast 3 now. We got a Zidane, or are we doing the Pot of Greed, Alexander? Yep. 2 deepers, like don't mind if I do. Sid Hayes would feel pretty brutal here right now. And it looks like he's just got backups, though. We do have the Moogle, so we could search into whatever we feel like.
Is there an argument to do the Moogle and then go for like a lock here, break the blue or make him discard?
You could. Game would probably end on the spot there.
Moogle was last turn, so he has the ability to do that. And we're thinking, do we want to go for that line?
He won't die, of course, next turn. but he will go to 6 with nothing else.
Yeah, even there, you can choose. I mean, you also can even dull freeze Alfino and Tidus and just take the Tidus flip kick. Like, what's? Oh no, my opponent drew 3 cards when I have 3 backups.
Exactly.
They have 0. If they
Although
don't flip kick it, then sure.
We did see an Icewind player lose on stream. I don't know if it was San Diego or it was Australia, but we saw someone actually lose because they targeted the Tidus. So, and that advantage was actually enough to get him back into it. Granted, I believe that player had like backups and such built up. I don't think it was quite as aggro as this. I mean, again, Sam had no problem stabilizing on 6 last game. Do you, especially knowing you're a game ahead, that it is actually okay if you lose this, you can get the game 3 where you're on the play.
And especially because you're going first too. Like next game, he knows he's going first, which seems to make a big difference, just having that extra combat phase before.
Yeah, that's huge. So if I'm saying, I think I just pass here and just wait for next turn to really combo off.
And the only advantage to going now is there's no guarantee he's going to have a monster to cantrip off with an Alexander.
Which is fair.
If he has an Alexander in hand, maybe you do dig to find a wind forward to play. Like even something like a Luso here to just kind of play a Luso. If we have the Alexander, that is.
I need the octagon retrieve sound. Yeah, special sound goes off. Google uses retrieve. Types in, please find me. Find me. What does that card say?
Looking at Evray, we're looking at Pot of Greed.
Both of which you can cast off of this remaining Moogle, which does tap for Wind CP as well as Ice CP.
I would think Lock would be really nice here.
It's interesting. I kind of would have thought he would have had a target in mind, like if he ultimately deciding to use the Moogle, but maybe not, or maybe he's changing his mind, seeing all his possibilities. It's a lot simpler when it says go get this specific card versus hey, pick whatever you think is best.
It's always a fun thing when people do Thor. Like you'll see somebody like search some really weird stuff off Thor and EXs when they already have a full turn plan. They're like, I guess I'll get a blue worm.
Yeah, Sam, not really sure what he wants here. We go for Pot of Greed. I think that's what I saw in his hand. Alexander of Greed. Nope. Zana. Okay. Huh.
We're going for the Luso. We're trying to end it here.
Izana would be our 5th cast, right? Izana gets to Chocobo.
Chocobo back the Izana, or play Luso.
But don't you only have one card left in hand? Do you have Luso?
We have if it's Luso in hand, then we can tap the backup, play Luso. Luso draw, Chocobo it back, play it back with whatever you draw.
As long as it's not ICP.
As long as you don't draw exactly Uke.
Yep, and then replays it. Oh my goodness. This man just Luso'd on... Was that turn 2? Or was that turn 3?
That was turn 2.
2. This man just Luso'd on turn 2. Oh my goodness.
We started that with just the Moogle in play.
Yeah. Oh, these wind decks are pretty strong, huh? Oh my goodness. Oh, Emmanuel, you try, dude. Sam was like, "No, I'm not even gonna take the risk of you putting me to 6 this time. How about I just on turn 2 just kill your plan?" Okay, so obviously this doesn't look good. If you're Emmanuel, do you change your plan? Do you now try to build up and maybe try to battle him in the long game, or you still try to?
We have the lightning in hand. I think you slam it, RFG the Luso, and swing the blue worm. Get it off the field.
Yeah, although he can block the blue worm.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you can't leave it on field for that Alexander. Just the cantrip off.
Emmanuel gonna have to pray to the EX burst gods now for some assistance, because I don't think he's gonna naturally get out of this.
We are going for it. Okay.
Nope, not the first one, Sildra. Here comes Luso, and it's a Geomancer. No help there. Althea will reactivate as Zana.
Just trying to make it where that blue worm doesn't actually do a point of damage.
Yeah. Hunter brings up a good point. He could hit 6 EX bursts, and that might not even help him.
I was gonna say a lot of those EXs are gonna put that Luso back in hand where he can do the most damage. You gotta love that your opponent just emptied their hands too to do that Luso stuff, and then draws the best card they could ever draw next turn. Let's just put an Althea down so I can do it again if I need to.
Right. Oh my goodness. Emmanuel, show me the way, man. Prove everyone wrong right now that you can pull a miracle out of nothing. And by that I mean, yeah, go get the 13 decker. Go get the 5 pieces of Exodia and drop those on the board.
You have to go for the lightning here too, because the lightning's going to lose all of its text if you let that Althea reactivate.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's now or never.
Like it's now or that lightning has no text. I mean, granted, I guess Sam's maybe even okay with it going away, but if Sam's going to try to probably pass with an active Althea every turn, if he can help it.
Says goodbye to this big chocobo. Oh my gosh, do we have a chocobo in hand? We do. No. And that's no if you're trying to see Emmanuel do a miracle. If you're Sam, you're like, yeah, that's right. That'll teach you to try to interact with my cards, sir.
Oh gosh.
I mean, Emmanuel's doing everything he can. Here comes a blue worm, point of damage, stilt skin.
Yeah, that was an unknown chocobo. The top decks after that turn were apparently Luso, Althea, and Chocobo.
Whew, that's a pretty good draw, Daniel.
Outside of the Luso, I don't know if he could have picked a better set of cards to draw.
Yeah.
But technically, the Luso is fine because it's just two win CP that you wanted. I guess like North Stalin would have been better just to like not have another one in deck, but like, jeez Louise.
You've got an easy Melvin play here if you want it. Obviously, you only freeze the Yuna, but
still pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yuna will get us back the Asura. Guess I'll keep my die handy just in case this becomes another big cast turn. The way Sam reached off screen there for a second, I thought he was really ordering that pizza.
Man,
just trying to get his victory dinner ready.
I mean, props to Sam. That was a really impressive turn, though.
Oh yeah, he crushed it. He sequenced everything. But the only thing that would have stopped him there is that final draw off the Chocobo if he'd have drawn ICP. But most of these decks are usually win CP anyway, so.
I think the only things would be like Uke and the Class Mogul will be the only cards you couldn't discard for win CP there.
Yeah. Are you see declaring?
Oh, are we doing the double Althea bounce?
We did a double Althea.
We're just gonna bounce both of them, and now we're explaining to Emmanuel that yes, this works. Oh no!
Richie, quick, go get Chris Matisky. Put this in his video.
Oh.
So we'll get Lulu and Luso back for free. We're on to. Are we just gonna Are we gonna Luso the board again for just a lightning?
Not necessary, Sam. You don't have to do this.
Sam, not like this, man. Not like this. You've already got him. He's telling him, no. You're going to remember that I beat you in these grand finals. I will not let you walk away quietly. Yeah, Manuel, drink some water, man. Take a load off. You had a hell of a run, sir. And again, not trying to count you out, because I always hate to call it early, but it seems very grim for you.
We're going to draw like 3 cards here, too. If any of those are the free cast Alexander.
That's cast number 4. Did he put his cast counter? I would say Lulu should be 4, isn't she?
Yeah, I think we're going to get back the summon before we get it.
I thought he drew off the Luso.
Yeah, Luso was definitely cast 3 at minimum.
Yeah. So yep,
It was
we're on
what? It was
4.
Lulu. Something.
Asura, because Asura is what he used to do the Althea trick.
That's right. Yeah, Lulu, Azura, Luso, Lulu.
So there's 5. Go ahead and draw casual 2 cards.
Just pot of greed, decent card.
Right? Emmanuel, go get yourself a pillow, man. I would just lay down, close your eyes, take a nap. Sam's gonna be here in a minute.
Still so many cards in hand too. No
6.
backup, so
Yeah. 6 for Mr. Sid Hayes. So we can just knock this board out.
no. Now we're gonna go free cast. Do we have a Chocobo in hand to free cast too?
Yeah, our next cast will be reduced by 2. No, we stopped there. We just went to combat. Okay, I guess he decided that was enough for now. Didn't even replay the Althea. He didn't even play anything off Sid Hayes, did he?
No, we haven't yet.
Huh. That's kind of odd he would go through all those casts to ultimately not even get there. We do have a Tomos in hand. Okay, so reset the cast counter. Back to 1. Back to 1. There's Mr. Tomos. There's Althea. That'll get us 3 backups back. There's number 2. Number 3 is Madame Rosa, but since she is the 3rd cast, she will not see her own reactivation, but we're out of cards. We're surprisingly out of cards, but we will hit enough for the Sid Hayes.
We're just trying to get the Sid Hayes cast off here.
Tomos is live. He can't attack this turn, but come on. Emmanuel, can you get any help from the burst? Nope. That's negative. Here comes Lulu and Luso. Lulu Luso. I said it correctly. It just sounded strange. Party attack. And this could be the penultimate turn of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we streaming Solitaire? That's funny. I mean, Titus can go in for damage 5. Hit those tiebreakers. He drew Artemisian and a poo-poo for turn.
I mean, you go for the poo-poo here.
Yeah.
So we're start our own 7 cast turn here.
I mean, you got Porum. That's
Porum's a card.
Yeah, Porum's a card. It's a body, and it can turn something off potentially. You can prevent the Sid Hayes, kind of, until he Althea's it back. There's not really much point in holding on to that Leviathan summon. Anything you would stop, he'll just bounce, replay it again anyway, so.
Yeah, I think you need the Porum as well. Turn off the Sid Hayes potentially. It's probably just better. You don't feel very good about it, but...
I mean, 3 casts, and this is basically over, right? Because then you just send everyone crashing into Titus. He'd be the only forward left standing.
You have the Porum to turn off the Sid Hayes.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
You'd have to Althea the Sid Hayes back, which, I mean, you probably could do.
Yeah. I mean, even if you...
Is that an Izana in hand? I saw? Yeah, so we're counting our Chocobos in the break zone for that Izana.
Here comes Yuke, cast number 1. Yuke will reveal Lock. That's a pretty good card.
I hear he's okay.
Yeah. Although, is that the only other card in our hand? Yeah, I think so. So Althea back, Lulu. Replay the Lulu. Probably ditch the Althea. She's done her job. Thank you, Althea, for your patronage. Here's cast number 2. Tomo's going to go ahead and give us 2 of those back. Whatever Lulu wants to get back, Rose is going to reactivate. So you could do like an Asura get back. I don't even know. Do you have Zidane in there? Yeah.
Probably.
Steal his Leviathan Lord of the World just to really make a statement. Or the Pot of Greed. That's a good one.
Yeah, Pot of Greed would be nice. Just draw 2 cards out of there.
Although we're only on a 2 cast right now, so it would currently only draw us 1. Only a single card.
Naked Chocobo is not bad here either. We've got the backups for it, so we can go Naked Chocobo, bounce the Lulu,
Yeah.
Rosa reactivates everything.
And that's what we're doing. There's number 3. So go ahead and set Lightning to 5 while we're at it. Did we turn off the Sid Haze? Is that what he targeted? There'd be no point targeting the Lulu, obviously. Replay Lulu, that's number 4.
Alright, call it. What do you think the Rosa
Lock.
reveal is going to be?
I want it to be lock. Just make it the best. Just make it the hit. Make it the lock. No, we play the lock from hand. 5. What's the Rosa reveal? Bismarck, even though it's not in the deck.
Melvin would be pretty.
You're right. Dull freeze, break that. Reveal. Don't forget your Rosa reveal, Sam. Yep. Oh man, we didn't get the free Lulu. Move to combat. We can reduce something by 2,000. That can almost kill Luso. Hitting the Rose is not actually bad because the Titus can trade up with it then. 4 or 5, but there's Lena. He actually can't kill him this turn because with the Rosa being reduced, Sam just realizing, oh wait, he's gonna get one more turn out of this. Because the Lulu and the lock just came down.
Yeah, so we can't.
And the Rosa's 5k. I mean, he has to trade the Titus out. Says, who would you like to kill? Let's just get rid of Miss Rosa there. Sam.
It is funny that the EX first mattered.
Right?
It's funny because Sam could have entirely avoided that by just before swinging, paying 1 win.
Yeah, doing the Rosa. The 2,000 reduction on. We'll go ahead and bring Luso back just because. Replay Luso. I think that's 6. Yeah. Who? All right. Miracle draw Slifer the Sky Dragon and sacrifice Sam's forwards for it. 2 summons, neither of which are usable. And folks, that is going to do it. Play it out. Play it out, Emmanuel. There you go. You go out on your terms, sir. You blank that Sid Haze. You draw. Ink slap down the Tros. And a hearty handshake. Congratulations to Mr. Sam Tuell for winning the Texas Materia Cup Lone Star Pack Breaks. I mean, as most people kind of expected, like Water, again, historically has a really rough matchup against Wind, Icewind being no exception either. And Emmanuel did everything right, correct? Like, is there really anything else he could have done? I felt like given the cards he saw, he played the best he possibly could. Ghoul is just stunned, speechless.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the game sometimes. Yeah, you if you're playing Water, you're just kind of hoping to dodge Wind, or you're hoping the 13 players in the room take it out. They did not. Sam got to the end, and we have a swift 2-0.
Major congratulations to Sam. He has earned himself a day 2 skip for the Nationals. Both players are qualified for Nationals. Sam, I believe, already had it before this tournament, and they can obviously dish out the prizes as they see fit. All right. Well done. Well done.
Alrighty. That is probably also going to do it for the stream. Thank you guys all so much. It's been a fun weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Happy to have brought it to you. Again, huge thanks to Square Enix and Lone Star Practice for letting me stream this to y'all. And until next time, have a good one, y'all.
Yeah, we'll give the big sign off. Major thanks to Ghoul for running the stream, Lone Star Pack Breaks for hosting the event. Thank you to all the players who drove or flew out here to show up. Thank you to Hobby Japan and Square Enix for, helping us put on this event with the cards and everything else. And thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and until next time, Travis Rudros Pfeiffer signing off for Ghoul's stream. Ghoul, we ready to end it, sir?
Yep. See y'all next time.
Bye.